Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Welcome and good morning. Today is a very special day. It's 420, which is why I'm here with Matt, Wakin' and Bacon. Hey, Matt, happy 420.
Happy 420, AJ. And
Yeah.
you know, it's not just a special day because it's 420. It's a special day because the OGNFT conference is happening right now.
Oh my gosh.
That's right, right now. I'll see y'all soon with Jonathan Mann, co-host of Digitally Rare, in about a minute. See you then.
Oh, hey,
Jonathan.
hi. Now we're here.
Wow, that was fun.
That was such a good opening. I love that. Can I admit something to you?
What's that?
I have never smoked weed in my entire life.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm 39 years old and I've never once one time I ate a brownie and it did not go well. My girlfriend at the time, she was like, take just a little bite. And I was like, okay. And so I took like a little bite. And then I was sitting there. I was actually writing my song. I was writing my song of the day and and the brownie was there. And I was like, I'm not feeling anything. Like, what's going on? And so I ate like 3/4 of the brownie. And it was not good. I was not prepared.
Especially if that's your first experience. That's awful. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That was.
I mean, that's such a classic experience is the brownie, like, oh, nothing's happening.
Yeah.
Anymore. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I later learned that that's very normal. Yeah.
Right. It's a pattern that shows up a lot. I actually got my mom to smoke weed when she visited San Francisco a few years ago. And we went to Dolores and I was like, Mom, time and place, you have to try it. She loved it.
Oh, great. Oh, that's good. Yeah, my dad actually smokes, medicinally for his back. So
right.
Yeah.
Well, happy 420, everyone.
Happy 420 OG NFT extravaganza. Here we are.
Yeah. I'm really excited for this. I'm kind of honored to open this. This is really neat. I mean, the collection of people is insane.
I mean, it's all the people that, for the last like 4 years have been building and doing the stuff. Like literally like the smartest people in the space that I know are all here today.
Everyone from 2018 was just kind of doing stuff, and I met them at conferences. I saw them at Non-Fungible Summit, Nifty Summit, like DevCons and Berlin's Wise and everything. And it was amazing. And it's so cool to see everyone here today.
So I want to talk about something that this actually makes me this is a good transition into it, which is this feeling of we've been here, right, for like the last 4 years or whatever, since 2018, late 2017, 2018. And especially in those early days, it really just like felt like it was heady. It felt like really good and heady and like, wow, like this is amazing and it's really happening. And then, and then slowly over the last few months, there was like this thing that we always sort of assumed would happen, but it happened so much faster, which is,
it did.
Initially it was just like like your timeline on Twitter starts like popping up with like people who are from totally far-flung reaches of the internet, and suddenly they're like NFTs, and they're tweeting about it, and it's like they're getting interested, and that's happening, and then it was like this. It was, what's that thing, like it happens slowly and then all at once.
Oh, and then all at once. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what it is.
And then
Things
suddenly,
happens not at all, and then
right,
all at once.
and then all at once, and then suddenly it was just like kaboom! It was just a huge explosion.
Yeah.
And now every other week I get these messages from former fans who are like, "I'm very disappointed in you, Jonathan. I've been following you for years. I mean, I just sent you one this morning. I've been following you for years. Here's a direct quote.
Right.
Here's a direct quote from today.
This is a tweet that you got.
I've been following you for years. I've loved your work so much, but this is my favorite part. You going down the NFT thing. The NFT thing has just been really disappointing. I guess I thought you cared more about the environment and the broader impacts our actions have on society as a whole.
Yeah, worth talking about.
It is worth talking about, but the fact that, you know, for years we're doing this thing, and then within months, you know, I'm getting one of these every single week.
Right.
It's like whiplash. It's such a strange feeling.
Yeah,
Has anyone
truly wild?
Has anyone confronted you with any of that stuff? Have you gotten any of that kind of?
Yeah. I mean, I think everyone remembers the pyramid scheme Instagram slideshow that went around.
Yeah.
That one I got sent to me quite a bit by,
really,
you know, Instagram friends.
Yeah.
Which includes comments on the environmental impact of like proof of work blockchains.
Right.
The thing that obviously ticks both of us off about that take is that through the lens of like it's the artist causing the problem is just like not useful or helpful or even technically correct. And so it's like this like really, it's like doubly wrong in both a literal technical sense, like, oh, that's not what's happening, and also unfortunate in like a why would you blame the artists kind of way.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah.
You know, the way that I think about it is like this guy, you know, you responded to my text with like I'm sorry you getting that hate, and it honestly doesn't feel like hate to me. It's not the same as trolling. You know, I've been on the receiving, been on the internet making stuff for almost 20 years. Like I've gotten a lot of trolling. It's not trolling. I think this person is genuinely, from their vantage point, and we've talked about this before, from the vantage point of a person who's not familiar with the space. It's really easy, and I'm gonna say something I probably should say it on a live thing, but like it's really easy if you look at like Paris Hilton and you look at Mark Cuban and Gary Vee, and you see all these people who are super excited about it, and you combine that with with people's like pre-existing ideas about what crypto is. And to be fair, like crypto bro culture is disgusting, and like we're not fans of it, but you can see how someone sitting from that vantage point can see what NFTs are in this moment of like this like explosion of things, and make all these assumptions about it's a scam. It's, you know, and if you think it's a scam, then the environmental stuff really pisses you off, right?
Right. It's that doubleness of like, this is worth nothing. In fact, it's like worth negative amounts in my mind. And then negative, destroying the planet.
Right.
It's like that's just like the worst thing in the world. And so I get where they're coming from, where they're like, okay, cool. This thing has no value. In fact, it has negative value because it's change that I don't like, perhaps. And also it's destroying trees. So it's like why? What are you doing? Who are these people?
Exactly. So ultimately, you know, I come away with like, I don't know how to respond to these people. I don't know.
What is the response? I think I started going along with like blaming the artist is not like the right lens. However, like at the end of the day, like, proof of work blockchains do use a shit ton of electricity.
Right.
And there's a lot of like, promises of like, oh, cool, we're going to go to proof of stake. And I think that's inevitable. But it is, it is a shift and a very hard problem in computer science, as I like to say. But it'll happen.
It'll happen. And if it's like if you were excited about the idea of digital scarcity and
and that's the thing.
And you recognize and you recognize the value and are excited by the possibilities, then it goes from being something that's like the worst thing in the world to being, to being another thing in the pile of things that you already feel guilty about because you exist in capitalism, basically.
Right.
It's just
I definitely want to end on that up note with this discussion, which is like, it's the mindset that I'm in is like, the burning of electricity to power proof of work network sucks, but also the like sheer potential of all of this stuff. Like you can go into this for days. There's like the monetary aspect, the financial aspect, all of that. But there's also this like artist aspect where it's like, cool, you can now value digital works like you value physical works. This like whole cultural shift in tide of like, okay, cool, now digital things can be valuable in a very tangible sense. Like that is novel and IMO worth getting to proof of stake for,
Yeah. And I think eventually it seems as though, it won't even be a question that eventually it'll just be part of the world, it'll just be, and all these people are like, yeah,
it's just like NFTs. And I say NFTs as a label for digitally scarce objects.
Even though right now,
right. It's just, I forget who said it first, but someone on Twitter did, and they're just a better digital object. They're a better digital primitive for owned digital things. And in a very eat the world sense, the cost to making something an NFT, the UX around using something that is an NFT, all of that will drop to zero.
Right.
The friction of that will drop to zero. And everything that would make sense to have digitally owned will be truly digitally owned. Because
it just makes more sense.
It just makes sense. Yeah.
And the final point on this topic is that back to where we started this conversation, the way that I know for sure that that I don't agree with these people who are hounding me about the environmental impact is the people that I've met in this space, and it's all the people that we're going to hear from today, who make up this space are all so smart and conscientious and care. It's like we care. Like the people that we're going to hear from today across the board, like are deeply invested in the world, and making it a better place.
Right.
And
like,
that's,
how can you doubt that sincerity?
Yeah. Right.
It's like, just take one look and be like, okay, obviously they're not here to burn the world down and make money doing it. Right.
Right.
It's like, obviously.
So I want to just really quick end by singing. We have 4 minutes. Does this sound good? Yeah.
It sounds delightful. Yeah.
Okay. I want you to pretend like that you're holding the mic for me, because this is our tradition at conferences.
Right.
That you have to hold up the mic while I sing. Yeah, exactly. That's our tradition. Yeah. We did.
Like you. Like that. There we go.
Perfect. We did this in San Francisco, and then we did this in Brooklyn. Okay, the original CryptoPunk song. 10,000 punks released into the world. Boys and girls and everybody in between. 10,000 punks auto-generated like the muscle men that I played with. It's a crypto fever dream. What does it mean? Well, they're the crypto punks. No two are the same. Well, they're the crypto punks living on the Ethereum blockchain. Well, they're the crypto punks. Well, they'll never change. They're the crypto punks living on the Ethereum blockchain. 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 Living on the Ethereum blockchain.
Wow.
Woohoo!
I will
So,
clap for the millions that are clapping behind the scenes.
So this is OG NFT. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around and coming and hanging out with the crew today. Who do we have up next? I have the list here somewhere.
I am here.
MP.
Oh,
Yay.
Hello. Hi.
You're an NFT.
I am an NFT. I'm choosing to support some NFTs in auction right now.
Amazing.
So yeah, I'm gonna be changing my sort of my background throughout the conference for this. I just thought of it. This
That's
one
a
is
really
by
good idea.
Pilar Zeta and it's in Foundation. Let's see. Oh,
Ooh.
there you go. It's
nice.
a sound and it's a graphic NFT as well. So if you like it, just go to Foundation and look for Pilar. So yeah.
Head over there.
Awesome. Well, so
Not
good to see you,
sponsored
MP.
content. I'm doing it because I'm nice.
That's awesome.
Excellent. So who do we have coming up next?
Yeah.
So right now, I'm going to be introducing Billy, who is actually the best slashy I've ever met. In case you don't know what a slashy is it's when a person is something / some other thing, like a model / actor. So in the case of Billy, he's basically the best slashy I've ever met. So yeah, damn Billy Rennekamp. He's so talented. He brings out the worst in you. When you are there trying to draw some kind of stick house, Billy happens to be an amazing multimedia artist. When you're trying to code a hello world without crying, Billy pops up and casually builds a crypto economics games or whatever you're doing. So yeah, it's quite a frustrating experience to be close to Billy for so long, but I'm going to leave it to Billy and probably go to therapy. And good to see everyone. And hi, Billy.
Yay, Billy. Woo!
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Following the tradition of Billy Zane, I believe. Is that a reference from Zoolander? The Slashy Awards. Thank you so much, Maria. Hi, everybody. So my name is Billy. I'm going to be presenting on Non-Fungible. Let me start my timer to see if I can get this right. Subtitle being 721-ish. So these are different non-fungible token projects beginning before the standard even existed, and a little bit of an outline at the code level with what makes them weird or different or slightly outside the standard and how that's played out over the years. So let me get back to here we go. Quickly about me, I'm Billy. I'm an artist and an engineer. I'm the founder of Clover's Network. I'm a technical advisor to a new project called Folia.app, which is a NFT kind of place for digital art editions. And I'm also the grants manager at the Interchain Foundation, which is the foundation for the Cosmos Network. I usually have a little bullet point that says I'm from Louisville, Kentucky as well, where I like to point out it's the home of bluegrass music, thoroughbred racehorsing, and bourbon whiskey. So if any of those things interest you, always reach out to me about them. But again, we're talking about non-fungibles. What is this on non-fungibles? We're really going to talk about 4 things. First one is CryptoPunks, which was launched around July 2017. We're going to spend a minute talking about an early version of Clover's Network, which was my own project from August 2017. We're going to talk about the Terra Zero flower token from November 2018. And then we're going to spend some time talking about another non-fungible or slightly off fungible token that's I'm calling the mystery token drop until you get to hear more about it. So first, we're beginning with CryptoPunks. Again, that's July 2017, everybody's favorite early pre-NFT standard. And I wanted to go through some of the parts of the code to really compare what existed there, what was made later, what was missing. The sort of first message is the transfer, which was inside of CryptoPunks. CryptoPunks was really based, I think, off of looking at an ERC20 contract, and I'm sure we've got some experts in the audience that will be able to correct me on anything I get wrong about this, but this is a semi-informed technical deep dive. And the actual transfer, is basically unchanged. It's still address UNT 256. The word is transfer with a capital T, and of course on Ethereum, the method signatures are the ABI packed and hashed method name and then type. So that actually has the same method signature from the beginning, which is pretty cool. Those are, I'm looking at these. These are the events, of course. These aren't the actual methods themselves, but the event transfer was included. The events that you see now as well are approval and approval for all. Next chunk would be, they basically added what is similar to IREC 165, which is they have this standard, which is just a string. And so you can check the contract to say like, hey, is this a CryptoPunks contract? And if it returns CryptoPunks when you ask for standard, then you should assume, yes, it complies to the CryptoPunks standard. Nowadays, of course, we use EIP 165, which is the supports interface. And this is where you throw in bytes for interface ID, and it will return a Boolean, true or false, about whether or not it adheres to the standard. Here you can see it's checking to see if the interface ID is equal to the type ERC 721 enumerable.interface ID. I just pulled this out of Open Zeppelin contract. So there's a bunch of different interfaces that a smart contract should be able to return true for, to sort of confirm that they self-describe as being compliant with different standards. CryptoPunks included name, symbol, decimals, and total supply. So this decimals, I think, is a bit of a holdover from the ERC20. What we also saw with Counterparty, where Counterparty was this proto version of ERC20 that was inside the call data on Bitcoin, and the first sort of real non-fungible tokens that came out of that were Counterparty tokens that had a total supply of 1. Another way to think of that is decimals 0, total supply 1. There's only one of them. And so CryptoPunks has that sort of as a vestige. It also was present inside the ERC20. But the name and symbol, we actually still have today. It's technically part of 721 metadata. And those are following the same sort of public method that returns a string. As we all know, when you declare a public variable underneath the hood, you're actually creating a getter function that returns the type. So it's essentially the same thing under the hood when you see this name, symbol, and total supply as methods instead of just variable names. So that's pretty cool to see those still sort of part of the standards. In CryptoPunks, you call transfer punk in order to transfer it. This is what I was getting incorrect at the beginning of this talk about the transfer event versus the transfer method. So all transfers were punks, so they named it transfer punk. And that's the 2 and the punk index. In the ERCC 721 standard, it actually doesn't use transfer. And I'm not sure what the story behind this is. I'd be curious if somebody here today will talk about it later. Maybe I can bring it up on a panel, whether it was to try to avoid confusion between ERC 20, which does use transfer instead of transfer from. But for whatever reason, that's what we're at today. We have the full transfer from. It also includes the from address, which in my opinion is a little bit redundant. I think it's easy enough to query who the actual owner is at any given moment. I feel like I've seen a 720 contract that removed the from. I'm not sure how important that actually is for widespread support. I would assume any wallet that has 721 support today only supports the transfer from though. And something that I'll talk a little bit about later is what it means to comply to a standard really has to do with how generous the different third-party interfaces want to be to accommodate. Quickly though, first I'll talk about one of the main things that I think breaks or makes it hard to support CryptoPunks as an NFT is the token URI. And in the following project or the project after that, you'll see that it's actually 100% compliant with 721, except for it's just missing that token URI, which is sort of the key ingredient to make it easy to show what the hell does this NFT look like, what the hell does this NFT do. And in CryptoPunks, they just put the hash straight into the contract itself, which is something you're totally encouraged to do today. There's not a standard sort of method for asking what the image hash is in the contract, although I know a lot of different projects provide that and try to encourage access and use and verification of whatever NFT media file is underlying that. But in lieu of guaranteeing that there is or should be an image hash for any NFT, today we use token URI. And if you want to get into a Twitter argument about what's the appropriate amount of decentralization and decentralized storage and redundant storage on an NFT, please go to my Twitter and see the thread where I say that premature decentralization is the root of all evil. I'm a big fan of the token URI being a legacy kind of Web 2.0 style URI, one that even can be updated and changed easily, and it should be updated and changed easily, at least until a point that it's stable, in which you maybe want to take the sort of like due diligence of like solidifying it in stone or whatever it is that's necessary. I think the flip side of that that's really interesting is the fact that there's not nearly enough metadata modification happening as a creative space. I think that seeing the metadata change every time it's queried or every time it's transferred is something that has come across my purview that a couple of people are thinking about with their token project. And I think it's super interesting to see. Even talking to like, real traditional digital art conservationists, like you actually don't want to chisel all of this stuff in stone because the artists change, the world changes, it might need to be updated with, the gender or the artist formerly known as Prince, you know what I mean? You wouldn't have that labeled as Prince because that is no longer their name. And that's important for an artwork to be able to change in those ways. They should be, of course, predictable or outlined in a kind of format that makes sense for all of them, but I'm digressing. So anyways, what we have today is token URI. And what I wanted to say a minute ago about it's really relevant to the interface that's willing to support it is to sort of shout out all of the different marketplaces who support CryptoPunks, because they make special catch statements or if-then statements that say, treat it like a normal NFT unless it's CryptoPunks, and then make sure that you do X, Y, or Z to make it show up correctly, which is huge, but sort of also shows the power of that project. I'm going to try to speed things up. Early Crypto Clovers Network, this was my own project early on. This was before the 721 standard existed either. This was just a couple months after CryptoPunks was really validating. I called them visual digital assets. They were also very much based off of ERC20s. This is a very early version of Zeppelin's contracts using the standard token. You can see that it was really basically a fungible token with a reference to non-fungible games inside. Skipping ahead to flower token. So this is the one I mentioned earlier. This is from TerraZero, where they planted 100 tulips and you could buy these tulips, and they had a very cool sort of machine vision tracking system. Whichever flower was growing the fastest received a portion of secondary sales. And they actually followed 721 standard all the way until it came down to token URI and supports interface. I think a lot of marketplaces probably skip the supports interface section where they're really confirming that it's there, and they're really just looking for that token URI, because as long as there's an image there, they're willing to show it. But again, that's sort of the beauty of the interface. If an interface is willing to figure out how to display it correctly, they will do that. For instance, I think Zora, instead of returning a token URI underneath their token, they actually return the hash of the image, which means that for that to show up correctly on OpenSea, they're also doing a special case where they say, oh, okay, trigger token URI unless it's Zora, and in that case, you should trigger this other method which returns the URL because they've swapped them for their own reasons. I'm having a little trouble seeing where the questions would be coming at this point. I'm kind of locked into my screen, but I wanted to make sure that I had a couple of minutes at the end of this to talk about a new non-standard implementation that is the mystery token drop you've all been waiting for. And it's called Kudzu, presented by Folia.app. This is the first NFT virus. If you're not familiar with Kudzu, this is an invasive species, or actually don't know if it's invasive, but it does. It's a vine that sort of eats up the entire surroundings. It'll cover every single surface, especially in the American South. And I wanted to point out first what a basic NFT virus is. So typically you would use a transfer from method to move a token from one account to another account. However, you can override this method. And what would happen if you were to do that? Well, first you might want to confirm that the balance of the sender equals 1, which means that they have a token. If they do not equal 1, that means that they have not yet been infected by this virus. And the balance of the person you're sending it to, you want that to equal 0. And if not, that means that they've already been infected. However, if both of those required statements pass, you can create a new token ID, which in this case would just be simply the token supply plus 1, so incrementing every time. And instead of transferring it, you would mint a token to that recipient, which means that the from person is never able to remove that token from their address. All they can do is infect new people that they try to send that token to by transferring from. What we have today is kudzu, the folio virus. You can see an example of some of the generative artworks which result from transmission of this viral NFT. And on the left, you can see basically the logic that allows an inheritance of these traits, these eyes and these mouths, to be carried down from generation to generation. Essentially, we use the token ID and then we bit shift so that we actually secure 16 bits of space to record which eyes do they have between 0 and 31 and which mouth do they have between 0 and 31. Every single time they will inherit either the eyes or the mouth from the parent. And then once those have been created, you will use a pseudo-random number generator to figure out what the other two are. And then you will mint it to that new person instead of transferring it and emit an infection event. So just remember, kudzu is contagious, but not dangerous, and you should let the vine grow. You should post your address or ENS name in the folia.app Discord to get infected by the Genesis account, which is me. Today is the highest gas prices I think I've ever seen, so it's extremely painful, but I am prepared to spend my own money to infect you all as long as you turn around and continue the favor by infecting others. So please, go to folia.app and click the join button to go to the Discord. The first 10 people who do it will guarantee get one, even though it's a very expensive transaction right now. Otherwise, afterwards, we may only allow infection from the Genesis account via OpenSea, where even though you can post one to sell, after the sale goes through and the seller gets paid, that token will not leave their account. However, the winner of that sale will get infected. So please enjoy this new format. Also take the concept and let it run. I want to see this spread. This is a whole new viral format of NFTs that I'm really excited to see what the rest of the world does with them. I think that's 15 minutes on the head. I'm not really sure who I'm handing off to. Here we are.
Yeah, wow. Thank you, Billy, leaking some alpha there. Really cool. I'm gonna check it out. Make sure you leave all the links in your Twitter so I can just click on them. I don't care about the rest, but it's important. All right. Thank you so much. We will go ahead and introduce Simon. I am so happy to introduce Simon, who is so positive and the beacon of goodness, light, grace, and everything nice. Simon needs no introduction, but I actually really want to make one because it's fun. I actually first heard of you, Simon, when I was first dipping my toes into Ethereum, and there was a presentation on consensus formation projects in Berlin of November of 2017, something like that. So yeah, this is very cool for me, and it's super cool to also work with you to get inspired and to get also supported by you as I've been supported. And yeah, you know, it's very cool. I know that you have done a lot of things. The last time I think you presented was the book. So how's the book going?
Good, actually. I mean, I self-published it, so you have to do a lot of your own work in marketing and distributing it, which I've been a bit lazy to do, but I'm very happy with what I managed to accomplish, and I do know that people have enjoyed it. So that's the minimum, success for me. So I'm quite happy. Yeah. Cool.
So before Simon presents about Ujo, as I said, I'm promoting a couple of artists that I don't have anything to do with, but I felt like doing. So this one that you see here, it's also on Foundation. I only found a couple of artists, just decided it on the go. This artist is a Korean artist, and the work is named Yogurt, of course. And it's currently on bid. So if you want to bid on it and support a very talented artist, head over to Foundation as well. All right, Simon, thank you so much for being here, and on to you then.
Awesome, great. So this screen share is always a bit awkward because I don't have another monitor. So I'm gonna blow it up. And if there's anything that goes wrong, then just let me know. I assume it should be fine. If not, just, shout with audio. Okay. So I wanted to talk about the stuff we did with Uja Music and some of the lessons we learned, both in terms of just working in the creative industry, which is what the NFTs focus on a lot, but also the NFT experiments or things that look like NFTs that we did. So just to preface, Uja Music was a team of amazing people. And this is just my opinion on the lessons and stuff. I know there might be some people in the team that might disagree with the lessons learned. So this is just my perspective. So to give some context, Uja Music, we were one of the first projects that actually launched on Ethereum. In October 2015, we did a dApp that we worked with Imogen Heap with, where it was one of the first royalty payments prototypes. This is the thing you see in the top right. We also did the RAC Ego badge, and then also later experimented with ERC720 properly. I'm going to go through them now just to be more specific, and then share some lessons. So the Imogen Heap prototype was it was just a way to show that with a process of automation using blockchains and the ability to give some sense of transparency, like we can aid musicians, but also more broadly creators. And obviously now almost any NFT platform has some form of reshare and some royalty splits built in, where secondary sales are split between people. And I know, say, Zora has, sorry, I think it's Mir has like more like built-in splits and payments that work. And this is now an accepted feature of a lot of the platforms. It was an interesting experiment because one of the constraints we had with the Imogen Heap prototype is back in October 2015, the MetaMask didn't exist. There was no extension wallets that were available. It was basically Mist, which was also in alpha, the Ethereum Foundation's wallet slash dApp interface browser. And so we had to build our own wallet into the website. And back then it was called Light Wallets. So, it's now almost no dApp uses this concept, but it's like you had to build in the wallet software into the website itself. So that in itself was like, hey, suddenly you have to get users to understand what else going on. And then there's a wallet, but it's not an extension wallet. It's or even a mobile wallet, nothing like that. So that was also like a very interesting learning curve. I know a lot of people, funded those wallets, and there might be, because back then it was like $1 in Ether, and I assume there's still a few of those wallets that have 1 Ether or so in them, which is, I think, a lot of the early days. I think I ran an article for the pricing for Uja and had bad node setups and lost a few Ether just by people port scanning vulnerable nodes. So I think a lot of people lost some money in the early days. Then in 2017, we had an experiment with RAC where we launched what's called the Ego badge. We also launched the badge with another artist called Giraffage. But this was one of the first attempts for what we would consider to be called music NFTs, where as part of the experience, you collect something that is a souvenir. It is timestamped in the blockchain. You can prove your sort of early fandom. And it's just a souvenir. And obviously you can buy and sell it. The thing that we did differently to what NFTs look like today is that it was infinite supply based on the fact that when you bought the album and you received the MP3s, this was like a souvenir. In the same way, when you buy albums, physical albums, you get, say, like an interesting booklet with lyrics in them, or this was obviously back in the 2000s when these CDs were still a thing. You would get some additional things that made you go, I'm listening to the music and I'm reading the booklet and getting more personally involved or connected with the music. The one image you see here, this was when a different version of MetaMask that still displayed the badge. Back then, in order to get that image in there, you had to submit the actual image plus information to a MetaMask GitHub repo. but now I tried to check if it still exists, and it doesn't. So I'm not sure why that disappeared. Then the next thing we did was, this was then afterwards the NFT standard became a thing. ERC721 became a thing, just to emphasize the ego badges were ERC20 tokens. They still exist. And then with the ERC720 came around, we could more properly display them and better interface and standard. And what we did was, there was one undocumented ERC721 in the UJO application, and then there was also a more visible ERC721 that we implemented. The one was the same as the Ego badge, which was when you bought albums, they were ERC721s minted, but it wasn't documented. So there are a bunch of them out there that does not have proper token URIs, but we thought we should put it in there in case you want to service in the future. And obviously in 2017, like, you could do stuff like that, like just keep it in smart contract code because it was cheap, right? Because I think we budgeted, like, we shouldn't want a user to pay more than $5 to $10 to mint a badge. Obviously now it costs a lot more with adoption. And then the other thing we did was the tipping badges. So this was also an attempt to just allow a fan to get a connection with the musician through minting these collectibles, and it was just based on their profile picture. And there were different tiers, like a $5, $10, and like $50 badge, I think, which you could buy, and then you receive back the souvenir, your provenance of being a fan that tipped the musician. That was not opt-in. So I think a lot of musicians were also surprised that this was actually a thing that was happening. And I remember with the RAC store and with the badges, some of the musicians made more from just selling these tipping badges, which was quite interesting. And then we also had a lot of other internal ideations surrounding scarce releases. But the final bit I want to talk about is just some of the things we struggled with, which was we often struggled with the cost. There were a lot of costs to being early. We spent a lot of development time on building infrastructure that we didn't use because everything was new. You had to build everything yourself. We also struggled a lot with deciding whether we should build things for as a product or a platform. Nowadays, it's easier. There's more platforms, right? So you can focus on building product. We also struggled with user education. Like, we were the first people that had to go to musicians and say to them, here's this new thing called cryptocurrency. Yes, you need Ether. Yes, you need a wallet. And now you need to use it. So we had to educate people, and that was a difficult hurdle in itself. Now there's just way more broader adoption of fiat exchanges and cryptocurrency exchanges and wallets and services. Then the interesting one was language. Nowadays, we just call them NFTs, but that wasn't even a thing that was widely accepted until a few months back, right? Because I tried to, when I was writing about this stuff, I'd call them digital collectibles. But the problem with that is like the difference between using skeuomorphic language and new language. So skeuomorphic language is like, you try to make it sound like something that people might know or understand. But if you say digital collectible, people think a centralized virtual sword or a centralized Pokemon or something like that. It doesn't describe why it's different and better. Now, that being said, NFT doesn't either, but when the new language is adopted such that people understand the context of the word, it's more understandable. If you now say NFT, most people understand, oh, it has something to do with the blockchain. But if you say digital collectible, it might still include like the previous set of stuff like a virtual sword in World of Warcraft. And then we also struggled with things like whether things should be scarce or not. And I think that's still a topic of discussion today, which is you have things like open editions that people experiment with, and then one of ones, and then maybe 5 of 5, or generative pieces of a broad set of things. That might have been a mistake on our end. I think if we launched with like scarce badges or scarce things, we might have had like more people that are interested to play with this stuff. And then for the final bit, just want to touch upon like where we are now, and I think what these lessons take into the future. And to me, I think we're still facing a lot of the same kind of problems, but just in different facets. Like infrastructure costs are now a problem. Users are paying so much fees, so now you go like, should we go to layer 2? Now you're stuck in the same problem. Are you the person that's going to build the platform on a new protocol on a new layer 2, or are you just going to focus on product, right? What layer are you going to use? And ultimately now it's like with the NFT boom, you still have to ask the question, do users really care about what's behind the in the background? We are people that were early in this space, so I would say we care, right? There needs to be some modicum of decentralization, some credible neutrality, the feeling of legitimacy of the underlying infrastructure. But in the NBA Top Shot is one of the most popular NFT platforms, and they don't say blockchain or decentralization anywhere in the thing. And Audius started on a proof of access blockchain, and now it's a big established infrastructure. Do users care? I don't know, and that's still a question that still needs to be answered. So these are the things that we learned along the way, and we were very happy to help experiment with this. And some of the stuff we did is now part of the zeitgeist of the NFT space and music NFT space. So I'm quite happy with what we did with the team. And sometimes you're just early, and that's also okay. That's part of the difficulty in being building at the bleeding edge. You cut your fingers on a lot of new infrastructure. So thank you very much.
Hey, all right, awesome. Thank you so much, Simon. Okay, anyone has any questions for Simon around here? Maybe I'm not doing questions right.
No, you can look at the comments up on the right.
Heart emoji from Joe Bender, and another heart emoji. Maybe I shouldn't read emojis. Everyone loves Ujo. Do you want Ujo to come back?
Thanks, friends. That's great.
All right. Thank you so much, Simon. I'm going to now introduce Matt Stephenson. I wrote one of my very first NFT articles with you, Matt. Hi, nice to see you. And congrats.
Nice to see you.
Congrats on the sale of the open source NFT. I am so happy about it. So, yeah, great job. So before you go into your talk, can I ask you how you are and everything? As I said, I am introducing a couple of projects that I like on NFTs using my blue screen, green screen. It's actually a yoga mat, but it works. So this project that you see here actually launched a few hours ago. It's simulacra.art, the URL, and you basically have to mint your own NFTs by selecting a couple of artists that are really well known, and then the project will layer. So not the project, the smart contracts, of course, will layer the artworks and create new NFTs out of it. So if you like it, just check it out. It's simulacra.art. And now back to Matt. So how are you after the big sale?
Doing well. I'm excited to keep it moving and work on next steps.
Amazing. What are those next steps?
Well, yeah, so the next steps is I wanted to do an independent replication of the data. So we have two professors of statistics who are doing that, and they're going to sell an NFT of that. And then we're going to hold a design competition to make sure we have the best possible design for this big replication that we're running. Since it hasn't been able to be funded for the last 10 years, and it looks like we finally have funding for it, we want to take the best shot we can. So that's going really well. We got two really cool judges, Andrew Gelman, who's like this legendary professor of statistics, and then Stefan Guyane, who's a neurobiologist, are both agreed to judge. And so we're really excited about the way things are headed. It'll be huge if it works, and if it doesn't, it'll be good science,
I mean, it's amazing already finding ways to fund science, which is not that easy. And, it's a new use case and a very strong use case for NFTs. and future plans look awesome. I'm super looking forward to see more of it. So yeah, okay.
Well, thank you. I mean, I learned a lot from you, by the way. So thank you to all the other OGs and yourself. I mean,
Sure. We're a big community. We all learn from each other, and I'm learning a lot from you. Okay, I'm going to stop talking now, and I'm going to let you talk. All right.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Is my screen share working? Hopefully so.
Yes, it is.
All right, great. Yeah, so I only have access to the slides here, so hopefully that's going to work out okay. My name is Matt Stephenson, and I work on Plank. We do non-fungible incentives for open innovation, and I work at Block Science as well. At the NFT Summit 2018, someone called me the token academic of NFTs, which I thought was pretty funny. So I've been sticking with that. Here's a screen of a bunch of other fancy stuff that proves I'm super fancy. So I want to run a live behavioral economics experiment here, and I know that Austin and Jonathan have been willing to cooperate. So if you want to participate, if somebody watching this wants to participate now, go to punkwallet.io and copy your Ethereum address from your wallet and paste it into chat. You can also use your regular Ethereum wallet if you want, but Punk Wallet's pretty cool. Just your receive address. And then what you're going to get, if you're selected to be what I'm going to call an Austin in this exercise, is you're going to get $10. So Austin right there is displaying his receive code. And what you do, if you're, and I'm just going to skip we'll just tell them and explain how to do it rather than demo it. So that screen code right there is what you'll receive the money from. And you're going to get, let's say, $10, right? And you can just keep that $10 if you like. Or you can send it back to what Austin keeps displaying, and it's holding up. And if you send it back to that QR code, that's going to start stage 2. So now you can go ahead and do this now while I explain the rest of the game. Post an address in the comments and look for the $10 you get. Like I said before, take the $10. That's fine. That can be the end of the game, or you can send some back to this address right here. Okay. So if you send some back to this address, here's what's going to happen. There's another person we're going to pick in chat to be what we're going to call the Linda. And we're going to send her 3 times the amount you send us back, right? So whatever you kind of split or pass back to Linda gets tripled before it gets to her. So if you paste in your receive address now, and you don't get the $10, keep watching throughout the presentation because you might be a Linda, which means that as the Austin gives the $10, you might find that you get, I don't know, $30 or $15, depending on how much the Austin decides to share. If you get any amount of money that's not $10, you'll know you're a Linda, and then you can make another decision here in stage 2. And that decision is to either keep all of what you have or send what you have back to that same address. And what you send back to that same address will just go back to the Austin that split with you. Okay. So before I describe what this game is doing, I'd ask the audience to think about what you do, even if you're not selected as an Austin. You have $10, you can just keep it. Or do you give it in hopes that it gets multiplied, maybe given to a Linda, and then Linda gives back more? What would you do as an Austin? What would you do as a Linda? Sort of an interesting question. Well, this game is called the trust game, and it's a staple of behavioral economics. And it has one trivially simple sub-game perfect Nash equilibrium. And the equilibrium is Austin sort of peeks over the fence at what Linda's going to do, and he sees those sort of fat emoji stacks down there at the bottom if she just keeps the money. And he goes, well, look, Linda's going to get 4 stacks if she keeps it, or she's just going to get 2 if she gives. Why would she give any back? Therefore, I'm not going to get anything. Therefore, I should just keep the money to begin with, and the game ends there. But to me, this game is about trust and the division of labor. I think Austin has a product, but Linda's the best salesperson. Austin has a business, but Linda's the best coder, right? If they cooperate, wealth or value or something is created in the world, right? But Linda may have the power here to just sort of take Austin's product and as the best salesperson, just go sell it. right? So Linda, in some sense, might have to be reciprocal in order to establish this. And Austin has to believe in the trustworthiness in order to initiate the cooperation. But we, as the world, would love to get to this stage where Austin gives, at least, right? Because that's where the wealth is created. That's where the sort of magic experimenter comes in and triples the amount of money in the world, which is reflective of this, division of labor, which, of course, famously, we think the division of labor is creating the wealth of nations, right? So that is wealth in some sense. Now, this has been played all around the world, and no matter who you play it with, pretty much across these experiments, you find out that whatever Austin gives, Austin gets just about exactly that amount back. It's not profitable to be that trusting, but it doesn't hurt you either, right? You don't get compensated for your risk, but you do okay. Now, there's an interesting way to improve the wealth in the game, or the trusting and trustworthy behavior in the game, that has a little bit to do with NFTs, and I thought that would be an interesting sort of mechanism to talk about here. By the way, do we have any Austins that have entered their wallet into any of the chats yet?
Oh yes, and someone gave us back 5, and so 15 went out to the next random address.
Cool. Okay, and nothing from the next random address, right?
Not yet, but I'm watching the Block Explorer, and I pasted it into YouTube so other people can follow the money. I'll keep an eye on it.
Cool. It's exciting. All right, cool. So we have an Austin already who did the 50-50 split. Linda has $15 now, and she's now choosing between keep or give, and we'll keep you posted. So this is one of our illustrious hosts on the left here. That's Matt Condon. And you may know, if you've checked out the minimats.lol, which I recommend you do. I'm now one of them, by the way, which is kind of cool. I've got a ring. It's not as cool as the chip he has in his hand, as you can see in the photo. But if you scan this with your phone, you get an NFT, proof of Matt, right? And this is an interesting, this allows for an interesting strategy in this trust game. So let's say Matt shows up and he's playing the role of Austin here, and he decides to trust our Linda, and our Linda is, of course, very trustworthy. And so she cooperates and gives a little bit back. Let's say Matt then decides, oh, thanks for giving a little bit back. You can scan my hand. And she gets an NFT, right? So now here's what the bottom half of this game looks like, right? Sorry, I say rando, but that's to point out that we don't know each other. So Matt cooperates with some rando. The rando, if they choose to cooperate, now gets only the 2 money bags, but now has this Matt NFT, right? Because rando was able to scan Matt's hand. Now let's assume that, unlike the real world, these Matt NFTs are we're just going to assume they're valueless, right? So we just have this sticker here, right? It's not worth the 2 money bags on the left. But in the next game, if Austin shows up and he's deciding to keep or to trust, and he's looking at some rando and he notices, hey, this rando has the Matt sticker. That means this rando cooperated in the past. Austin may choose to cooperate. And in fact, if you do the experiments on this, and it's been done repeatedly, this produces a massive increase in trust and trustworthiness and cooperation and wealth. It's this interesting kind of like reputational signaling mechanism. Now, of course, they don't literally do it with like NFTs, but it pretty much is an NFT, right? Like what the actual experiments are just a dot that you can give. And the dot is, you might say, quasi-fungible because it's not necessarily identified with the particular transaction, but it exists within the context of the game and is defined in terms of previous interactions. So sort of, you might say, quasi-fungible, and you can imagine ways to play with that. Well, so we're talking about NFTs and stickers here, and so you're probably expecting naturally that I'm going to cleanly transition to talking about the Manhattan Project. And I would hate to disappoint anyone. So here we go, the Manhattan Project. As everybody knows, the Manhattan Project is, the canonical example of let's throw a bunch of money at smart scientists and have them do a bunch of stuff for us, right? Like make radar and make the atomic bomb, which, hey, that's not really why we're excited about the Manhattan Project, let's just say. What the Manhattan Project has come to represent in the popular consciousness is just the concept of solve a problem by giving a bunch of money to smart scientists. If you Google Manhattan Project for blank, you get Manhattan Project for COVID, Manhattan Project for cancer, for AIDS, for health, for solar power, for alternative energy, for fusion power, for AI, for biodefense, right? I mean, that's literally just the first page first couple of entries on the page in Google, right? And this is great. I mean, this is one of the reasons we're excited about science, is that it can do these things for us. But how did the actual Manhattan Project work? I'm going to suggest there's something a little similar to the trust game we just talked about going on. If you look at the quotes of the people involved in the Manhattan Project, they'll say things like, this was a period of in which we learned nothing, right? So it was a period of complete intellectual stagnation. Oppenheimer says, I'm going to read his quote, "The things we learned during the Manhattan Project were not important. The real things were learned in 1890, and 1905, and 1920. And we took this tree with a lot of ripe fruit on it and shook it hard, and out came radar and all these other things." Well, if it's hard to fund a Manhattan Project, which it can be, imagine trying to fund the tree planting ceremony in 1890 that gave birth to the Manhattan Project, right? So the science version of this popular meme is actually closer to the opposite here. Reaping is the fun part. That's the Manhattan Project that gives us the fun tech and the cool tech and, you know, the exploitable knowledge. And the sewing part kind of sucks. It's just some guy doing geometry in a room, you know, trying to do geometry without the parallel postulate or something, right? And that's the stuff that gets exploited later on. And that, again, pretty hard to fund. Here's how it works in science, this version of the trust game. So you have this guy in 1890 hanging out, working on his geometry. He decides to trust by publishing it. The Manhattan Project generates this tremendous amount of wealth via this cooperation, right? It's shaking the tree now. And now what you get is they don't appropriate it. Instead, they cooperate. But they don't cooperate by sending money. They cooperate by sending what I'm going to go ahead and call an Oppenheimer NFT. I think that's Oppenheimer. I can't remember if I got Heisenberg or Oppenheimer. Hopefully Oppenheimer. Right? And that's the sense that Oppenheimer's showing up and giving them a citation and saying, hey, this guy in 1890 was super important, right? We're going to kind of metaphorically call that the Oppenheimer NFT. What we've been experimenting with at Planck is the idea that maybe you send some of the funds back as well. And so with that in mind, let me catch you up on what I've been doing since I was last speaking on this NFTs for Science thing back in 2018. What I did was I sold the first science NFT, as Maria Paula mentioned earlier. And the way I did it was I found a promising piece of scientific research that had gone totally unfunded and untested, right? So it was something that couldn't find funding by itself, evidently. I tried to get people excited about it through Twitter, through Reddit, got some cooperation on this. I built a big website to recruit volunteers, explain the study. I randomized people into a treatment and control with a study design that I made and helped in cooperation with some other statisticians. Worked on this email protocol so I could continuously collect their results. You can see that on the screen here. This kind of like people would get a survey 3 times a day and then click back just through their email so I could make it sort of a natural part of their day. Got these results back from the volunteers that were recruited, analyzed them, aggregated it, and then sold the results as an NFT for $24,000. That $24,000 is going to fund the replication of the study. So here's something nice that someone said about this. Eliezer Yudkowsky, who some of you might know as the polymath behind like Machine Intelligence Research Institute and Less Wrong and some other sites, said, a small fragment of real science has entered the ring aimed at a large open question that our entire edifice of prestigious science LARPing was unable to run a single study on over a decade. He's got away with words. It's really nice. But so if this holds up, the results looking good, by the way, if it holds up, this will be, I think, probably a pretty insane thing. Like this could change things and maybe save a few million lives, all enabled by NFTs. And if it doesn't, it will be really cool science. So here is what we're involved in now as a way of sort of connecting this project with the broader project of trust games and reciprocity. So we have this thing we called a glyph back in our 2018 essay on NFTs for science, where you have basically a scientific result NFT that cites things, right? And the funds that go to this glyph can be channeled through these citations, right? So instead of just getting your Oppenheimer NFT, you can get some funds as well. And when you think of science as giants all the way down, right? Like if I've seen farther, it's from Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. That's Isaac Newton saying that, right? So these are all giants here. You get a stream of money through citations, right? And this can help fund earlier things. This is what we're trying on Mirror today. So my studies data has been independently analyzed by these two professors of statistics. They're selling an NFT. And what they're going to do is send funds back down to what made it possible, including the NFT that I sold already. So the person who's holding that will get some portion of the funds if they choose to send it back. Plank will get a small amount as well, which we're going to keep building toward the replication. And so when you start to think about what this looks like going forward, I think that's pretty interesting and exciting. Like, say the result enables these businesses, would they split back? Would they wind up holding some of these NFTs? We don't know. That's the sort of interesting thing we're playing with and trying to work toward. And if you're interested, follow us on Twitter or check out what's going on now at s.mirror.xyz. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the result. Also,
yeah,
good job, Matt Stephenson. So we started with $100. I sent $10 to 4 different people. I think it may have been hard for them to send them back, so we should throw the QR code of the punk back up of my wallet, or even I'm sharing it on one of my screens if we want to show that again. But if you're still, there we go. There's a punk. If you send some to this guy, so just pull up your punk here, hit scan, hit send. Out of that $40, someone sent 5 back, and so then 15 went back out. And then I think that same person then sent 4.5 back. So technically they sent 9.5 total, but I did 2 different sends because of the kind of asynchronousness of it. Asynchronicity? Anyways, then we had 4.5 go back. So then 13.5 went out. Then 5 came back in and 15 went out. And 5 came back in and 15 went out. And I loaded the wallet up with another 100. So let's go.
Cool. Excited to keep monitoring this. Thanks, Austin.
Thank you, Matt. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Wow. Thank you so much to Matt and to Matt's little helper, or not that little, but yeah, that was awesome, Matt. You didn't disappoint. That came out so wrong.
Finally.
I'm sorry. No, it was really awesome.
No, thank you.
All right. We're running a little bit short on time. And first of all, and again, art share. This is it God or I Am a Dog? And it's a performance art piece, or also on Foundation. They didn't start the auction, so if you like performance art, you want to go there. I'm going to leave all the links in my Twitter, and then our event Twitter are going to share them. This was a little bit ad hoc, as I said, so I have to roll with it. So yeah, this is performance art. It's called Is It God or I'm a Dog? And I'm very excited about it. Anyways, I think I now have to bring here Simon? No, Matt? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and Billy. Yeah, I had all the schedule mixed up. I'm not very good at this. Please save me from these. Anyway, where's Billy? Billy, are you with us?
Unfortunately, Billy's not here. Yeah.
That is unfortunate. Billy, come back.
Maybe we can get someone else to pretend he's Billy.
Yeah. I can be Billy.
I can also be Billy.
Yeah.
I'm here.
There he is.
Hey, Billy.
Sorry, I had you guys in another tab, and I heard my name being called. And I got scared.
Right. So, yeah,
It worked.
Symbol.
The invocation worked.
Well, I was just trying to distribute a bunch of infectious kudzu NFTs inside the Discord.
Yes, I have one.
Extremely manual process, extremely gas intensive. This is very poorly timed. Yes. After 10, they start getting fucked up backgrounds. I was excited.
Yeah, I see that. I got the one. I got 11. Wow.
You have a mouse for eyes. You see that?
Yeah, I see that. It's really bizarre. Poor thing has no depth perception, but of course, maybe it has strong death perception. That's a virus.
I feel bad that the Genesis is a frowny dude, that I'm infecting everybody with like bad vibes.
Right. Bad vibes. Bad vibes only.
Cool.
All right,
I love this project.
Should we start or should we banter? I'm sorry
down
to
to
be
just
the top
hang.
today, but I have to keep you like Greece, you know. I'm sorry, I get to be the narc today. I'm not a narc in real life.
No, and we thank you for it.
Because of mine.
So yeah, so basically all of us have been in NFTs for a long time. Actually, all three of you taught me almost everything that I know about NFTs. Wow. So yeah, you know, we're gonna jam here. I'm just gonna try to keep it as casual as possible. I have a couple of questions for you guys. But first, you know, maybe we want to start by, you know, introducing each other and how we came across NFTs. So yeah, I'm MP. I am in NFTs since 2018, and I came across them when one of the organizations that I worked for, Golem, was funding grants at ECF, and we actually funded Matt with his grant at Excellent. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, and you also wrote or co-wrote some very impressive papers on NFTs and the art market, which I think y'all talk about later today.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it, but I wanted to say how I came across it. So yeah, you wanna continue?
Yeah, I'm Matt, one of the many. I'm Matt G. Condon on Twitter, and I showed up in the NFT world around CryptoPunks. Sort of after the launch, so no Genesis claim for me, but then like kind of dived into digital scarcity, and so once you realize that like, oh, digital things can be owned and scarce, nothing else is worth thinking about. But yeah, it's good to see y'all.
I can go next. I'm not sure if this is like an official classification, but I did work on some counterparty stuff and Doge party stuff back in the day, and that's where I first came across what was then called colored coins, and I was like, this could also be used to represent like digital assets and digital collectibles. Obviously back then it was like RareAF was the popular ones, and then more officially in Ethereum space, it was with the OG music stuff that I previously shared with the music badges. And then I launched one of my first NFTs in 2019, which is this artwork is always on sale, which uses Harbinger text to as a different kind of way to do patronage for artists. So yeah, that's a short history.
I guess that's me. I had a similar encounter with colored coins way back when, and was just like, oh my God, this is so hard to do. It basically dipped out of blockchain for like 2 years, and then saw my first like Solidity Hello World contract sometime in 2017 summer, and I was like, oh my God, it's time. I can build a block. Me is able to like build a blockchain application. Wow, finally. And got really excited. I think CryptoPunks were selling for like over $20 at that point, which was way out of my budget. I did not think that was a good way to spend my money. I was at the East Waterloo hackathon where the CryptoKitties deployed on, I think it was just Rennekamp at that point, and there was a bunch of stickers, and the team built a really cool event tracking interface, which was really exciting, and really just sort of like reiterated that this stuff is working, this stuff is not going to go away. I think that the first real NFT project that I ever deployed to mainnet was actually ENS Nifty. That was before ENS was NFTs, and I made a wrapping service with Pedro Gomez at a ENS hackathon in London, and you could wrap your ENS as an NFT and be able to buy and sell it, which proved to be such a great idea that they implemented it in the core protocol, and it's very happy to see that happen. And that's my claim to fame.
Oh, thanks, Billy. So I have this prompt about different ways to see the creator economy on different stages. As Matt mentioned, I write papers about art and creators and NFTs. So in the effort of trying to make sense of the whole NFT boom, I try to contextualize it a little bit within the creator economy that started in 2009. And I actually like to call this boom as the creator economy V3, because I understand the first creator economy as that one where clicks matter and got monetized. Then maybe there's a weird V2 where influencers would advertise stuff and get paid in tea that makes you go to the bathroom, or in other assorted very weird products and even sound money. But this creator economy is actually different. We built the financial system first with Bitcoin, then we built the tools to power it with, for example, NFTs. And we're inviting other creators now to monetize and build the art and other exciting projects related to NFTs. So this creator economy is super different, and I call it B3 because it's a creator economy entirely built by creators for creators. I think that's a really cool concept. And, I like to ask other fellow pioneers that are also creators, because in a way or another, you're artists and writers and software developers and many mats. So what comes next, and what would you like to see in this V3?
Yeah, that's a great point about the sort of the stages of creator economy. And it does feel like a V3 that we're in now, where the difference is, I guess, within V2, it's this sort of like clicks, and the sort of the incentives that are proposed are like very, you kind of see them bringing about the downfall of democracy kind of thing, where it's this like, you have to get clicks, you have to be, you have to promote like excitement or rage or bad vibes or good vibes. Like they have to be something crazy to get people's attention. And it's just like very, you want a lot of people giving you a small amount of money via advertisement or whatever. And it feels like the V3 is this shift into like, maybe you have the 1,000 true fans thing, you use alternative funding models like NFTs, or just the sheer explosion in like non-advertising based models is like really exciting. And it does feel like a defined V3 of like, cool, let's create an entirely separate culture of how we interact with artistry and reward like things that make me feel good. And it does feel like a total shift. Yeah, things that I want to see are really just more experimentation and making the tools easier to use. Because I think that's the tough thing is, like I run a podcast about NFTs, but I don't issue NFTs of the podcast as like a collectible or anything, because it's just too much work. And it's like, yeah, even as I can't even dog food the own idea. I could, but it would be a lot of work. And so I'd like to see much more easier tooling for things like that.
I would, Matt, let me just say, I would love to get like digitally rare NFTs. I think you guys should launch some of that.
Yeah, we should do it.
Yeah, I think one thing that might be controversial is my perception on sometimes the difficulty with what copyright and intellectual property law looks like, and what I believe it could be in the future. Like in the music industry, we faced so many hurdles and difficulty with like trying to imagine a new future, but still having to get stuck in things like territorial rights, various different kinds of royalties that is not properly modernized for even the digital age, never mind like the Web3 era. And another example, the novel that I wrote, right? Here's something strange, not many people might know, but the novel I wrote, the copyright is based in South Africa because I wrote it in South Africa, and thus it's technically registered, or like it's classified as coming from South Africa. But because intellectual property is classified as capital in South Africa, I need to get permission from the Reserve Bank of South Africa in order to export the IP that I created in order to monetize it elsewhere. So I can't, for example, take the IP of my novel and put it in a US company. I have to get permission to do that. Like you have to go to an authorized dealer and like a Reserve Bank in order to get that. And all these kind of instances like frustrated me in terms of like, this is there such that it should serve the creator, but when it's at the cost or obstacle to the creator, I believe it's not the best solution. It should be a set of tools that if the creator wants to like keep their IP and stuff and exploit it for themselves, by all means do it, right? But I think one of the things that makes me excited about NFTs is that the value is funneled into the NFT sales, not the exploitation of the IP, right? So it doesn't successful NFTs doesn't necessarily require the creator to go, I'm going to put this behind a gated content. You don't have to pay me to view the content or to consume the content. Rather, that funnels where people pay directly for content comes with like additional value that's specific to the distribution channel. So another interesting example, like I use Amazon's print to order for my novel, and people are more than willing to pay that amount because they like to have a physical book, right? But if they want to read it for free, they can also do that. So even though it's pay what you want, people are still paying to get the physical book. So it's like that constant frustration with the fact that sometimes I believe like copyright and intellectual property might be better served for some kinds of creators, such that they should make it public domain or CC4 or like just very permissive licensing and funnel some of the revenue into subscription revenue or NFTs or other things. I think that's my sort of controversial take on like what I believe like this future should look like. But it shouldn't obviously be at the cost of creators that still want to exploit and own their own intellectual property. Yeah.
That's a great point about IP.
That's a little bit tied to actually what the first CryptoPunks were proposing, where they, were very explicit about the problems with intellectual property and were encouraging people to just like cut the barbed wire, quote unquote, on that very problem. So, if we keep building through that, and it's not controversial at all, actually, this is basically our foundation.
Yeah.
So, Billy, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, it gets into very philosophical territory. I was getting myself prepared to talk about something way easier, but it's I mean, it also sort of points to what's sort of at the core and liberating, I think, of all this, that it's, it separates the content from the idea of ownership, which liberates, the content in this really way. And once those are separated, then you can have really rigorous thought about each of those as separate things, which I think is sort of, what you're bringing up in these ways. And I don't think I spent enough time thinking about exactly how IP can change from today to be able to bring any value to that topic, but I really appreciate your else. I was going to say my thing that I really want to see is actually more interfaces. A blockchain doesn't need to be a blockchain unless there's a third independent party who can verify some aspect of it. And without that, it might as well be a fully mediated, centralized service, which has its place and are great for their own reasons. But I think we're all sort of excited about these public access APIs because of the fact that people can build businesses on them, and that things like Etherscan, I think, are what get me like really excited. You know what I mean? Like that's the proof that this thing is actually there. Like I can go to a disinterested third party who will present the same information that my primary source did. And that's the validation that I need to know that it's a public network. And we actually have very few sort of public service interfaces to NFTs. I end up using OpenSea all the time just to sort of check, does it exist? Who's the current owner? What does it look like? What does the metadata look like? Etherscan at some point had like early beta tests for images on NFTs, but they had requirements that they had to be served under 300 milliseconds or something like that, or else they wouldn't show them. And I don't know if they just pulled the plug on the whole thing or not, but like, it's definitely like, a desert when it comes to having like rich interfaces to NFTs across the space. And in preparation for today, I wanted to find a general use browser-based NFT wallet, and it doesn't exist. I couldn't find a single place that a user could just show up, see their NFTs, and transfer from one wallet to another. OpenSea ticks like all of these boxes except for the ability to transfer. And so mobile wallets are doing a pretty good job. MetaMask Mobile, Rainbow Wallet, I think even Status, you can look at NFTs and you can transfer them from there. And that's like the most basic interface. And that's the point of all following an interface, is that anybody should be able to like follow its standard, provide that interface. And I was blown away by the fact that even in this peak of NFT hype, there's not a general use wallet. People, are they just not transferring them? Are they buying them and holding them? I mean, it's marketplaces are seemingly the only point of exchange. And one of the goals for this Kudzu project was to really get people actually transferring between wallets, like touch your neighbor, reach out, find out who you're going to send it to, surprise them or whatever. But it's a layer that seems totally underserved, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Another of the problems that actually you also were intending to solve is, for example, if you are actually selling an NFT on Super Rare or something like that, then when it comes to the time of secondary sales, that goes well because, you do it in platform. But then, when there's nothing preventing the buyer from actually withdrawing it, taking it from a platform and using OpenSea or another, and then sort of stripping the creator out of your royalties, which is a really important problem because that implies a layer of trust in the platform among the artist and the platform that we don't really talk about. So I see transferability and better UX and removing this kind of trust and just hard coding it in contracts is very important if we want the space to advance. Billy, maybe you can tell us more about that too, because I think that's very cool.
I want to be realistic about what you can get out of hard coding those things in contracts. And it's great to be able to provide platforms where that information, that traceability can go back to the origin, but it's always going to be contextual. Like you can or you should, or at least in a general purpose, virtual machine that's Turing complete, get around that. At the end of the day, you can always write a wrapper contract that's a wrapper contract for whatever it is. And rather than try to force somebody to do these sorts of things, I feel like there's other ways of encouraging it. So I think one of the standards that I saw recently trying to address this is that you basically provide the information inside the contract and you make it a standard so that everyone knows where to look for who does royalties go to. And then it's up to each of those marketplaces to implement it themselves. You know what I mean? So OpenSea has royalties built into every contract. If you're the person who deployed the contract, you can register and say, I get 10% of all sales. And I feel like that's the sort of opt-in thing that can be spread across every platform that should be more encouraged rather than okay, you all have to use the same platform and that's the only way this is ever going to work. It just seems like impossible of a task to be able to capture that much and prevent from moving out, because that's also what makes these things interesting is composability and moving it out and doing it something that it wasn't expected to do in a new context that sort of creates such an interesting and creative fertile space.
Yeah. Yeah, the standard for royalties would definitely be useful, and I think the point about it's more the social contract that's enforcing this more so than the literal code contract, and I think that's actually perfect and fine, right? It's the social contract of, hey, I'm supporting this artist, but if I go through the effort to go around it, well, now the people who care about that don't like me, and I think that's a valid enforcement. It's we kind of talked about that. Oh, go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, it's sorry to interrupt, but it's I think that kind of layer can function well enough just as a social norm,
absolutely.
and just contextualizing the stuff like even platforms can go, hey, the current owner, right? There's a red warning that says this owner did not pay the royalties,
right.
Warning, this person is not conforming to expected social norms,
right, the norms of this society. Totally. Yeah, I think that's totally valid, right? With the NFT in my hand, there's nothing stopping me from sending the links out, right? There's a social contract of saying you have to meet me and scan my hand to get it, and that's totally valid, right? No one expects this to be resistant to government influence, right? Someone can kidnap me and scan my hand a bunch of times and cool, that's fine. No one's expecting that. Or no one's expecting me to defend
threat model.
Right, the threat model doesn't care about that. But yeah, I think that normativeness, the sort of social norms, and I guess that's the power of default, right? There's this sort of power of default as well, where it should be easy and natural for me to pay the royalties when I transfer this thing. And of course, the standard makes that way more interoperable between platforms. And there's a balance there between requiring it and just being look, it's easy to do.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Simon. Go.
Obviously, the alternative is to show this artwork is always on sale. It's in that case, there's always a smart contract that has a higher privilege to be able to take ownership away from other owners, and in that case, you can't build a wrapper contract. Because there will always be another smart contract that can take it away from the wrapper. So it might be that there could be some ways to do it, but in a case of harbinger tax, there's always a way to get royalties in this case. But obviously, it changes the ownership model. It's not
right.
some people don't want to do own Arbor tax NFTs because it's a bit more effort, So
it also changes the mental model of ownership where
it does, yeah. So it's a different feeling. It's a different feeling. Yes. Yeah.
Actually, to that feeling, one thing I wanted to mention about the creator economy that I think is is recognized but not really verbalized is that when you can own like digital merch, that changes like at least my mindset of how I'm engaging with a creator. I don't sponsor anyone on Patreon, not because I don't like artists, but because it just never made sense to me. But I would do the exact same thing if I got a memorabilia NFT, right? And I do that on the daily, right? I buy NFTs from artists. I want the Kudzu NFT as like this like memorabilia thing, this like locking in this tangibility of a moment in time and place. And it's like, I think that's underspoken about. I think it's just really powerful. And all of the models that maybe didn't work in V2 maybe can be reapplied with this concept of like, you get this worthless to the market NFT, but that changes the mental game.
Isn't that what PhAB is doing?
Yeah, they're doing
They're very cool.
that for like places and being in a place. And I think that's fantastic. It's a really good idea. I think like I also love the interconnection between non-monetary distribution of scarce things. You have to go to the music concert to get the thing. You have to be in New York at a certain time. It's like Pokemon Go style. Like I think that's vastly more interesting than selling things on, a Dutch auction or whatever. And there's like so many creative ways that like artists and creators can use this to like interact with their community. Maybe it's you're playing chess on Twitch and you have this amazing move. Someone can like snapshot that move, very Clovery maybe. And so it's like this like game state. And then everyone who's in chat gets a little memorabilia and it's worthless. It's just like, I was there, right? But that's important, right? It's like you were there for the double bong cloud. It's 420. You were there for the double bong cloud. Like you get this like proof of you were there. And that's so tangible. It's so much better than just it disappearing into the ether, so to speak. And I think that's a really powerful effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to actually give a shout out here to Gitcoin. Whenever you fund something on Gitcoin, you actually get a kudos, which is an NFT, and that to me has great value. Of course, the UX could be a little bit better because you need to actually sign another transaction, and then everything is glitchy as with everything else in Web3 platforms and sort of like this Web2 mix up, but they are doing this for a very long time, and it's sort of a badge of honor as well.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is a badge, and I love that. I think it's one of the best use cases of digital ownership is this like memorabilia thing, and that is a good point. Is the sort of friction and expense of actually getting an NFT into someone's wallet is kind of painful. I think the future, especially for situations where it's in like a non-transferable or it doesn't make sense for it to be transferred, like it's just a digital memorabilia piece. I think there's a few mechanics we can use to like distribute an NFT counterfactually, let's say. So it's like you don't actually issue the transaction on chain, but you could, and so it's basically the same as if you owned it. And so like there's a lot of like ways to get around that, especially for this memorabilia case.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask a little bit about UX for NFT minting and also interoperability, because from high level, when you're gonna mint an NFT on Zora, which is a wonderful experience, and I've tried it, I see that UX has improved so much. And you don't have to think about royalties there. You don't have to think about minting almost if you're not reminded by the very obscure gas prices. Right. But apparently we're still a little bit far from achieving great UX, even if it's a little bit better than most, Web2 banks as well. So what is in your mind, what you would like to improve on, like short term to see more adoption, if more adoption is possible, of course, it's crazy now.
Yeah, I'll let Simon and Billy chime in as well. But the short version of mine is, I think counterfactual meta transactions are really underutilized, especially for NFT distribution, which is the idea that like you give someone a ticket or a check or like a cryptographically signed message that says you get this NFT in the future. You can always send it later, but you don't have to. And so I think that's a really like easy way to airdrop things to people. You could also pay their gas or something like that. And then identity is still very fragmented. And I think that is a super high friction situation where obviously at the end of the day, identity is portable between platforms, but the UX of like everything being on the same platform, which like is MetaMask, Wallet Connect, whatever, like the UX of like trying to use a dApp is surprisingly odd to like link your wallet. And I think that's still like could be better. And so once you have this sort of like very casual unified sense of identity, then the things you own become portable between contexts and between platforms and between like where you want to use them. And I think that's going to be a big unlock, and they already are. It's just feels high friction to me.
I think one can go that way, and just like, you know, like there are certain UX improvements that can still happen and will happen in time. I mean, things are a lot better than it was already a few years ago. But the other solution is always just to also lean into the experience, which is, you know, when you sign up on Mirror to create a publication, there's this whole like animation and the coin is spinning and explosions and stuff. You're like, this was great. Like I enjoyed the experience. Some user experience actually work by leaning into like having this journey be part of the experience. You know, welcome to the future. You're in Web3, you know, blockchains, vaporwave,
Cool.
whatever. And to accept like until things get better, let's lean into the uniqueness of the experience. And I don't think many people have done that too much. Most people are trying to make it easier rather than an experience. But it should be interesting to see if there are more ways to experiment with that.
Yeah, just to go back quickly and give a shout out to Proof of Attendance Protocol. I think they've had a really great user experience for receiving for a long time. They utilized gasless transactions, ENS, one of the first sort of really seamless experience, I think, for collecting the NFTs. So really big shout out to them. And this, you know, brings me back to this interface question again. It's like the underlying tech, the blockchain it's kind of as good as we're going to get, at least for Ethereum 1.x, like the standard, you know what I mean? Like there's incremental improvements for that for sure. 1155 has a lot of interesting things. But at the end of the day, it's the interface that is where we're going to see things really improve. So whether it's Mirror, you know, embracing that and throwing up the explosions, whether it's just having, you know, more places to view the fact that this token exists, or whether it's recognizing that, you know, a voucher to redeem an NFT is as good as an NFT, or whether it's about, you know, being able to show NFTs that exist on multiple blockchains, on multiple platforms in the same way that, you know, you've finally abstracted it to a point that you're able to present it because you have all of the contextual knowledge to make that information rich, valuable, accessible. And I mean, it's a tough problem, and it's one that I think the blockchain world is sort of like schizoid about. It's like on one side, it's the worst user experience because it's like the heaviest load and the most awful stuff you have to deal with. Cryptography is hard, private key management. On the other side, you have like millions and millions of dollars being spent purely to make this really garbled, like underlying technology look slick. And so we have some of like the best, slickest, coolest interfaces like I've ever encountered on any web application in the world. But yeah, at the same time, you'll turn around and all of a sudden it's just like banging your head against the sharpest edges. So great work that's happened, a lot more to do, and it's only going to get harder.
I like that description because it's exactly like that sometimes, where it's just like, oh, why is it asking me to sign this hash? What is this hash now? And like so confused. But then you get to a Web 2.0 website and you're like, I have to create an account, and like what is happening here? Like why is it asking me for this random information? And when you get to a dApp, just like sign in, connect, done, use, instantly done. So it's like worlds different experience sometimes. Yeah.
Totally. I'm really proud of the user experience on Web3, honestly. And now I'm like, why do I have to, you know, verify my email? What's that? Why do I have to enter an email?
That's the thing, is it's really better sometimes. Yeah.
I know. Or log in and save my keys. No, you know, I have MetaMask for that. You know, I have a throwaway on MetaMask, and that's spectacular as well. So, you know, I'm proud of us.
I agree. Yeah. I think that's one of the big unlocks of Web3 is we've shifted from this like Web 2.0, all of my data is like tied to a platform, to all of my data is tied to me. My identity is the source of truth for like proving that I'm me and the things that I own and the money that I have and all of this. And that like begets really good user interfaces where I can take my wallet, sign into a new thing, and suddenly all my stuff is there. You can't do that with like banks. You can't do that with Facebook and Twitter. Like you just can't. It's fundamentally not how the things are architected. And so like that identity centric interface feels like really, really good sometimes.
Totally. And another shout out to everything not exploding with the high influx of users, which is something that we would have never suspected. I thought it was going to blow up. Seriously, with DeFi, I was like, okay, this is the time. Then gas escalated to 1,000. I was like, this is the time. Didn't blow up. Now, doesn't blow up. Guys, we're building something really cool and that it works. So, shout out to that too. And let's talk a little bit about the community for our last question of this panel. So, of course, there's so many different things between the community where we all started and the community that we have right now. And probably, I would like to ask you how it changed, and don't say it grew because that's obvious. But what do you see by interacting with users and different community members?
I know we can't say it grew, but it has grown to the point that I cannot fully remember all of the things that are happening anymore, right? Like there's so many people doing so many different things that I feel like out of touch, and it's kind of wild for that to change. But yeah, to the point that it grew. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. Like I sometimes go on these like follow clicks. I go to someone that I've never seen before, and they share stuff from their friends, and like click through a bunch of stuff with like 20 tabs of new things I've never seen before, and it's just really awesome to see. I think one thing that I always despise is like gatekeeping, and so I think to some extent there might be people where they're now going like, oh, all these new people like shilling all these projects and like get away. Like no, it's just like come one and all, like let's share in this stuff and like have fun. I think that's still the most important principle. Like yes, people are making money now, and but let's still make sure that the space is such that everyone gets involved. Let's not gatekeep any people that are only joining now, or even who knows, maybe now it's still super early. So let's get people involved from different places. Yeah.
I feel like the most remarkable thing I can say is like the fact that like, so every single hackathon I've been to, there's been these like phenomenal ideas and phenomenal products, but they all rest on a premise which is not yet true. And that premise is like, this is a cool thing for a world in which there's people who have cryptocurrency and have a wallet and can access this application. And like, so you see these things, you're like, okay, this is great, let's do it. Why is it happening? It's like, oh, because we don't live in a world where people have crypto and like know how to manage a private key and know how to interact with this application that I just built that solves this really cool problem. But like, we're starting to get there. Like NFTs have been around for 2 years. We've gone through a boom and a bust cycle of NFTs. We're in a boom. Nothing's fundamentally changed about the technology. What's happened is that there's users, you know what I mean? It's the first time that there is enough people, community users, to like make these things run the way that we've all been like kind of hoping that they would from the beginning. And I mean, we're still not there. Obviously, it's a tiny fraction of the world who has the access to the funds or the knowledge or the time or the capacity or whatever it is to be able to really interact with these things. But like, even with this tiny increase, there's such a huge result in what's become possible, and the sort of, liquidity and just the volume of NFTs has been insane. And that's, I think, a direct result of finally having enough of an audience to make things work.
And actually, to your point, where people don't need to have crypto to get into it. For example, when it comes to artists, there are these amazing self-organized groups, like Mint Fund is one of them, where you can pop by their Discord and say, yo, I want to mint an NFT, and they might fund your gas, so you don't have to purchase any ETH before. So you're really like, if you try, of course, nothing is automatic, and you're not going to hit a faucet that funds your ETH, and you have to do a little bit of work if you want to make it happen. And, you have to invest time and, love and put a lot of effort into getting to know all these stakeholders within the community, but you can literally pop by a Discord and just get your gas funded, and that's super important as well. That didn't happen before because as Billy said, the products were targeted towards people that were already crypto natives, and now with the high influx of users, also very new users are funding those that come after them, and that's great. That also speaks about lack of gatekeeping when it comes to new people. And one of the other things that I would love that I actually wanted to highlight is, and that Matt actually highlighted before on his opening talk, is about how people help each other against these rumors and sort of fear mongering. You're gonna massacre trees, which is true, and it's an important conversation, but it's not as hyperbolic. Or it's a pyramid scheme. That was my favorite one, because you need ETH to get in, and I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't go, like, they need to understand the concept of miners as well, which we hope we solve. But these new people are helping each other, so yeah, that's fantastic.
And to that point, I think one thing that has changed between then and now is that I can say the word NFT and people get it. And I spent the last 3 years never saying the letters NFT, or trying not to, because as soon as you have to explain what the N or the F or the T means, like, you've lost them. It's over. Like nothing will happen anymore. But Saturday Night Live, all the articles, like, I can just say NFT now, and people know that that's a label for, well, there's a sort of confusion between like one-of-one digital art and digital objects as a general category. But like, you can just use the label NFT, and that's amazing. That's amazing. That's such a good foundation to start from, because now you can say NFT and someone understands, like, oh, I can own a digital thing. And that's fantastic. And so despite the fact that I still hate the acronym, I'm going to use it now because it's, Shelling Point. That's what we decided on. But yeah, it's like, you can't explain the N or F or the T, but it's a terrible acronym. But yeah, no, I think that's a big thing that's changed as well, as the sort of foundation of, cultural understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay, we have one question, and then maybe we can just pass it on to Stina. That's going to be presenting the next section, and it's, what do you think about curation in the NFT space? I think that yes, please, and a lot of it. We have a lot of problem with discovery of NFTs and artists, and I work on that field. So yes, please. It's my answer to that.
Yeah. To piggyback on that, I think curation and storytelling, the sort of crafting of narratives, is going to be the number one, necessary skill for these digital objects. And of course, everything's contextual, but we're going to have this huge proliferation of content and everything. And and we already see it. And it's already too much. And curation is what gives things meaning. It's what provides context for something to be meaningful. And without that, it's just sort of a sea with non-contextual, meaningless objects. But it's the narratives and the storytelling and the sort of grouping of things that gives them meaning. And so I think that's absolutely fundamental.
Yeah, I like MP's answer. It's just yes, more of it. Yeah, from traditional kinds of curation to just publishing things that people need to see in Web 2.0 and social media, to experimenting with DAOs and token economics, and maybe we can finally bring back TCRs and have fun with them. So yeah, bunch of stuff we can experiment with for sure.
Wow. Yeah, I might have a surprise for you very soon on TCRs. I just leaked some alpha, but I might have a surprise for you. Stay tuned, watch this space.
Oh,
how about you, Billy? What do you feel about curation?
Yeah, all that resonates with me. I think the only thing that I would add is what's great about having publicly available ledger with all of these data points able to be analyzed, and in a world that big data becomes more and more important. All of that is useless without the story that represents that data. It's a bunch of points on a graph until somebody says, "What am I looking at?" And so even curation that's informed by data points and composed of massive amounts of statistics still requires curation. And there's no such thing as like objective data. It's always up for interpretation and the story and the spin that's delivered to it, and that's for better or worse. You know what I mean? But not going away, and if anything, going to become more important as there's more data, there's more things to process, there's more need for curation and more need for stories to contextualize and synthesize and understand what the hell are you even looking at.
Yeah, totally. Okay. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Stina, are you with us?
I am.
Maybe we can pull Stina here. Hi, Stina.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi. Oh,
massive applaud to all of you. That was absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Stina has a green T-shirt, so I would like to encourage everyone to use it as green screen, because there's many possibilities here.
Yeah, no, I was aiming to become the floating head, but I mean, you've already taken that spot, Tempe, so I guess I lost.
Yeah, totally. I'm gonna see if I can support a couple of more artists if I have some time before our panel later, just by floating my head on top of their art and page shield. So yeah, thank you guys. It's been great and as always insightful. And we will pass on to Stina. Bye.
Thanks so much. You.
Oh, I'm back. Thank you so much for that. It was a really great panel. Next up, we have Max and Paul from TerraZero with a talk called An Introduction to Flower Tokens. Though I do believe that Billy technically has already introed to flower tokens. But anyway, for those who don't know about TerraZero from before, they're a group of developers, theorists, researchers exploring the creation of hybrid ecosystems in the technosphere. Driven by keen interest in remote sensing, machine learning, and distributed ledger technology, they develop tools for the management of natural ecosystems resources via creation of meshes of interaction, decentralized autonomous organizations. And they believe that these technologies give us the opportunity to rethink existing and ineffective governance and regulatory structures, and that they will play a crucial role in creating sustainable, resilient, and biodiverse future. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. Over to you guys.
Okay, great. Sweet. Great. So
yes, thanks for the introduction.
Yeah. So it's only a brief talk. That intro was actually almost kind of the first section of the talk. But basically, what we're going to do is we're going to briefly introduce TerraZero as a project and kind of a very brief history of it. And then we're going to dive into one of the kind of experiments that we did a few years ago, which was flower tokens. So TerraZero as a project, it initially started in 2016 with as a concept, kind of a concept piece, where we published a white paper that was basically looking at how we could utilize blockchain tech to create autonomous ecosystems. So we were building on the kind of narrative device of a self-owning forest, on top of which we could instantiate a DAO which would own and manage this forest and kind of bring about a self-owning, self-managing ecosystem, which was able to be kind of protected from, I suppose, damaging, kind of the current damaging ecological activities across the board, as well as properly managed so as to keep the ecosystem healthy. And the more underlying question that facilitated this was also, how could we use something like blockchain technology or something like DAOs to enable non-human actors who are already present within the kind of broader economic system to actually gain the status of active economic agents as opposed to being kind of purely passive. So from this original project, TerraZero then kind of morphed and spread and became more of an umbrella term under which ongoing kind of research and art projects happened, involving, as you already mentioned, Stina, in the introduction, kind of a variety of people, from artists to kind of people who are more into data science, obviously some blockchain developers. And a few of the experiments, which one of which I think is one of the next slides, was a project that we showed, I think 2 years ago at the Schinkel Pavilion. Although that slide actually is maybe a good example of the the difficulty of trying to pin where Terra Zero actually sits. It has a leg in the art world, a leg in the dev world, and some arms elsewhere. So I think this infographic is maybe a good way of trying to explain where we sit. But yeah, so we did a few experiments, like these kind of technical experiments of, okay, say the broader system that we had in the white paper, how would we actually break that down? And like, what would these different mechanisms actually look like if you started to trying to apply them to systems? And flower tokens was this kind of very controlled experiment that, yeah, we're going to focus on now. So I'll pass it over to Paul.
Yes, give me a second. I'm actually like hanging between like various tabs, which is a little bit annoying. So yeah, maybe to contextualize the project a little bit. So it was done in like 2018, and it kind of followed essentially like the rise of sort of like digital crypto collectibles such as CryptoKitties, and kind of the first like working implementations of the ERC 721 standard. And for us, this was such an interesting sort of opportunity because we were always interested in sort of the material conditions of like token economics, and also obviously natural assets. Natural assets meaning also like organisms, and how to represent them in sort of a more like distributed ledger manner. And while projects like CryptoKitties sort of provided working examples and sort of were really nice like projects for like the tokenization of digital fungible assets, there were really little sort of projects which try to reach into the physical space, to say it like this. So we were interested also in the relation between like the intangible digital and the material kind of like physical spaces. And also there was really little like research done in what sort of like logic would kind of like apply to this like physical assets as soon as you sort of like try to bind them to like digital tokens in a way. So all the question of how does the decentralized verification process would look like in practice, and how can you assure that like a digital token sort of like stays truthful to sort of a changing condition of such an underlying asset, where for us like really interesting and sort of a microscopic cosmos, like in a really like small version. And I think that the idea itself is quite like simple and also almost like stupid. It's like, okay, you mint these tokens, and they always like, they represent almost like physical like flowers at this stage, right? And yeah, this project kind of tried to make all this kind of research a little bit more tangible. And yeah, at this point we were kind of really trying to sort of almost make a mixture of like a crypto collectible and sort of a real world flower, and see what this kind of like new category of like crypto token would actually mean for like us as like artists, but also like for the people who actually buy these things and kind of interact with them. So Flower Tokens is an installation which you see here, built in Trust in a co-working space. If you're ever in Berlin, please visit Trust. It's a really nice space. And the system had kind of like accumulate or could hold essentially like 100 plants. And yeah, it consists basically of a 2.4 per 5 meter rack with sort of a semi-automated watering system and like an automated camera system. Let me switch the slide so you can see. So basically there was like a camera which sort of monitored this whole setup like 24/7, and it took like all the time images which were kind of shown on a website. That's how basically the empty installation looked. And the concept was actually to place all this like 100 flowers there. And since we were pretty like fascinated with this standard, with this ERC 721 standard at this point, we were really interested in like how we could use the metadata, right? It was the first time you could basically build a token which is like individual, which has like individual data attached and which is like not interchangeable. So for us, this was something really interesting because you could sort of like characterize like individuals. And that's what we sort of tried. So we attached like metadata to this token, which kind of was the token ID or sort of like the age, the kind of size, and the species, if it's alive, if it's blooming, if it's for sale. And we did this essentially for all the 100 flowers in sort of an automated way. And yeah, had this kind of conceptualized this way and then also builded it. So yeah, maybe Max, you can tell something about the interface.
Absolutely. So the interface itself, which was built by Lewis Center and Georgia Hansford. Yeah, so the interface was both the viewing and the kind of like marketplace interface for the tokens. So one of the things that I think if we have time at the end, we'd like to go into was, we kind of didn't quite implement the proper ERC 721 standard. So all of the tokens were kind of bound within the system and the marketplace system that we've described. And yeah, basically this was the main view that you're seeing here. There was a kind of a history scrubber to go through, all of the different photos that had been accrued of all of the plants. And this is actually a more representative of the original plant. In some of the other photos, you can see the plants actually kind of grew out of shot of the kind of the demarcations that we were trying to use for the computer vision program. So that was the kind of way that the real life didn't kind of quite like to be as neatly spatialized as maybe we originally thought. And yeah, this is kind of the shot of an individual flower. So you can see the owner, whether it's for sale, what the price is, as well as the information about the plant, which was updated once a day from using Plant CV to analyze the photos that have been taken and then actually update the tokens on it, like within the token contract itself. So this is some data showing both the JSON metadata to the right-hand side, and then kind of some of the various stages when we were going through the plant CV.
There's maybe like an interesting point to this, as it kind of like operates almost like in a kind of sort of different manner than like NFT kind of like working today, as we kind of like constantly basically like updating the metadata. So it's sort of like really like comes from like a different conceptualization. So to kind of like represent something which is sort of like living or which is kind of like constantly changing, you also sort of have to constantly change like the data. So that's obviously also didn't work in like a trustless or in a complete trustless way. So yeah, there was obviously a lot of like social trust required for this.
Yeah, I mean, this system is very much kind of, it was very much a kind of like control system where trustless verification wasn't even really wasn't something that we were tackling in that. And yeah, kind of going towards my earlier point, you can see in some of this video the kind of the chaoticness that occurred with the plants, partially just because we were basically with mostly artists and devs, and we didn't take into account what happens when plants grow with a lack of wind. And that is that they get very tall very quickly, but quite spindly, and then fall over. And there were a few interventions in the system. We had to build braces for them, and all of this kind of stuff. Yeah, and I suppose that, so these are just some kind of like making of photos, I suppose. But the photo on the right is basically what we had for the system was we had this kind of, there was always the question of what happens if a flower dies, right? Like, does the token get burnt? Does it still exist? Because of the fact that the project was really trying to kind of look at what this interrelation is, or like what kind of an interrelation you can actually have between a physical asset, let alone a physical changing asset, and something like an NFT. And so the kind of the end result that we came up with was if someone wanted to take their plants out of the system, the token would be burned. So that there are, I think there's 1 or 2 plants that currently live at the ocean offices somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe with some last words. We kind of looked a little bit at the contract, and a lot of people sort of approached us also in kind of questioning, okay, this token is not like kind of confirming to the standards, and I want to show it. And also Billy approached us and was kind of like pointing out certain like things we obviously didn't implement really well. If you have seen his talk before, you kind of remember. So we're looking at the moment at the possibility of like kind of really kind of making them ERC compliant, but also linking them to sort of a nice video, as you would see here, because we have a lot of image material which we kind of like never used. Even like a website could actually never sort of like show all the progress, because like it would just crash the browser. There are like so many sort of like images, and so we will sort of like we will sort of like restore them, and everyone who has a token already will then definitely have a new token in the new system, and we will keep you updated on this. TerraZero is always a little bit slow, but we will get through this.
All right.
Hello. Hey guys, I'm here now. That was awesome. I don't know if you saw, but Matt Condon in the chat is saying he'll help you do that. He'll help you resurrect things.
Nice.
Awesome.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So thanks, guys. Next up, I have the great pleasure of introducing to you Jason Bailey, aka Art Gnome. There's the man himself, Jason Bailey. If we had an official mascot, an official guru of the NFT art space, it would be you, without even a shadow of a doubt. I think that Jason Bailey's blogs have brought more people into the space maybe than anything else. I think people come across your work and you are able to distill everything so clearly and so eloquently. That's, right in my beginning of my journey, finding your original what is crypto art post, took me gently by the hand and led me down the rabbit hole, straight down the rabbit hole. And that's why big part of why I'm here today. So ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Art Gnome, Jason Bailey.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that super kind introduction. Love you, brother. And I think it puts a little pressure on. I think if I'm responsible at all for helping folks along the way, it's because I'm so easily confused that I have to keep things really simple just for me to be able to understand them. So I think today's theme for my talk was supposed to be like how it started, how it's going. So sorry for folks that already kind of know my background. I'm going to go into that a little bit and then talk through sort of what I've seen to be the evolution in the space of art and NFTs for the last, I guess, 4 years. It's crazy that it's only been 4 years because with the pace of digital technology and all the information and all the projects and all the innovation that's going on, it feels like it's been decades. But yeah, for me, it's only been 4 years. Obviously, a lot of folks have been here long before me. And too often, I think, are overlooked. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about them too, and then just talk where I think we're at now. So, so for folks that don't know, I typically introduce myself as an artist that was born into a family of engineers. I think that's important because I was lousy at math and engineering and tech, but that was sort of the currency in my family. My dad's an engineer, older brother's an engineer, younger brother's an engineer. Every conversation was about engineering. And all I ever really wanted to do was become an artist, study art history and become a painter. artists were really my heroes growing up. Some people look up to athletes, and I looked up to, 20th century painters. It was just sort of the way I was raised. But then I got to where I went to college, and I got to study art and spend all my time in the studio, painting, sculpture, printmaking. This is like the late 90s, and probably some of the happiest years of my life. But when I graduated, I realized there's not a lot of opportunities out there for artists. So I had been warned about this and decided to go to school for it anyway, because I thought, well, this is a way for me to carve out some portion of my life to focus on what I love. But sure enough, when I graduated, I kind of floundered around and ended up sort of retreating into the family business and, working in tech for the next 20 years, and did go back and got an MFA nights between 2007 and 2010. And that's when I really switched. I had been doing digital like graphic design and artwork during the day, but my passion was really fine arts and sculpture and painting and art history. And it wasn't really until I went back and got my MFA, which was this program at Massachusetts College of Art and Design called DMI, the Dynamic Media Institute, which was really focused on digital art, that I started to grow an appreciation for the digital art space. So later on, when I started writing about art and tech for the Art Gnome blog that I launched, which was sort of a separate, longer story about trying to get together and build a giant database of art and kind of launch a Moneyball style analytics for art to help preserve the provenance. I found myself writing about art and tech and thought, well, this is just a nerdy thing that no one's going to care about. But it turns out if you're passionate about something and you find that niche, it doesn't happen right away. But over time, I kind of grew an audience, and there are a lot of other art nerds out there that were kind of hungry for someone to write about this sort of intersection between art and tech. So I wrote for a few years sort of broadly about art analytics and, AI and ML and how artists were doing really cool stuff, sort of at the frontiers of tech. And a guy named Ahmed Hosni, who I interviewed about AI and ML art, said, hey, this is like late 2017, said, hey, you should really dig into blockchain and take a look. And so I was coming at blockchain like 100% from an art background, didn't have like the cryptocurrency trading background, kind of just knew that it had something to do with Bitcoin and money, and didn't think I was going to be interested, to be honest. So I told him, I'm like, yeah, we'll see. And it was really out of respect for Ahmed that I took a couple of hours in December of 2017 and just did some research. And at the time, CryptoKitties had blown up and CryptoPunks were still, pretty popular. So I did some research, set up a MetaMask wallet, bought a CryptoKitty or two, bought a CryptoPunk or two, and thought, well, this seems kind of cool. But it was really when I went on to Dada NYC and started collecting artists from Dada so for folks that don't know, Dada NYC is this drawing social media platform where instead of sort of typing back and forth, artists create drawings and extend each other's drawings in conversation. And that alone was like super fascinating to me, that there were these artists from all around the world sort of extending and communicating through art. But then I picked up an NFT by an artist named Mohara Gonzalez, who's still very active in the crypto art space. And I want to say I spent like $5, $6, like the price of a cup of Starbucks coffee or something. And like immediately I got this Twitter response from Mohara that was like, hey, thanks for buying my art. Like, what are you into? And I was like, okay, that's when like that was the moment where it clicked for me that like, this is going to like change the world. It's really like removed completely the friction for people to be able to go in and collect from digital artists around the world. And I was very attuned to the fact that there wasn't much of a market for digital artists. So I wrote this post in 2017 called the blockchain art market is here, which in retrospect seems like a pretty like overzealous title considering I had only done 2 hours of research. But really, what gave me the confidence there was that I could see right away that the blockchain could solve some longstanding problems that I was very familiar with from the art world. So one, using the concepts of scarcity and ownership from Bitcoin and transferring that to the idea of a digital art market. So part of the problem in the art market is people never felt like they actually could buy or own something. 2 was the ability to do fractional ownership, which I'm less excited about these days. 3 would be the recurring revenues. And 4, I think, was provenance. So yeah, I realize this is a short time. So let me fast forward. The way I usually describe the stages that we've gone through in the last 4 years is by talking about the Rare Art Festival and what the concerns were. Hard to believe now because there's these long lists of artists that want to get onto the platforms. But the first year was like, can we get enough artists? And, I was the first collector on Super Rare and introduced them to Robbie Barrett and Hackatow and, just right place, right time. And obviously Super Rare is killing it and have grown and become huge. But there were some lean years. That second year, Jonathan Mann and I were, recording a podcast, and we were like, is there even going to be an NFT market next year? Because there just weren't enough collectors. We had lots of artists, not enough collectors. We brought on those collectors. The following year, the question was really, will there be a secondary market? So traditional art world people were asking me, is there going to be a secondary market? And if there's not, this isn't really a thing. And that's when I started seeing offers for $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for some of the early NFTs that I bought. I'm not a guy who owns things that are worth that much. So while it's hard to give up the art collection, I saw the value in helping to kind of goose the secondary market. And obviously that's exploded right in the last year. Some could argue maybe too quickly with speculation. So I guess the question now that I kind of wrestle with is, where are we at now? I'm always trying to think, what's the next problem? How can I contribute, right? What can I bring to the community? And I think the big things in the last few months have been this ecological concern. Thanks to Memo Aitken, who I consider a friend. He wrote this article that really drew a lot of our attention to it. Pretty quickly, it became non-productive with a lot of finger wagging and shaming. So launched Green NFTs with the help of a ton of folks, Gitcoin and Fanny Lockaboy and the Mint Fund folks. So they deserve all the credit for that. But we now have 20 teams working, aggressively on trying to solve that problem as a community, which is important to me. I think we need to own that problem in a sort of decentralized manner. And then we've also got sort of these variable gas fees, which I think form a barrier for a lot of artists that would potentially want to participate in the space. So for me, those are the 2 areas that I'm most focused on now and that I think we need to solve as a community together. Green NFTs is sort of one attempt at doing that. Another thing, I'm launching a super stealth startup called Club NFT, mostly because I already had that domain name. And we're really looking at how do we scale these things. One thing that came to mind, nonfungibles.com sent me some stats, and I think it's only about 100,000 wallets actively trading NFTs, which is like you could fit that amount of people in Michigan's football stadium. So if we really want this to be a bigger thing, I think we have to be a little bit less snobby, like totally keep it authentic, but like be a little gentler as people try to come into the space and try to reduce some of that learning curve while retaining the authenticity of the blockchain experience. So that's a bit of where I'm trying to head in terms of my personal resources, while of course trying to continue to collect and promote other artists, along the way. So for me, it's always been about the community. The tech's kind of neat, but the thing that makes me so excited about this space is what I think the different artists can do as a community. So some new people, let me just check my time here because I know I'm supposed to be 15 minutes and I tend to talk way too much. But I think what I'm starting to see is now that the whole Beeple thing happened and like people are pouring into the space, a lot of people are asking, well, I minted something and how come I haven't sold this for a ton of money? Or, there's no way that all artists are going to become rich off of this, or it's a pyramid scheme. And I think what I want to do is and I think we should all do is try to redirect those folks and explain that, like, yeah, you're right. We're not there yet. Like this cake isn't fully baked. It's early and experimental still. And that's good, right? Like we can all contribute in different ways and maybe try to get folks to think a little bit more about when you look at this space and you see a shortcoming, whether it's, you want more diversity or lower gas fees or, a wider variety of art or something like that. rather than just trying to like, kick it and stomp on it into the ground, really think about how you can come in and contribute and become a part of the solution. We're still early and flexible enough as a community that if we lose that spirit, I think we kind of lose everything. So it's much a reminder to myself, I guess, as it is to anyone else who's watching, that those of us that have been around for a while, and for those of us that are new, let's like make sure that we're welcoming the people and realize that, we really want to steer people towards participating and helping to find solutions, and not kind of just wallow in a spin cycle of like despair and frustration. So with that, I'm probably at the top of my my time. Love you all, and I'm ArtGnome, or at ArtGnome on Twitter. Feel free to come and ask me any questions you might have, and I'll always be there to try to do the best I can to help answer them. Take care.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, good to see you, Stina.
Good to see you too. I think we're waiting for Beth as well to join. Ah, there she is. And you're both muted.
Hello.
Just bringing up a
I'm trying
presentation.
To lights up. Jonathan, can we get... I can be serious. It's very late here. It's actually not very late, but it's late for me.
We have worked a whole day, so I mean.
Yeah. I've been talking for more than I've talked in this past.
Can you get the slides up, or shall I give it a try?
No, it's Jonathan. He has to do it. Wait, let me. Okay,
Yeah, I
maybe
don't say it yet, Maria. Sorry.
What?
Doing great.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, you can go ahead and do that right now.
All right, cool.
We're getting there, guys.
Yes. I've been working in the tech industry since 2017, and I still don't know how to do this. Opera tab. Okay, cool. I hope this works. Can you see it?
There we go.
Cool. So
present.
Okay, cool. All right. So welcome everyone to our 15 minutes of fame. I am MP Fernandez, and I'm here with Stina and Beth, who are my collaborators at the art department of the Department of Decentralization, aka Manifold. I actually have to remove the link because it's broken. We just published in February our second paper on art, blockchain, attribution networks, and crypto anarchism as well, among many other things. So we're gonna take you through a few talking points. We're gonna discuss them together with you and rant a little bit, and we hope you enjoy it. So first, guys, I gave my introduction like 3 times in this event, so please take the stage.
Well, yeah, do you want to change to the next slide, or?
No, you want to introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Hey, I'm Stina, curator and art strategist working with Department of Decentralization, amongst a lot of things. I've been in the crypto space since 2018 when I joined DoD for the first ETH Berlin. I am the art person and definitely not the tech person. Beth.
Yeah, I'm Beth. Also been in crypto since late 2017, and I do research and strategy with some different projects in the DAO space and across NFT space since this time. I also work at Gnosis on the Gnosis Safe team.
Cool. So let's talk a little bit about how our practice started. It all started when we started the first ETH Berlin hackathon, and we decided to host a couple of culture rooms. One of them was actually the fine art room, where I called my longtime friend Stina to curate it, and that's how we began the work. Then we met with Stina at a cafe, and she wanted to talk about blockchain. So I'm here for this. Yeah, and
I mean,
yeah.
it was great. I heard a lot about it from MP, who I knew since before, and there was a lot of conversations going on in the art world, and I decided to join. But after the experiment in 2018, we decided to put on a public discussion about blockchain and art, which was very popular. It was just before the launch of Girly Testnet, I believe. So there wasn't really focus on us. There was more focus on the Girly Testnet, by all means, which was correct. It should have been on that as well. But because of it being so popular, we felt that it was a scheme there was more to do. So we wrote the report, There is no such thing as blockchain art.
Yeah, and that's how we got to fame. Actually, no, that's a huge lie, because it's been a problem for us to actually navigate sort of like this weird intersection / meme of blockchain and art. No, it's a little bit unrewarding at times. We have also amazing supporters, and we have come across people like Beth that actually talked very eloquently about attribution networks on the paper, and the question of maybe in 2022 someone will acknowledge us. So Beth, want to explain where that comes from? I think you're muted, Beth.
Yeah.
Wait, that I would explain where that came from?
Attribution networks.
Yeah, I thought this was an important addition because, as NFTs, have gone more mainstream, both, throughout the crypto ecosystem as, something to organize around and gain value for different collectives, then it's super important that we acknowledge, the role of different types of attribution and how NFTs can encapsulate that. Yeah, right. Unexpected question. I was not quite sure what you were looking for there, but yeah.
But maybe actually we can list the kind of people that go, and let's put in like some sort of an example on, like putting out an artwork on a gallery or an exhibition, and all the people that are behind the scenes that you guys will name in the paper to exemplify this.
Do you want? Sorry.
I mean, the section, Stina.
Yeah. So I think the latest report that we released in February this year was looking a lot about the struggles with the cultural workforce, because believe me, there is a lot of struggles there. And parts of what I wrote was about some of the jobs that aren't necessarily acknowledged. And I think that's a big problem, partly in the crypto art intersection as well, because I think there is, if they're not a job like front-facing job, they might be forgotten, or you might not know about them, and therefore it's also assumed that they're not necessarily part of the wider cultural economy. That being said, though, I think maybe, or I'm hoping that might be changing now when there are calls for curation and criticism, etc., within the space. However, if we do call for that, it's also very important that we do remember that the art space is more than just the artist, because it's a whole ecosystem like any kind of industry. It's not just one role, it's several different roles which builds this whole system.
Yeah, and there's also a new interesting conversation, and Beth covered it also on the paper, when it comes to everything that goes that comes into play when people are building software, that it's super related to what Stina mentions.
So just the fact that I think there's an interesting parallel to draw between developing open source software and the difficulty. Yeah, I go into this a little bit later in the talk, but there ends up being kind of these intermediary roles that exist. The role that I often end up playing, bringing together people in the ecosystem, curating different projects, making different connections that give rise to something new, or deepen relationships in terms of like technical integrations or catalyzing new directions for projects that these roles often end up getting not acknowledged when you are only looking at measuring just technical output and not all of the work that goes behind coordinating and making these different things happen. And I don't know if that was super clear, but I think this is one way that we can be learning from each other. How do you account for the different flows of contributions that are made by different kinds of actors? How do you make systems that are not only designed to acknowledge those but also amplify them, which the crypto space has gotten so much better at, I think, since the theme of this is OGs and NFTs. What have we seen since these early days where as in some of the talks before me, there was a mention of these focuses on just provenance or of like cutting out the middleman that like aren't as relevant anymore. Instead we need to acknowledge like what is the role of the middleman, what coordinating and curatorial functions do they play, and like what are we cutting out versus what are we like redirecting? I think that's what you were getting at. So
yeah, and that brings us to the slide that we're actually looking at, in which we gather the problems from every side of the spectrum, be it nascent technologies, our community, or the art world, and we seek for solutions. I called it the tokenized renaissance because I was thinking as well not only of attribution networks or DAOs, but also about a very cool project that just shipped. The name is Radical. They're Berlin-based, and it's basically a decentralized Git. But they also have a token, and that token incentivizes the participation and incentivizes the work of different stakeholders that are not always necessarily, of course, technical. So I think that tokens serve as a mechanism to fix a little bit this kind of attribution problem, incentives problem that we're currently suffering. So our next slide talks a little bit about the current status of the NFT scene versus what happens in the outside world, where, in case the crypto audience doesn't know, there's a worldwide crisis, including creatives. So Stina, you want to delve on this a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's where do I start? I think it's great what we're seeing. It's absolutely great, but the current hype has not necessarily been super helpful in terms of building sustainability for artists using this as a way to support themselves. I think there's a lot of white noise going around simply with some of the huge amount of releases, and a lot of people do get lost within this white noise that's currently going on. And I mean, it's not easy to be creative. It's not an easy job at all. I think having the opportunity that we have right now, which I know, or MP mentioned earlier at intro as well for the panel that she was on, it is a system that's built for them, and I think there's a great opportunity to actually really help them and support them.
Yeah, for sure. And just so you know, our practice at the art department of the Department of Decentralization, or Manifold, as we just rebranded, focuses on finding ways to alleviate this hard problem. One of them is actually a residency, which we're working on right now, and we will show to you. Another is actually logging and archiving the things that happen in the ecosystem, such as we do with the papers. And of course, amplifying voices of artists and also technologists, because we need to bridge that gap between and adjust the tools based on what artists need and not what technologies think that the artists need, because
100%.
are a huge user base, so we better take care of them. All right.
Have the conversation.
Have the conversation. So a couple of the problems here. Yeah, guys, you want to cover these? I actually have to feed Tupac because he's bothering me.
Yeah, no. Happy to jump in. So dialogue, basically what MP said, there needs to be a conversation. Don't necessarily think that you know what problem needs to be solved, but maybe have the conversation with creatives, with curators, with critics, with people in the art space to see what kind of problem you can help them solve, instead of going to them saying, this is the problem that I have identified. Supply and demand, I think there is a lot of promises, a lot of the promises from the NFT space that we might not have promised, but I think some creatives thought was that if you're jumping into this, you will automatically make money. That is, of course, not true, but due to the simple fact that so many people have joined the NFT space, not necessarily, there might not be enough collectors. Beth, do you want to jump in as well? You're muted.
Yeah, also, so we have time to get through to some of the other slides. I'll just go super quickly. Yeah, like with mismatched incentives, I think we're still, figuring out in this nascent space where, we have so much, like previously, there was this goal that many of us shared in entering the space for finding new ways to create value for artists, finding a new audience, like finding, a new kind of medium for making work, exploring what it means to be creating works that live only in a digital space, and then questioning that only, and then, using that as, something to leverage. And I think now we have this question, which this diagram is showing really well, at what level, what are the behaviors that we want to incentivize, especially with, these kind of adversarial views from the outside, attacks on artists entering the space, while at the same time, this really fertile ground for new kinds of creativity and new kinds of value. So I think we need to figure out what incentives we are wanting to be rewarding and controlling for, and what the paths to getting there. So, and I know Stina has thoughts on this one.
Oh, I didn't see this slide. This is very cool. Wanna explain?
There was some async preparation going on, as maybe y'all can tell from this discussion, when people talk to each other too frequently, and then compressing it into here. But anyway, just going back to some of the stuff that I mentioned briefly before, what are we trying to encourage through measurement, measurement being the other side of incentives. And on the next slide, maybe. So just, with the kind of prompt that MP gave at the beginning of the talk, with kind of considering, what is the liminal space or the substrate between, buyer and seller, that contextualizes this transaction. And, as we're thinking about what is the new kinds of value that's created for not only artists, but for the commons through NFTs, as we're designing platforms, as we're designing sustainable models, like we're doing with the Manifold Residency Program, and, figuring out what it means to have price discovery in this area. If we just finish maybe with the last one, if I was right, 736. So in the final, finally on this point, to get back to what we had mentioned with how, networks of attribution and networks of trust and networks of shared value creation play into this. We were looking at a really incredible show from curated by one of our advisors earlier today, based on the book Invisible Cities, one of my favorite books, and it called to mind a section from that book that I thought represented relational graphs really nicely, and kind of represented what we are doing right now with, creating DAOs that are, you know, a digital and physical representation of, you know, collectives and cyber commons, and, you know, figuring out how to represent these different kind of flows of value, you know, how to measure them and how to incentivize things that amplify us all. And, you know, this act of, you know, codifying, establishing these relationships, and then creating something else that's left behind and can live on its own, you know, through protocols, through abstract forms, through replicable models. You know, I think this is what is really exciting. So yeah, what intricate relationships are seeking a form right now, and how can we collaborate with you guys to make them? So.
Yeah, great points. By the way, Italo Calvino is a really old read of mine that so that was bad. And yet another sign that we're actually a little bit interconnected in some we're so remote, guys. We are talking to each other from like 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and just like sharing hard links and platforms and criticizing everything. And you know, to the point of criticizing everything before we close actually with this slide, I just wanted to bring up some sort of like, you know, question that actually was brought up today. I saw a blog post that said, you know, most of the artists on NFTs are not making any sales. And then I also saw some kind of message that said, you know, when you're buying an NFT, you're actually buying the relationship with an artist. And, you know, I just want us to be saner about what's going on, because none of these are actually true. You know, just so people know, you know, when you're minting an NFT, this is not a guarantee that you will sell it. You should proceed with this just as you proceed with any gallery in the outside world, or even with more caution, because of course paying for gas fees on some of the platforms is a risk for you. So it's important that you get education, and this is something that we're actually working a lot on the residency. And the second one is actually, you know, and like crypto natives should not expect artists to be, you know, dependent on them, or, you know, you should also not expect a relationship. It's some sort of a transactional relationship. Sometimes the artists or the creatives want to establish a more flowing relationship on which you can influence their practice or not, but it's not always the case. You know, you have to first ask. And I think, you know, going on a case-by-case basis is super important, and, you know, growing a little bit of empathy as well.
I think we have to be done.
So we're done. Yeah, I just wanted to cover a couple of things more, but never mind. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
If you want to speak to us, if you want to hear these last points we were supposed to cover, just, you know, reach out and we're happy to speak to you about it.
Yeah, and if you have any questions, go to our Twitter at @ETHBerlin, and yeah, just reach out. We're always there.
Okay.
So I'm staying, as I'm also moderating the next panel, which is called The Evolution of Crypto Art, and I do believe I have a few people joining in. So with us today we have Super Rare John, also known as John Crain, founder of Super Rare. We got Sarah Zucker, artist. She's also known as The Sarah Show. She's been in the space for a really long time. We got Jaye Brukhman, who is the founder of CoinFund. So I was going to say Coinbase, but I knew that was wrong. Sorry about that. And then also we got Miss Anne-Louise Simpson, who's also an artist and who's also been in this space for a really long time. Thank you so much for joining, guys. Super exciting to have you here and have your insight on the crypto art space.
Yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Together.
So we don't have that much time, unfortunately. It's quite a tight schedule, so let's just jump in straight away. The crypto space has been around for quite some time now, and as I said, you've all been a part of it basically since the start, more or less. what are the characteristics of the crypto art space, or what were the characteristics of the art space, crypto art space when it started? Maybe I throw this question out to you, John, as you are the founder of Super Rare.
Yeah, well, I'd say, one of the main characteristics is that's still pretty sort of integral to the DNA of everything is experimentation. I think it's a new technology. It's, I think we're still figuring out exactly how we're going to be using NFTs in sort of our internet culture that's evolving. But yeah, that was certainly central, and I think is still pretty relevant today.
How was it for joining the space as artists? How do you feel about the characteristics for you guys? Do you think it was different?
Yeah, it was, I joined in early 2019, and what John said about experimentation, that's definitely it. There were so many fewer people, so the stakes were very different. We had, sort of this freedom to be much more experimental in our work. Not that we can't still be experimental in our work, but the conditions are very different when you have way fewer eyes on you. And it really felt like a much smaller, tight-knit community of artists. A lot of the sales that were happening were inter-artist sales even. So, that's a very different sort of way of interacting than it is to be an artist interacting with collectors.
Yeah, I would add also that early on, crypto art was literally art about crypto, right? It was a lot of the works featured, the logos of Ethereum and Bitcoin, and trying to educate people about digital assets. And over time, we've seen that expand to crypto art being more than art about crypto. It's also just art that is on a blockchain platform. And so I'm happy to see that people have actually been able to express themselves a little bit more and kind of go beyond that original scope of crypto art. It's now truly a bunch of different art forms, but on this single digital platform for art, which is exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I from my point of view, it felt very underground, very kind of exciting. As Sarah said, there was much fewer collectors. There was a lot of intersales, but it was very kind of small and underground. And I think that's been a big change over the last few months. Obviously we've got it's much bigger now. There's a lot more collectors. But for artists, it was incredible. I mean, it was absolutely mind-blowing from getting the minting first piece and getting the first couple of sales and then seeing the sales grow gradually. It was really organic. And I think it still is. I mean, it's still organically growing, despite, obviously the kind of groundswell of celebrity NFTs now. But I think that's probably the main difference for me.
So you already mentioned quite a few notable changes to what it was when it started and to kind of a bit what it is now. Are there any other aspects within crypto art and the community that you feel has really changed since it started?
The artist Matt Cain had a tweet a while ago that really resonated with me, where he described early crypto art as Pangea, and that now we're experiencing continental drift, and that's totally it, right? At the beginning, we all kind of knew each other to some extent. You could in one thought contain what this idea of crypto art was and sort of see what it was. And now there are just all these different continents, right? And there are people involved in this and becoming involved in this every single day in a way where you're like, wow, I can no longer contain the circle of crypto art, even that term crypto art that now a lot of people new to the space would call it NFTs or NFT art, which is another whole point of contention. I think they're interchangeable personally. I think you certainly can make a distinction, and you certainly can tell what era people are from, whether they call it crypto art or NFT art. But my thought on it is, as long as you call it something, it's okay by me.
How do you feel about? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think also it's been interesting too, just to see at first it was everyone's in Telegram chat, posting new things, and now there's produced videos like dropping next Monday. You're like, wow, this is it's like, so it's just like interesting to kind of see how it's evolved. Like, yeah, it's fascinating.
So do you think those kind of drops, like the advance notice about releases, etc., do you think that's something that's really helping to advance it and to become more, I don't really like this term, but credible for like the more traditional art world? How do you feel about that, for example? Yeah, John.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think like kind of the approach that we've taken is like to really lean into things like the editorial, like just like take deeper dives into like specific art pieces or like, learn more about who the artists are. I don't know. Like, I think marketing is certainly helpful. So I don't think it's like bad that people are doing like teaser videos. I think it's fun, right? It's exciting. You're like, if I'm not, watching Super Rare every second, I miss a ton of things. So if someone says like, hey, I'm dropping something next week, I like to know. So I don't know that it necessarily makes it more credible, but I think there's just more going on. So there's some kind of need to raise awareness. And so whether you're writing an article or making a teaser video, I think it can be helpful just as a sort of way to break through the noise, since there's just so many more people involved.
Yeah, I mean, I think the marketing side is important because you have to communicate as an artist to potential collectors. At the end of the day, you have to tell them about your art, and you have to tell them maybe about your story, what the art's about. And I think you have to almost treat that almost like a business, even though we're artists and we're mad creatives. From the marketing point of view, you do have to communicate, I think, to collectors. Because ultimately they're kind of collecting your art, but they're collecting, they're kind of buying into you, really, aren't they? So you have to do the job for them and communicate that to them, I think.
Absolutely. I would also love to hear from you, Jake. Jake, sorry. What do you think about this as well? Do you think this kind of marketing strategy is pushing the space forward in terms of reach and such?
Well, I think broadly, the ability for people to sell their artwork on this platform is extremely disruptive, right? There's this like middle market of people who would never dream of making art their sort of livelihood because they have to go work, right, and make money and support themselves and their families. And I think what this platform opens up is, first of all, like global access to art, and second of all, like this ability to actually create a business model that is sustainable. And so suddenly where, you had a very small percentage of people who could actually monetize their work before, you now have a much larger, you have kind of this smoothing out of this power law curve and a much larger set of people who can now sustainably work as artists. And in that context, I think you have to kind of it's a very entrepreneurial activity, right? You have to get out there, you have to promote yourself. In the past, the promotion, just like in the music industry, right, has been done for you by kind of galleries, but by the same token, they would take a pound of flesh, right? Namely 50% of your revenue. And what this what this platform enables is the artist to kind of go directly to the people who would become the owners of their art, their collectors, their long-term holders, but the cost of that is going to market. You have to become an entrepreneur. You have to become a brand. You have to get out there. You have to tell people why, this is something worth owning. You have to build those connections. And that's some of the most interesting stuff that has gone on in the crypto art space. And so I'm glad people are experimenting with that.
It's great that you're mentioning this because it's also one of the questions I have for you guys, because you've been in the space, which I keep on repeating for a very, very long time, but also thinking about the space for in the future. Are there any specific aspects or roles or routes that you would like to see the space, the art, the space and the community to go down or take?
I think I'd like to see, we've been doing more like features and exhibitions. And so I think it's fun to kind of see, and just super interesting. Like, I think more of that, like, and also kind of as things are opening up, like I think there's a lot of, a big part of art for me was like going to somewhere, being in a different physical space, even if what you're looking at is digital. I think like, physical exhibition, kind of like playing with ideas of the metaverse and physical spaces and, a digital medium. So just more experimentation there, I think.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I know I am very ready for, looking forward to the way in which we're sort of porting this notion of what the art world is to the metaverse, right? And it's happening. We've already sort of broken the seal, so to speak, with like the Christies and the Sotheby's and, all the like pulling of hair and gnashing of teeth in every art journal right now. Like every, I came to this space like as a contemporary fine artist, and the mischief maker in me is like a little delighted by how much everyone's panties are in a bunch over this, because digital art is art, right? Like I for a long time curated digital art, and it was always sort of this translation I had to do, this dance of translation of being like, yes, just because it's on a screen doesn't mean it's not art. It is art. It is fine art. And I mean, it's not hyperbole for me to say it has been life-changing to now have the language of fine art and the understanding of fine art applied to my work in its native format, in its screen-based existence. So I'm just looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to how many people from the contemporary fine art world are currently and are in the future going to realize this is happening. You can't close Pandora's box. It has already been opened. Come join us. There's room. We need you. We need more of that language of fine art and of art understanding and, the lens of art history. We want you here. No one is saying you're kept out. There are no gatekeepers here, really. That's the beauty of this space.
Yeah, and Sarah, to your point, the blockchain is a bit of a generational technology in every way, right? We're kind of going from analog world to digital world, and people in crypto, they have this awkward position where they have to go to the art people and be like, hey, you know what? Digital art is art. But then, like, they have to go to the finance people and be like, "Hey, you know what? Like, art assets are assets. It's okay.
Right.
It's okay to pay millions of dollars for art." And it's always like this kind of closing gaps when you're intersecting, technology, finance, art, design, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, just picking up on the point about the technology. I mean, I think we can't lose sight of the fact that blockchain technology, which is enabling all of this, is amazing. This is a paradigm shift, and imagine what's going to happen in the future. I mean, we're not even scratching the surface yet. This is life-changing for loads and loads of artists, not just us, but loads of artists from diverse backgrounds, women, minorities, all across the world. So I don't think we've even scratched the surface yet. I think it's mind-blowing where this is going to go. Very exciting.
Just a quick round as well. One word to use the crypto art space. If we start with you, John.
One word. I would say accessible.
Accessible. Sarah.
Delightful.
Jake.
Democratizing.
And you, Anna Louise?
Life-changing.
Amazing. Do we have any questions from the audience yet? If there's any questions for the panel, please let us know. Okay, so continue the discussion. As we all know, there was quite a bit of hype to the space, the recent months, it was just a bit crazy. There was a lot of noise going around. There was both positive and negative. How do you guys think it affected the community and the art created and the space in general?
To be honest, I'm surprised we didn't get more hype before now, because like I've just said, that this is a whole paradigm shift. It's knocked the whole old art world on the head. It's broken down barriers. It's very accessible, as John said. I'm surprised that we've not had the hype before this, but I truly believe that NFT artists crypto artists are going to be huge celebrities. I mean, and so you've got all the celebrities now coming on and minting NFTs themselves. So I think in the future, you're probably going to see fine art, crypto art, and then you'll have music NFTs, celebrity NFTs, and it'll probably kind of segmentize in the future. But I'm surprised we've not had it before now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I think there's been a wave. I think partially just the numbers got so big that the kind of like the contemporary art crowd started to pay attention. They were just like, people are usually like, what? I can't believe how much someone paid for that painting. That's ridiculous. And then the fine art crowd's like, they paid how much for an MP4? Like, what is this? You're like, we're supposed to do that. And so it's been, but it's great, right? Like, as Sarah was saying, folks who have backgrounds in art history and can add like a colorful lens and to the discussion. I think it's super exciting. So, as with all kind of hype cycles, sure, there's people who are coming in and just, trying to make a quick buck. But I think more broadly, it's, it kind of exposed a huge new audience to sort of this vibrant community that was, kind of just organically growing. So I think it's been overall a pretty, big positive.
Yeah, I know, I can speak personally, and, I'm aware, I follow all of you guys, so I'm sure I bet you would probably say the same has been true for you, that as sort of dizzying as the sudden interest in NFTs has been, with every person I know texting me to be like, hey, this NFT thing, do you know about this, or I know you know about this. What has been exciting for me is seeing how, as someone who's been in the space for 2 years, and in those early days, again, we were all selling our work to each other for $30-$50. and then, in 2020, a lot of new people came in the space and they hit the ground running. They entered the space making huge amounts of money. A lot of us that were in there early, our stats from those early days kind of always worked against us, because people would look at our statistics and go, well, her stuff doesn't sell for anything. And it's like, but you don't understand. It was different back then. And what I have experienced is truly this tidal wave of collector interest in what I do. And this feeling of, what I have been slowly building all this time and just doing the work, building my practice, building what I'm doing here. Suddenly, all at once, this was like the ignition that hit this fire I've been sort of putting together. And it's really exciting, right, to see how it's not just the people who are new. And I think that's wonderful that people coming in who are these incredible artists are having success so readily, but equally those of us who've been kind of building something here for a while, even as this hype cycle, so to speak, has ebbed and flowed. I think that's what we're going to find, right? Is the people who come in here and are building this as an organic extension of their art practice and not just coming in to make a quick buck, they will be rewarded, right? That there is an interest in that. And in that way, it's sort of like, if the celebrity news or whatever is upsetting you, that's sort of what I would say to people is like, let people do what they're going to do. It really doesn't mean anything about what you're doing. Do what you do and do it well, and stop comparing yourself to anyone else, because none of us, we are non-fungible. I am not interchangeable with you. You are not interchangeable with me. That's like the beauty of this, right? Is we now have a technology that represents these very special, unique gifts that we are able to give to the world. And it's just great to see it being celebrated.
Yeah, totally agree.
How do you feel about this, Jake?
I agree with everything everybody said. I want to say there's also, just to take a slightly contrarian view here, there's also a lot of focus on art when it comes, and I know this is an art panel, I'm not blind to that fact, but there's a lot of focus on art when we talk about NFTs. I just want to point out that, as some people have alluded to, there's also a ton of other digital, kind of content that fits the NFT mold that is also going to be creative, for example, design, right? Fonts, icons, maybe stock photos even, right? And those are all also operating the same technology They're also operating with creative individuals, and they're also sort of like changing those markets. But those aspects go like underappreciated. And then someone pointed out like music, right? Music is sort of the next, NFT type that we've seen on the market. Blog posts, in other words, writing is something that we've seen in the market. All these are creative endeavors. So it's just exciting to see like people get into those worlds as well, and I think there's a lot of growth to be had there.
So we've got a question here from the audience from Gabriel Tumlos. Can you talk about how you're speaking with artists who are experiencing pushback from the communities regarding environmental concerns? How are you dealing with all the negativity that came during this hype?
Yeah, I mean, for us, I think we've tried to sort of like publish our opinion in a couple different blog posts I feel like there's like a bunch of yelling that happens on Twitter, and it's sort of like, I think it's kind of like a nuanced discussion. So we've tried to give people sort of our high level and in-depth opinion on like how these systems actually work. And, no, we don't think there's like this massive gas plume every time you mint an NFT. I think there's been sort of like some misdirected anger. But yeah, I mean, basically just kind of like tried to educate and give people sort of our opinion and talking points on, like where we stand.
I feel like a lot of the views on this out there have been like extremely undereducated, and it's really more about, hype than actual facts or metrics. I'll tell you a quick story. Wearing my investor hat about 10 years ago in 2011, I was looking around the stock market. What stocks should I buy? And at the time, there was like a lot of hype around solar energy. So I bought a bunch of solar energy stocks. All of them went out of business. They didn't do well. And the irony of this whole thing is that solar is picking up now. And the reason that solar is picking up now is because Elon Musk and Tesla have made it extremely easy to install solar panels, on your house. And so the point I'm trying to make is that there's always like this driving, like kind of force that unexpectedly drives kind of clean energy. Now, I would argue that if you look at like Bitcoin networks, if you look at like proof of work networks is what I mean. Arguably, these networks have done more to encourage clean energy than like any other economic force in the world. And so when we kind of like rag on proof of work, we're sort of doing two things. We're being extremely myopic and like status quo biased around like what is the technology that's out there now, and we're not thinking about how that technology develops over time. And the other thing is that we're not being fact driven, because if you look at the facts, chances are we've installed more solar panels because of Bitcoin than for any other reason, right? And so people, one of the problems here is that we just don't have good data on this, and so it's like hard to make those kind of arguments in a data-driven way. But people are pulling that data, and I do think we'll see a lot of improvement in how blockchains operate and how efficiently they use electricity.
And I mean, it's not necessarily for you, Annalise and Sarah, that you might not be onboarding or speaking about this with artists, but how do you feel that how are you speaking about this particular issue, which has been raised several times with a lot of uninformed opinions, etc.? How are you communicating this to your community?
Well, I've been on the radio talking about NFTs, and this came up as I think the third question. And this was a radio show in Scotland, and they didn't know anything about NFTs. So, I think, saying what Jake's touching on, what Jake is saying, we need a lot more research. We need to get the data. But I think there was quite nasty trolling. There was quite a lot of quite nasty hype, and it was on Twitter especially. It was kind of jump on all these artists and add them to nasty lists and so on. And I think we need to get the data first. But then the thing is, everyone's kind of losing sight of, as I've said before, what the blockchain technology is actually doing and what it's going to do in the future. And yeah, we need the data on the eco side, but blockchain technology is going to change so many people's lives. It's a paradigm shift completely. So I think we've got to take it in terms of the whole of the technology and all of the benefits that technology gives, and look at it as a whole.
And what about you, Sarah?
Yeah, it's something that I have a lot of artist friends who reach out to me about it, and I have perceived that certainly, women and people of color seem to bear the brunt of this even more so, is my perception, because we're expected to be the bearers of, caring about everything and everyone else, sort of more so, I think, than perhaps male participants in this space. And so, we're all working through it. It's something where you learn to recognize when people are coming to you with questions in good faith versus when they are trolling or when they are seeking to wipe you off the map, essentially, that because what you're doing is so triggering to them, that I do feel that a lot of what this anger that gets directed is violence masquerading as activism, And to that, at first I tried to engage with it and I tried to have reasonable conversations around it. And you quickly come to realize this is not a good faith conversation. This is someone who truly wishes me harm. They're wishing me harm. And I am of no obligation to engage with that. No one is more vested in examining how we can make this technology better and better for the environment and better for everyone than those of us who are engaging with it on a daily basis and pioneering its use. So this assumption that our engagement with this technology somehow means that we endorse the parts of it that are not perfect, I think is a bad faith assumption. So I don't speak about it often, really, because frankly, it does. I would not purport to be the expert on it. I do my own research about it all the time. It is of great concern to me, but I have definitely experienced quite a lot of very, very angry just behavior that I feel is misdirected at me. I make cool art with video cameras and VHS tapes. Like I am not an expert on climate change. I'm deeply concerned about it. But just as everyone here has said, it's sort of something we're all figuring out together. And to be myopic and to shut down what we're doing here in service of this very tunnel vision kind of view of it just seems like it would be a great disservice to humanity.
Totally. So to end this panel on a slightly lighter note than that, a famous person who's not yet in the crypto space, who's not creating an NFT that you would love to see joining one of the platforms and releasing either their own or a collaboration like Paris Hilton and Blake Catherine. Starting with John again, sorry about that, but you are right after my image, so I'm going that order.
Yeah, you're really putting me on the spot here. Let's see.
Or, I mean, by all means, if there's someone else who's already have that celebrity on their mind, please go ahead.
I've got one.
Yeah.
Go for it.
So I would love my favorite DJ, Solomon. So I make a lot of my art to house music, but I make a lot of my art to Solomon, and I absolutely love his mixes. So he would be, and if Solomon's watching and he wants to collaborate with me, absolutely, let's do it. But he would be my first choice.
I think for me, it's like any digital creator that's purely digital and has struggled with, sort of finding where their work lives. The thing about digital art is where is it? Is it in your phone? Is it on your computer? Is it in the email where you send it to someone? How do we find it? And I think the blockchain allows us to find it. And so for that reason, I think pure digital media is a great fit with blockchain. Anyone who's not on it should be on it.
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback on what Jake said. Like, the whole idea was to help artists who weren't participating in sort of like contemporary art economics, right? There are a lot of people who are creating incredible digital art and just didn't really have, like had massive followings or maybe small followings, but still it didn't really find their right audience. And so I think, we're out here trying to build the tools for all of those folks and individuals. So enjoy the party.
And Sarah, do you have someone?
Yeah, it's kind of like what everyone said of like celebrities don't need our help or our endorsement.
No,
so they kind of already have their thing going. So, I've been preaching the virtues of NFTs for 2 years. I used to curate a visual music event called Prism Pipe here in Los Angeles. And I would love to see every artist that I curated back then get into this. All these screen-based artists, people I know from Instagram, from Giphy, finally from Tumblr. There's been this incredible, surge of all these people I knew from Tumblr 10 years ago who were making GIFs on Tumblr, now getting into NFTs. So that's what I want to see more of, right? People who have like really made this their life's work to make digital screen-based art, now having a way of meaningfully editioning it, because the celebrities will be fine. They don't need our help.
They'll survive anyway. Thank you so much for that, guys. Really interesting, some great food for thought. Thank you, John. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Jake. And thank you, Annalise. I hope the audience enjoyed it as much as I did. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
That was amazing. And what a wonderful segue into our audio panel to chat all about music. I feel this is such a seamless transition. It's beautiful. So I'm joined, we'll wait until everybody comes on stage, but I'm joined today by Nicole Davis, Jack Spallone, Simone de la Riviere, again, what are you doing here? And Vaughn McKenzie. And we're gonna dive straight into quick introductions, and then we are going to dive into your incredibly rich and incredibly interesting experience with music and crypto, music and NFTs, because I am incredibly curious about it all. I'll start with a quick intro. I'm Simona. I've kind of been in the space for about 3-4 years. I was there for a lot of the initial kind of projects around NFTs, both on the kind of digital art space and also the music space. And funnily enough, Simona, I think you were my buddy when I first joined Consensus, where we had a coffee together and you told me all about Ujo. And I was like, this is amazing, wonderful. So with that segue, I will let you do a quick intro. Do you need to? Yes. Let's put it in context.
Thanks, Simona. I'm a creator. I like to write, make music, code, and make stuff that empowers creators. I spent a lot of time in the music industry, trying to make the blockchain do interesting stuff there. And now I work in fiction, trying to empower storytellers. So yeah, that's a quick short intro. I'll hand it over to Nicole.
Hey, thanks, Simon. Yeah, so I ran Open Music Initiative for a number of years. So got to hang out with some of these guys and have all sorts of conversations about these topics for years. And now I'm on my own and doing similar work, though, bringing together developers, artists, and, in the crypto space, figuring out how we can continue to, make these connections and make it a better space for artists. And Jack.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. My name is Jack Spallone. I also was formerly on the Ujo music team for about 3 years, starting in 2017. Prior to that, I was kind of earnestly looking at the intersections of crypto and music, coming from a background in artist management, as well as show bookings, etc. Since leaving Consensus and Ujo, I've been collaborating with individual artists. I helped conceive the idea around tape, the most expensive cassette ever sold, on a bonding curve, no less, a creation of Simon's. That was in collaboration with Zora last May, and now I'm working with some artists, helping out with social tokens, among other things. Vaughn.
Cheers, Jack. I guess started a company called Jack around November 2015. Again, we were early in the space. We were kind of alongside the UJOs and a bunch of companies at the time. We went more of the kind of traditional major route. We spent a lot of time with the majors, and ended up running a pilot and included like Warner and Sony. So we were trying to like bring their assets on chain. Obviously did participate a lot in the Open Music Initiative as well. And sadly that didn't work, came to an end. And since then I've just been, I guess, like an avid participant, just watching and learning. And it's just incredible seeing what's happening today.
Indeed. And I think just kind of using that as a diving point for our conversation, how different are those conversations between now and 2015, 2016, 2017? What were the reactions at the time? Like Vaughn with Jack in 2015, if you were chatting to the big labels, what was the dialogue? What was the feedback? What were the questions?
So we first went in to speak to one of the majors. I guess we just won't use names, but one of the majors, and spoke to them about an idea we had, which was very simple application. We were effectively trying to tokenize the marketing component of music. So fans get music, send it to someone else. We were using tokens to basically pay them, no matter where they were in the chain. And it was kind of modeled after an application called mFlow, which is super old, and it didn't really work. But when we spoke to them, they said, hey, you realize you've come up with a really incredible way to pay fans no matter where they are in the chain, and we don't even have that for artists. And that was actually the first time we even knew that was a problem. So they were really interested, but I guess it was quite surface level, and I think we really struggled to convert those things into commercial applications. But I guess what I'd say is interest correlated with price actions. So prices went up, everyone would return your call. Prices went down, nobody would return your call. And that's, I think everyone probably agrees, I guess, that definitely is how things went.
Some things never change, eh? Nicole?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I was given the interesting challenge of like convening the conversations. And I think that we saw sort of these like ebbs and flows of either like acrimony or harmony between the various parties. And I think that a lot of the concepts, I mean, it's crazy, like, especially like not being as involved now, a lot of what we had been promoting is now possible. And this like focus on protocols, it's like, yes, here we are. But so those conversations wouldn't have been possible without blockchain tech existing, and whether or not it was like blockchain or just a little bit more interoperability, like regardless, that was really sort of the main push. And what we saw was that as blockchain became more mainstream, just the sort of like general acceptance of interoperability also, got there. Having said that, like I think that the challenge in bringing these two pieces together were a couple. Like one is that there were these big institutions that had something that was good enough, even though it wasn't great. The margin of improvement, for like all of the work they would have to do in the beginning just wasn't enough, even though eventually it would pay off. And then for smaller startups, as these guys know, everybody was trying to get their market edge. And so because of that, there was really just a focus on survival for those smaller companies versus being able to sink the resources and, team members that didn't exist into this cooperation. And so, I think that like focusing on NFTs specifically, I think that what's interesting is, and Vaughn, I think this is kind of what you were talking about, like there was this focus on like metadata and payments, and then there was the focus on like NFTs, and there weren't a lot of connections. And I feel like those two pieces of work are now just starting to connect, where there was like sort of the really interesting experimental stuff happening. And I think, Ujo was one of those. And then there was the like, oh, this is a database. We know what to do with databases. let's, you know, put some metadata in it and see what we can do. I'm excited now that people are finally at the stage where we don't have to argue about it and we can start seeing like, okay, let's connect those two pieces and then what else can happen.
Do we think then that it's kind of, we're moving towards this stage where that whole very, very important decision of whether you focus on protocol or product is not necessarily as be all and end all as it used to be? Because I assume it was a very interesting challenge at the time to kind of go, okay, which route do we go? And now you have the mix of both, where it enables this access from different angles by individual artists, where they can just DIY, take and go, or build and go. So I'm interested kind of if that, do we think that plays a role?
You know, from the experience of having to build some of the stuff early on, it's like, it's definitely the case that, you know, I would probably say at least 70 to 80% of the stuff that was built has already been thrown out. It's like, I don't know who's going to still use some of that old code, but so I do believe like a lot more people can focus on building product right now. You know, you don't have to, you know, invent a new wallet system, or you don't have to, you know, worry about like, where are people going to get crypto from, you know, or all this kind of stuff. So I think that that's at least a lot easier and better now. It's like people can focus on product. But that being said, there's probably still a lot of interesting protocol stuff, like Nicole mentioned, about like metadata and stuff like that, that I think is still somewhat lagging behind. Just in terms of, again, like making increasing interoperability in existing music industry institutions. Yeah.
Jack, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I actually think this is still one of the biggest kind of thorny areas for us specifically in the music area of crypto. Music is you know, inherently complex due to how copyright, you know, looks at music and what copyright law necessitates how the music is paid out. It's different really from all types of media and copyright in that regard, and that it needs to go through certain collecting societies that are not necessarily going to be on chain anytime soon. So I do see that there is a use case where the product with existing protocol today could potentially start to inform some additional protocol development beyond what I think the traditional protocol versus product kind of discourse is within Web3 today, where protocol is largely agnostic as to what it necessarily operates for. There's a lot of actual, there's a strong case for music having its own specific protocols or standards, if you will, standards in the form of protocols that really I think everyone on this panel is probably more excited about than some of the more applicational use cases. I don't want to speak for everyone here, but I know some of the histories of everyone here. And you know, Open Music Initiative is, and Nicole didn't say this, but it got over 200 companies in the same room together to
300.
Over 300 companies in the music business alone, or peripherally at least involved with music. Major labels, collecting societies, publishers, DSPs like Spotify and Apple Music and Pandora, Red Bull Media, for, you know, Christ's sake, was there. And you get a couple people like, you know, labels and publishers will agree on something, PROs are out. They're upset. You get, you know, a DSP and a label to agree on something, and then the publisher is going to throw a fit. And I don't know what the answer is here for incentivizing all these people to get on the same page, but I will say that, you know, Web3, permissionless systems, immutable systems, or even not, they do provide a 0 to 1 difference of technology set for the music business than what is currently being used today. And maybe we're talking more about like DIDs and NFTs in that case, but those are the protocol developments that I think people have really yet to scratch the surface, and I think will actually be informed from product use cases, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, I think that also with, you know, I don't know, we'll see what happens over the next year or so, but like, I think that with the proliferation of capital flowing into the crypto space again, like, I think that it's been made clear that there's something to be said for example, like a collecting society that agrees to have on-chain settlement, for example. And there's, there are companies out there that are starting to experiment in that space. And so I think that like we're getting closer. And I also think that the case has been made that like, I think that like a lot of what's happening now is going to also just push copyright. I mean, it's probably going to be another 20 or so years, but the same way that copyright had to be written and rewritten for streaming, I think that we're going to see that there's going to be ways of releasing that we haven't really figured out yet or defined, that we're going to say, you know what, like this isn't a stream. This isn't a CD purchase. This isn't a song purchase. This is something else. And there's going to have to be a different, rate set, et cetera. And the last thing I'll say on that is like, I hope that we see, artists of color, queer artists, like marginalized artists, like at the table, shaping those protocols and shaping the way that these techs get developed, because it is, we don't have these many chances, like so often, like the chance to kind of get streaming right and to get like the streaming rates right, like that's come and gone. Those reviews don't come around that often. And so I hope that like, as we do this, that we're getting the right people at the table, because this is a pretty major opportunity.
How do we do that? How do we ensure that the right people are at the table and we don't fall into those usual kind of habits of just like, well, this is just the way things are now, so I guess we'll just go in this direction? Because I think you pointed out in our conversation the other day, Nicole, that proximity between the artists and the developers is so important to genuinely move things forward and genuinely produce these radical shifts. How do we ensure that stays there, or how do we ensure that proximity and that accessibility is maintained versus, again, just falling into a pattern and then just going with it because new status quo? And this is to everyone. Any thoughts?
This is like one of my big fears. I like to open with, peer-to-peer technology broke the music business. Maybe it'll be its saving grace. Maybe, right? If we think about it that way, because we've had the platform walled garden approach kind of rectify music sales. They haven't really returned significant amounts of money to rights holders, creatives, specifically the creatives. And I fear that obviously the big vulnerability is we are just exploited for the very things that we set out to prevent. And with traction of specific use cases today, it may very well be that we start having a lot more extractive style relationships start to emerge, akin to legacy models within the music business and how contracts are structured. But there's hope, right? I mean, there's new ways that people can configure themselves to service creatives that hopefully gets recognized and finds the light of day that creators can kind of gain from there just being public knowledge that you don't have to go into extractive agreements. And, I think it's yet to be seen. The jury's still out on that. But I think the big fear for me is that it almost feels as if as an industry, we were caught off guard by this NFT thing. Or NFT mania rather, and the consumer kind of creative level of acceptance around crypto that we're now kind of this reburgeoning happening. I feel as though, and this is kind of personal, but I feel like we could have maybe done a better job positioning tools specifically for music licensing and copyright for this moment. It wasn't a matter of losing confidence. There was a whole lot of things that went into really the last 4 years of building, but there's still a lot of great ideas out there that I really would still like to kind of see more experimentation and ideation around. And you're seeing it, but it's a lot more like it was in 2017, where people are kind of coming in through the side. They don't necessarily know the context of what's fully possible with this technology, but what history is there, what people have done, what conversations have been had, and you know, there's a lot of ambitious ideas that I'm seeing that seem kind of deaf to that, and I don't know. I'm still trying to see where those voids are closed.
Vaughn, any thoughts?
I think it's an interesting one for me. I think I kind of believe in kind of structural like advantages. Like I think crypto has some structural advantages that I think will bear out. I think it's really hard to, I guess, to influence it from any single positions. Like I don't feel like I have much ability to influence like how this ends up being structured independently. But I think that there are a couple of things that kind of give me some hope. So first is the kind of lack of constraints, or like the fact that access to capital in crypto seems to be a lot more free flowing, and so you get loads of opportunities up and down the stack, regardless of where you sit. I think that's really exciting. Also, you get like a much clearer attribution of value to things that are valuable, not things that are constrained to the few people who have access to kind of resources. And so a great example, I saw that thing the other day about that artist who created, I think he created like a black avatar kid who is really interested in space, and you know, gets signed. I think people can signal and coordinate in digital spaces far easier than they could in the spaces that are kind of controlled and governed by like very large companies or people who have like control over those resources. And those are things, I think those two things are the most like, those are the two shifts that I think will have such a big impact in this space. And I don't think it's going to change overnight, but I think there's just a better opportunity for people from any background to kind of have a voice and kind of build things of value and have an opportunity to influence governance in these new systems that we're building. And I think that's just a really, really good thing. But I don't think it's like we're there and everything's going to change overnight. But yeah, progress.
An evolution, not a revolution. It takes a minute. Things moving and getting there, and you know, maybe getting there in a way that's actually sustainable versus a flash in the pan and then it goes away, right? Speaking of that, what do we feel the future holds? So with your, you know, 5, 6, 7 years, which in crypto years is a lifetime, what do we feel lies ahead? Prediction or anything that you're kind of, hey, this will really potentially happen, or this will really change in a way that is meaningful?
I mean, I'm going to be optimistic and actually shout out something that Simon had written and spoken about, which is sort of this shift in ownership and like changing ideas of ownership. And I think that it kind of gets at what I was talking about before of like, is it a stream? Are you buying a song? Like, what is it that you're doing? And, you know, shifting like kind of the ownership economy in general, and even kind of gets to your earlier question of like, how are these systems going to change? I think that looking around and seeing like the union of musicians and allied workers, or like the success of Ampled, and, you know, that's building, and, you know, Resonate out there building as well. Like, I think that there's some really interesting community-owned examples, or you know, examples that are being built in and with community. And so as we start also shifting our ideas, and I think that like, at least I see this, that there's a shift in how people think about capital in communities. And so if we're willing to experiment in that space, can we also do that in how we think about music and how we support artists? So I think that marrying crypto to that could really open up exciting possibilities. And I'm optimistic about that.
I love that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. In some sense, you know, it feels like the past like 10, 15 years of like web tech, where it's just like everything was like, it's the sharing economy, and like we're all just gonna hold hands and stuff, but all the money funneled out of local economies into a few large scale tech companies. And the value of ownership really here as also a promise of putting money back into local economies, right? So, you know, what we want is not for people to make money from streaming and then the money going to out of the local economy. It's like if you get people to buy stuff again from each other, it's like money comes in from elsewhere, stays in local economy, and the musicians and artists and creatives like buy things from each other again because they have a sense of ownership again about whatever is happening in the space. Like that is a dream that would be great to see. It's like where the money circulates again in a specific area and a specific community. And it doesn't have to be like, I use local as in like it can be physically local, but also community local, geographic, not necessarily geographically local. So I think that's still something that I feel should be great. It would be great to see in practice. And then another aspect of it, I think just seeing what the current state looks like already like is so great to see, because it's like this for so long we've tried to make this stuff work, at least to some extent, and it's just great to see it. And I just hope it more of it proliferates into different pockets of the world, you know, away from where it is now. And like I have found amazing artists and musicians and so forth as a result of crypto, bringing them out of wherever they are in their local geographical spaces. And that's a really cool promise, I believe. Yeah.
Awesome. So almost like a regenerative economy that basically just constantly, like a butterfly effect, that constantly kind of moves the value and maintains it. Vaughn, Jack.
Yeah, sure. I'll go next. I think about this in two ways. I think like in kind of a really generic, abstract way, which is the way I think, which is kind of annoying to most people. But I think about it in terms of we have this like physical space, which we all kind of are sovereign in our own rights in some way, because we get to like live and breathe and so on, and we can control ourselves. And then we have this like digital space, which was so difficult to navigate and coordinate in. So like we kind of gave all of our rights to these massive companies, and in order to live in that digital space, like they extract a lot of value from us. So they like recreate us in like virtual space, and Google owns everything and allows us to coordinate by like email and so on. And like with crypto, it's like we have this like right to be in that digital space and to coordinate with something that's like sovereign, and that's like incredible, right? So, and when I think the ramifications of that in music is, there's a whole spectrum of economic relationships, and some of them not even economic, between like artists and fans and patrons and funders that we've never been able to explore in a digital realm. And that's what's up for grabs. Like that's super exciting. And I think that we're going to be building that, like fleshing that out over time. And that's super, super exciting. And I think that's one time in terms of like what that could look like. And again, like the platforms that are being built out, I think when you look at some of the platforms that are live today, they're doing like maybe like 1 or 2% of like where that could go. It's really interesting looking in the social token and community token space for like ideas around how that could work. And it did make me think about like something that the consensus team loosely kind of put together, Toolkit, which was like a bit silly. And I think the other way of thinking about it is like what it means for the traditional music industry. And I think you've got on the one side, I always feel about this, like there was a train station, there was a train, and the train was leaving. And as it started leaving, it was going to go faster and faster and faster. And that's crypto. And you, Joe, were on the train. Open Music and Jack were like on the station, like trying to help the music industry pack its bags and get them on the train. And I just think that like it's not going to work. Like we're not going to get this stuff on the train. So I think we kind of need to jump on the train. But I don't think it's going anywhere awful. I think it's going somewhere great. But I don't think the music industry is going to get on there. So I think we'll end up with what we have, where today kind of where copyright exists on the outside, but we find much better ways to coordinate on inside this kind of digital space. So yeah, super exciting. Just don't know if the music industry is going to like jump on the train with us.
Yeah, how do I follow
that analogy? Really
amazing.
Loved it. I think on the thread of what everyone's touching on here, you know, the aspects of like community allocation and community are the big thing that stand out for me. I mean, I mentioned I'm helping some artists with social tokens. I still firmly believe that they're going to be this next kind of fertile kind of creative ground for exploring how we build community around artists and provide some decent services that I think will set a floor to just quality of living for artists. I've said this before, but I thought it was in hindsight, it seems like it was a fool's errand to kind of go after all the little kind of micro areas where crypto intersects with the inequities of the music business today and try and solve for those. Because it overlooks this like very, very massive new possibility of creating permissionless community with capital. And to kind of what Vaughn's point was about putting value around things that we were never able to put. There's a lot of existing value in the relationships between artists and their fans. And now that we can capture that and put that in some sort of unit of value that can be transferred and priced, is going to create a lot of really, really interesting things that I think will exist kind of adjacent to the music business, the recorded music business as we know it, and the live performance business as we know it. But it will start creating those, collectives or cooperatives that start to bring in more artists and provide just, general livings for them and allow them to continue to do what they're doing.
Very cool. Love it. I think we are almost out of time, but I think we have a question from the audience, and I think it's Gabe again. Should music always be on sale? Should digital music always be on sale?
I mean, this is yours.
No, I believe not. No, it's up to the individual to choose that. I believe, some stuff shouldn't have a price, and sometimes it's bad for things to have a price, but sometimes it also helps a lot. It's a pretty vague answer. Sorry.
But that's the beauty of it all, right? It is absolutely the choice of the creator. And this is, I think, what crypto does for music, for us all. It gives us a choice.
Exactly.
Agency.
Yep.
Can I counter? I actually think that price is important because I think it gives everybody agency. And I think that it's information, and I think it's an important thing to have. In all respects, even if people don't act on it, I think it's just important information.
And it's, the artist being able to price that is pretty new. I mean, that's another piece that has just sort of been taken out of the hands of artists. And so the potential for an artist to say, I think that this one song is worth this much money, it just hasn't been happening recently. So yeah.
So empowering artists, basically.
Yeah, to set the value of the work the same way that others can. I mean, imagine.
Awesome. Well, I'm so sorry we don't have more time, but we've been chatting, and as soon as we can do this thing in real life, we might do an OGNFT take 2. And you're obviously all invited, but for now, thank you so much. Nicole, Jack, Simona, Vaughn, and everybody watching. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Simona.
Take care. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks, Simona.
Awesome. Hello. We're going to have a great sort of next panel here about the future of NFTs with Jesse Walden from Variant Fund, Tara from IDEO, Dan from Mason, and we're going to have Linda up here as well in just a moment. Thank you all for being here. I don't know if you want to give quick intros as well, but I guess just to quickly transition, we're really, I think, scrambling through them here. I wanted to maybe just ask, what sort of what's your history in the NFT space? What's the most interesting thing that got you into this whole concept in the first place? And maybe we can use that as a jumping off point along with some of your background and what you're working on now.
Sure, I can go first maybe. Hi, I'm Jesse. I'm the founder and managing partner of Variant Fund. I guess my story with NFTs starts with a project I co-founded called Media Chain, where we're exploring a lot of ideas that I think are now being realized through NFTs, which is really, really great to see. That was a long time ago in crypto years. In 2014 was the beginning of Media Chain Labs, and our goal was to build what we call the universal media library, where all the world's images, videos, songs, etc., could be sort of attributed to their creator, their owner, and you can find out sort of all the information about that piece of media online. And I think that's where we're going with NFTs. So very excited about that.
Awesome. Maybe Linda, if you want to go next.
Oh yeah, sure. So hi, I'm Linda. I'm co-founder of a crypto fund called Scalar Capital. I previously was at Coinbase for a few years, and I got into the NFT space mostly through the gaming side initially. I play a lot of video games, and I really love the idea of just in-game items being able to move freely between different games or be able to trade them in marketplaces. And so I was collecting a bunch of Gods Unchained and Skyweaver cards early on because I really love the concept of being able to like earn these cards in these games and be able to actually trade them. So that was really compelling for me.
Hey, so Dan Litzer, co-founder of Nascent, which is another crypto investing entity. And previously I was with IDEO along with Tara. And actually, I think early NFT stuff for us was, I remember very specifically getting the 0x and Decentraland teams together at the IDEO office back, and it was like end of 2017, early 2018. And Tara and I were like helping them with a brainstorm around the modifications to what became the ERC 721 standard. There'd been a proposal out there. CryptoKitties wasn't like quite on board with it yet. And we kind of helped think through what some of the modifications were that were going to be needed to make this more broadly applicable. And we did some experiments back then with some fellows and built a few NFT games. But it's been really cool seeing some of those concepts like the extensibility of NFTs that we were playing around with back then that are now starting to really become a new wave in this trend.
Yeah, I'm Tara, and wasn't that a wild ride? Like, just imagine, like a couple of years ago, it was really just a bunch of engineers and developers in a room, and now sort of this concept of NFTs have just caught on like wildfire, and it's just been amazing to watch. I'm Tara. I'm with IDEO Collab Ventures. We're an early stage fund that invests in crypto and blockchain startups. I'm probably one of the few handfuls of designers turned investors in the world. So the creative and creator economy is very near and dear to my heart. Most of my friends are artists and creators and musicians. So I'm so excited that they're coming into this space and bringing a little bit of creative mischief and chaos into the mix.
Definitely. And like, it's kind of interesting that you mentioned that like it really did explode, I guess, this year or last year, depending on how you want to like view the years, given where we are in the world. But why do you think it actually took off now? Like, what do you think changed between like whatever you want to call the previous cycle, if we're doing cycles, whatever you want to call that previous movement? Like, what was the big reason that like we now see this sudden explosion?
I think Bitcoin and crypto more broadly, sort of crossing the chasm to mainstream cultural acceptance was sort of a prerequisite for NFTs to do the same. So essentially, like, Bitcoin has been around for 10 years, but has always like toiled in this sort of like bleeding edge sort of niche territory. And really, over the last year, it sort of became an institutional asset. And I think very clearly accepted as such, not going back from that. So that probably had a lot to do with popularizing the idea that digital assets can have value. And then, that the understanding of that, I think, maybe transmuted pretty naturally to NFTs. But then separately, I think another trend that also happened over the last year that may have had something to do with it is that investing in general has become sort of like a team sport that you play with your friends online, or, like with Wall Street Bets and Robinhood, and making investing a lot more accessible, and crypto making investing a lot more accessible. I think the realm of investable assets has opened up quite a bit, and investing has become culture, and culture has become investing. And so that all plays really nicely into NFTs as a new asset class for people to speculate on and invest in.
I think one other area that was also really important to take off was just the concept of DeFi, decentralized trading, and people being able to take these NFTs and trade with anyone. Just early on, I think that there was a lot of skepticism around decentralized exchange and people feeling like you needed to go through centralized exchanges. So seeing that wave take off, I think, was really important. And now we're seeing a lot more discussion of like, what else can you do beyond just trading? And so I think that that's been where there's been a lot of creative exploration happening with like fractionalized ownership and being able to borrow and lend, use as collateral. So I think that DeFi and NFT pair really well together in terms of kind of helping this take off.
I'm kind of curious, actually, like, well, I mean, yeah, certainly DEXs like Ether Delta was not a great experience. If people remember that like era of DEXs, but like Tara, like from a design perspective as well, like we've seen a lot of shift in like how people are talking about like what it means to run an NFT platform, to run crypto platforms generally. In like the last cycle, I think the big thing was like abstract away everything. We'll use meta transactions. We'll like abstract away all crypto from the UX. And now Kevin from Foundation has put a good sort of post out about like crypto wanting to be seen. Like, where do you think we'll eventually end up in terms of crypto design, and like, does crypto want to be seen?
I think you're always going to get, sort of a gradient. People who are creating on these platforms will want to peek under the hood to some extent and understand, what it is they're actually doing. And then I think you kind of get sort of the mainstream, or sort of down the funnel, mainstream audiences who may or may not want to know what crypto is. I mean, one of the top trading cards, I think I was peeking at Etherscan a couple of days ago. The top trading cards actually belong to a soccer trading game called SoRare. And, you go on the site and you play the game. It's a fantasy soccer kind of game, and there's zero mention of crypto or NFTs, like zero. It is, it's not a closed system, so you can actually trade SoRare on other platforms, but when you're on the site and through the entire experience, you don't see crypto mentioned at all. So I think there will be space for that. I think there will be space for crypto native artists and sort of communities to sort of spring up around that. But I think you're also going to have the SoRares of the world that, go after huge, massive mainstream markets that may not mention crypto at all.
Jesse, what are your thoughts on that? Like, I do see there being a lot more of a push this cycle of like people talking about like crypto as something that is like front and center. And like, I know you're kind of close with Foundation, so I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on that. Obviously, they've done really well with that approach.
Yeah, I think I agree with Tara in that I think there's sort of like different approaches, maybe at different points in crypto's adoption. So like long run, I think, on like a 10-year time horizon or something like that, I think crypto succeeds when we no longer talk about crypto. It's just like part of the plumbing of the internet, and it's like an expectation that everything, uses it. Sort of like we don't talk about like ISPs or broadband or even internet companies. We just talk about like startups, right? Like, so that, I think that's where we're going. But I think where we are today is, we're still in maybe like the early adopter or maybe early majority phase. And so the technology is still rough around the edges and requires like a sort of open mind about how to use it. And so given that it's rough around the edges, I think it might actually be helpful to expose it to people to make them aware that they're trying this new thing. And, that comes with new opportunities and also new challenges that are worth sort of struggling through in order to get to the opportunities on the other side. So that's my interpretation of Kevon's post on like crypto wanting to be seen, is like people want the real thing and they need to know, why, what it is and why they're doing it in order to like get around the rough edges. But I think like we can't expect everyone on the planet to go through that. So like at some point, it needs to be abstracted or sort of smoothed out for end users. Oh,
Dan, did you want to hop in? I saw you. I was just kind of like, I think it's really interesting that you're seeing that not just in NFTs, but across different parts of the ecosystem. Like DAOs sort of are the same thing right now. Like you have just like DAOs that are mostly people interacting in a very primitive way with like, various multi-sigs and like various like, tooling that isn't really there yet. Like, if you look back at what Aragon was doing, like it certainly wasn't like the most friendly interface. You've got a few interfaces like DAO House now that still require a lot of knowledge of like what it means to be in a DAO in the first place, and the terminology itself is also kind of confusing. But like Dan, this actually might be a good question for you, which is like, you've had a lot of involvement in DAOs. Like, there definitely seems to be an increasing intersection between those two topics. So like, one piece of like the future of NFTs that I'm kind of curious about is like, we just saw Pleaser DAO purchase like a $5.4 million NFT from Snowden, which is like, I don't know if that's like in the top 10 anymore, to be honest. Like, I think there's like, at this point, a lot of other sales going on, but that was probably the first one I've seen that was like large scale DAO purchasing. Like, how do you see DAOs interacting with NFTs and like that sort of intersection working in the future?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a lot of overlap between NFTs, DAOs, DeFi. Like it's all kind of like getting blurry around the edges, and there's pieces of each. I'm actually starting to see more projects using NFTs like in DAOs in various capacities, or like adding NFT components on top of a DAO that's associated with a DeFi protocol. So it's really all kind of coming together in interesting ways, and I think it's largely a matter of perspective, which you put as like the headline and like which are the supports for that. The experiments we've seen with things like Whale DAO and Flamingo DAO, and then like K21 and like all these different things, it's also starting to feel like it's meshing with social tokens, which I remember, Jesse, you were like one of the people that like turned me on to that, a few years ago. And the idea of just like these collectives of people, where I feel like DeFi comes from a like protocol first, and then we need a DAO to support that. And we're now starting to see like collections of people just come together by like shared interests, shared values, and then finding a way to put funds into that and attach it to specific activities or buying specific assets. And so it feels a little bit like an inversion of where we've seen DAOs be created before. And I think it's really exciting. It feels a lot more kind of organic and bottom up. So we'll see how that evolves over time.
I definitely think that like the whole angle of like creators coming together into these collectives is going to be really powerful. Like, I do wonder, like going back to the point about like UX, like eventually how that looks for creators. Like right now, we don't see like a saturation in the market of creators. Like there's plenty of creators who know nothing about NFTs, who know nothing about DAOs. What does it look like when like everyone is using NFTs, everyone is using DAOs? Like, do you start to see that, like, for example, like, I don't know, an example of what you might be like TikTok. Like TikTok had a lot of like remixing culture that's like emerged. And like, I think the concept now of like using a single sort of like media application like Instagram, where you're just posting photos, you're not like interacting with other artists or like collaborating, seems really like antiquated, at least to like younger generations. And like, I'm kind of curious, like, do you see similar sorts of behaviors evolving as people start to like mass adopt NFTs and DAOs and these sorts of like forms of collective creation?
Yeah, I think what's really fascinating, just to build on what's being shared in this group, in this chat, which is super great, is that I think what crypto does is that it bundles economics and incentives and a market around certain forms of capital, right? So what becomes interesting is that, and I think NFTs today are just scratching the surface of what it could do. But what becomes interesting is that, as we step into what does it mean to, financialize in some ways social capital or cultural capital, and what are the sort of different other derivatives or products that can be built on top of that. I think that's where it becomes really interesting, is when we add sort of this lever to social infrastructure, which is super fascinating. I think all of us here, Jesse especially, has touched on that.
I think I'm also, we've talked about this for a while. It's like I'm scared of this too, right? It's like it's really cool, but it's also scary that like we're so explicitly financializing things, right? Think about what social media has done to our culture in terms of like people just getting like rewired based on dopamine hits to do things that they know are going to get like likes and follows and stuff. And now like you attach money to it, it feels like it's just taking it to a whole new level and making it so much more explicit. There's not even that like barrier of like advertising or like some abstraction there. It's like directly monetized. And I'm excited because like anything that gets more direct connections between like creators and their community and their fans, I think is just like, it's positive overall, but it's also scary in terms of like where it feels like we're kind of pushing culture.
Totally. I mean, it's funny when you're saying that advertising is a good barrier. It's like, something's clearly wrong in this world. Right? I mean, provocation is, we live in a pretty capitalistic society, is that, we're heading towards anyway. Wasn't there a really great tweet a couple months back about how, this pandemic has led to a massive social experiment where we're primarily living our lives through an internet. And in the absence of physical transactions, sort of financial transactions, especially digital ones, have, sort of in some ways taken over or been a pretty good substitute for other forms of interaction that might have taken place. So it's an interesting provocation to think about. But yeah, I mean, for sure, our kids are going to grow up in a very, very different world.
One example that I really love is the idea that people from all over the world can now make a living wage just like working in a DAO, dealing with NFTs. And so I think a really great example of that is Yield Guild Games, where they've had people in the Philippines actually making a living wage playing these games. And not only are they just players in these games, they have now been able to be turned into investors where they can own pieces of land in these games. And this DAO collective where they have the expertise around these individual games now can invest in like the best things and kind of build up their own portfolio. So I really love how it's enabled people who might otherwise have not been able to participate in these systems be able to be part of this like open global DAO.
It's kind of interesting, like there's two sides, right? Like there's a double-edged sword of like hyper-financialization in the sense here, like how do you think we best curb that, like, and like channel it in these ways, like Linda, the one that you mentioned around Yield Guild, where like people are clearly getting benefit from like changing their entire livelihood, their entire like strategy around like how they're working in the world, but at the same time keeping these kinds of like relationships with friends, with like family, that like, maybe we don't want hyper financialized, sort of like separate. Like how do we use things like NFTs and social tokens responsibly? Maybe is sort of like corollary to that.
I think right now most NFTs and DAOs, like the core feature is like there's a token that can be traded. I wonder if so that's like obviously a good thing if you want liquid markets, and that's a function of like the community you're building. But I wonder if we won't see more communities that are not as permissionless spin up. So in other words, like what you're buying is membership, and membership is not as freely tradable. It sort of runs counter to most of what we've seen in crypto to date, but it's definitely possible. And I think maybe like striking the right balance between permissionless, in entry and exit, and like a sticky community is something that more of these DAOs, and particularly like creator DAOs, might lean into. And like you're starting to see early signs of this. Like one example is Mirror, the blogging platform, where you not just anyone can like spin up a blog in spite of the the infrastructure being completely open. If you want to have a domain on Mirror, you need to be voted in by other writers on the platform. And so that's like kind of an early example of like just permissioning the systems a little bit more to avoid like, people sort of like exit scamming you or just, coming in and out and ruining the community.
Definitely. And like, it sounds like the good thing is a lot of people are thinking about this problem. Like, I don't think we're as, the last cycle, or like maybe like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, people might have been more worried that we were just kind of rushing into things. And it definitely seems like we're taking a more measured approach now, which is nice. So I wanted to quickly go back to the Pleaser DAO example, actually, like, because there's one other piece there that occurs to me that we haven't really touched on, which is like, you know, eventually we could imagine, and this actually happened in that auction, which is what reminds me of it. So there were two bidders. One bidder was Pleaser DAO. One bidder was this anonymous account that tried to bid and fell asleep and then lost the bid as a result of that, which is just a great story in itself. That like, this is now, we're at the point in the cycle where people are apparently spending like $5-7 million and like falling asleep, losing bids. But like, one thing that was interesting about that is they put up a version of the NFT on OpenSea and tried to get people to try to get Snowden to just purchase it. So like, it kind of raises an interesting question. Like, if Snowden accepts that bid, like, what do we view as like the authentic NFT in that case? And like, are there two authentic NFTs? And more generally, like, how do you view this sort of like cross-platform sort of interaction working eventually? Like, do we eventually see just a standard across like all these different marketplaces? Like, how do you see that playing out?
I think a lot of that, like what's authentic, depends on the creator. I think, you know, Cooper Turley had I think a good point about this, where it's really, an NFT is not like you're buying the work, it's like you're buying like a relationship with the creator, in some ways. And so I think that's going to be one of the things that differentiates successful creators in this new environment, are ones who like understand the kind of promise and the relationship that they're creating with the folks who purchase their works, and wanting to honor that. And so I think we will see kind of more standard good practices and not as good practices that will evolve. But also I think some of the most exciting creators are going to be people who kind of play with those conventions and figure out like what is a new model and a better model in some way.
Tara, what are your thoughts from like a design perspective? I kind of want to like get more of that in.
I mean, I think someone mentioned it during this panel, which is the infrastructure right now is still broken, right? I mean, we need better standards, we need better bridges, we need more collaboration, I think, across you know, protocols and platforms themselves. So I think that's that. I think, you know, it doesn't solve a human problem, right? The technology doesn't solve a human problem, which is, I mean, there are lots of people who are just ripping off original artwork and minting NFTs and selling it, you know, on their own, and it's not, it doesn't account for that. So I think it's just a reminder, at least for me, that you know, that a lot of what we're dealing with is a lot of, you know, sort of human problems as well that will not go away with technology.
Do you think we've spent enough, like for everyone, like enough time on those human problems? Like, what are the biggest outstanding, like just not even like NFT specific, but like what are the biggest like coordination problems we like haven't solved yet? And like, I'm very like biased towards ones that are more sort of like public goods focused on the Gitcoin side. But like, I've noticed, you know, Mira is doing some really interesting work specifically on this, like trying to figure out like, how do we coordinate people to like donate to these like pools of different like addresses, or how do we coordinate people to like create DAOs immediately, like party bid on these different like NFTs? Like, what are those sorts of forms of coordination that we think will like emerge from like this like, I guess, ongoing cycle?
One thing to throw in the ring here is like, I think, yeah, I'm kind of sick of my own buzzword, but like it's the buzzword is patronage plus, right? So the idea is like patronage plus profit. And I think like what crypto enables in a pretty unique way, because it's 24/7 global markets, is like the complete synthesis of the two. So like in Web 2, you had like lots of tools to become a patron of creative things you wanted to see in the world. But you had no means of like becoming an investor in those things. And crypto, of course, like makes it really easy for you to be an investor in, you know, in any digital asset. And to points others have raised in this conversation, like one of the primary incentives are, you know, behaviors that I think is happening when someone purchases an NFT is like becoming a patron of the creative work that you want to see in the world. Like you're supporting the creator first and foremost, or you're doing it for a relationship or some kind of status in relation to the creator or game or whatever. But then there's also this like secondary motivation, which is profit, or the potential to like, make money from reselling that asset in the future, which is, much harder to do in Web 2. And so one of the opportunities I think, or, coordination problems that Patronage Plus could solve is that it could make a lot more people patrons of creative work that they want to see in the world, because they have this, capitalist incentive to become patrons in the first place. And so that I think is, funding creative, funding the arts, funding creative work, funding public goods, has always been sort of an open question. And I think maybe, robust markets for these things actually solve it. And that sort of coordination through markets.
I think one thing I've been thinking a lot about is how do you incentivize participation, because we have large groups of DAO members, and do you even want everyone to be participating? How do you create like high quality membership and all of that? And so I think there's a lot to explore in regards to like the reputation side of things. Someone who is consistently voted, maybe they now get like these NFT badges or something, and you can visually see how often this member participates. I want to see more more delegation to like people who are really passionate about this and have dedicated so much of their time to researching the social community and really understanding it. So I think there's a lot to be explored there in terms of the coordination problem, because we don't necessarily, not every single person needs to be voting on every single proposal, but at the same time, we don't want like 1% voter participation rate or something.
It's really an interesting problem. Like that's almost it's very much mirrored in like NFTs and like social tokens. Like how do you actually like, what is the right amount of participation in like these different ecosystems from like different parties? Like I don't think there's one clear answer, but like I definitely don't think we've reached that equilibrium yet, which is like kind of unfortunate. But I mean, there's certainly progress that we're making. I guess one last question, which I guess Jesse and Linda, you kind of touched on your answers to, is like, what's the one thing that you would hope to see, especially within just like the NFT space, but even just more broadly in the next like 5 years, that really hasn't like emerged full form yet? Like what would that look like, and what would it be? Maybe we'll start with Dan, just because like Dan and Tara haven't given like, I feel like patronage and like those sorts of like DAO like reputation mechanisms are the answers for Jesse and Linda, but I might be wrong.
Tara, why don't you take it?
Go ahead. I'm sure you have lots of thoughts. Yeah, go ahead. I'll come after.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think there can be an NFT come out. One of the interesting things I think about using NFTs in this capacity around kind of curation and roles like within a DAO is that one of the cool things about NFTs is that they are transferable, and you kind of don't want reputation and some of these capabilities to be directly transferable. So it feels like a weird mashup to me. And honestly, like I don't fully have my head around like why this is going to work, but it's a concept that I've seen popping up in enough places from enough smart people that I feel like I'm missing something here, and that there must be a twist that it just is not clicking for me.
I think we're going to see more like non-transferable NFTs. And so like this is only attached to this address, or you need to like maybe get permission in order to transfer this, and there's certain criteria involved. So I think we're going to have like less, I mean, Jesse touched upon this, like less like permissionless kind of situation in some cases.
Yeah, maybe that's like my limitations. Like I think of that as like, well, isn't that what like a kind of token curated registry like TCR is? Like, why don't we just have like a registry of the addresses and we update the registry? But like, I feel like functionally it's the same, but like maybe it's easier for people mentally to grasp onto when there is literally like an asset sitting in an address. That's like a paradigm we've gotten used to.
So one thing, I think TCRs are actually going to be really popular, but I think one good example could be like, imagine one address just getting verified or having some certificate that they went through some verification process. You don't necessarily want that NFT to be transferable, but you want that wallet to represent that NFT and show that they went through this process. And now as this wallet like logs into all these different dApps, they can like easily log in, but you don't want everyone to be able to have that same credential without going the same process. So I find like identity and NFTs non-transferable to be like kind of similar.
So I'm gonna say your answer, Dan, is technically TCRs. Jesse's is technically Plus. Linda's is technically reputation in the context of NFTs and DAOs. And then Tara, you get the last word, and then we have to wrap.
Okay, I'll be quick. I think I'm most excited about next level NFTs, which is what can you do with ownership of creative assets? So what does it mean when you stake NFTs? What does it yield, and how do you sort of perform sort of and earn through ownership? And I think that yields lots of interesting stuff from, licensing of creative assets to membership tokens to to much more. So super excited there. Thanks, Scott. You've been amazing.
Awesome. This is great. No, thank you all. Like seriously, a lot of respect for like everything all of you are doing. Glad that I somehow stumbled onto moderating this with Austin, and I'm really glad that we were able to put this together. So thank you again. We'll chat soon.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We've seen the future. Now we're going to bring it back down. One of the superpowers of Ethereum is that any old random scrappy dev can pull a repo off the shelf, make some small changes, write a little code, and create a new financial mechanism. We're talking about collectibles today. Our next speaker is what I like to say protocol smart, but working on product. A lot of times you find protocol guys and they're like nerds in the dark, right? And then the product guys are dealing with humans. I feel like Philip is protocol smart, but thinking about humans and thinking about human interaction. Philip Castonguay, I got to say it very French, but welcome Philip Castonguay from Horizon Games, builder of Skyweaver, I believe. And I think that early in the days, we were talking about UX and we were talking about abstracting it away. And I think you guys did a lot of that abstraction at first and kind of the clunky blockchain UX. Scott kind of talked about it there a little bit too. I think I'll kick it off. I'll throw it over to you. Very excited to hear the curse of non-fungibility. I don't know if we're talking about 1155 or one of the standards you worked on, but I'm very excited to hear it. Philip Castonguay, everyone.
All right, nice to see you, Austin. It's been a while. So yeah, I mean, I titled it "The Curse of Non-Fungibility," but so it's going to be about dark magic. But before that, yeah, as Austin said, just a brief mention. I am the director of product for Skyweaver at Horizon Games. We work on the different products. We have our final test phase this Thursday, actually, and we just released a bunch of information about our economy. So this is the only mention I'll make about my products. And I'm gonna jump right into it. All right, so before I go into what I call the curse of non-fungibility, in the last few weeks I've been thinking about what is non-fungibility, not so much because of the technical definition, but what is the perceived definition of non-fungibility. And I had the intuition that people use the term NFTs for a lot more than non-fungible assets. So I started doing some fun Twitter polls, and the first one was, is an ERC20 token with a forever total supply of one an NFT? Right, and we got almost 800 replies, and most people said yes, which was a bit surprising to me, but some people pointed out that, well, perhaps is the supply of one, are we accounting for decimals? Because the supply of one with 18 decimals, it's still fungible. So to clarify this, I made another one. Is an ERC20 token that is not divisible, that has 0 decimals, with a forever maximum supply of one an NFT? And most people said yes again, which is what I expected. Now, one thing I expected a bit less was this one, the other side of the question, the other interpretation of the first question. If there is only one Unisoc that would ever exist, and if it was divisible, like the current Unisocs, would it be considered an NFT? And most people said yes again, with less. Just to point out, only 50 people replied, of course, so take it with a grain of salt, but it looks like it's trending toward the yes. And to push it even further, I tried 2 days ago, see, okay, well, what if we take Beeple's every day is the first 5,000 NFTs, which is the background of my presentation, actually. What if we took that and said, we asked people, okay, imagine that Beeple sold exact same token ID, same token address, maybe with ERC20, ERC55, no decimal, maximum supply of 2, right? So there's 2 assets that are identical that you couldn't distinguish. Would these be considered NFTs? And with 100 reply, most people said yes, although the difference is very small, but it's clear that there's a confusion, which to me I found it interesting. It seems to point that the concept of NFTs is going beyond the non-fungibility or the technical definition that I think a lot of us that have been around for a while are used to. And I would also expect that this is my audience, which is probably slightly biased towards the more technical. So anyway, this brings me to other questions of what is non-fungible. And a lot of people think that $20 bills or behave like as if $20 bills were a fungible asset, where you don't think which $20 bill you're going to give the cashier. However, in practice, $20 bills are non-fungible. Their IDs, each of them has a unique identifier, and this specific one you see on the screen is actually worth $130. So it's very possible that some of the $20 bills you've used in the past are worth more or less than $20, but almost everyone treats them as fungible. So non-fungibility, I like to see it almost as a subjective experience where some people will perceive assets to be fungible, even though by technical definition, they are not. And same thing here, right? We have on the left the Pung 7804, and on the right the Bung 7804, which is the Binance fork. Both of these are non-fungible, right? But one thing that I like, and for the rest of the presentation, I'll keep referring to, is I'll refer more to the rarity instead of the non-fungibility, where non-fungibility is one technical aspect. But I think when we think of collectibles that are on the blockchain, there's a lot more than just non-fungibility. And here in this case, again, both of these assets are non-fungible. But what's really distinguished between the two is that the one on the left is a lot rarer because it has this unique property that it's the original 7804, whereas the one on the right is a copy. Any copy of CryptoPunks would have a similar comparison. So I like to say, let's look at the rarity instead of the fungibility for a little bit. And now this brings me to what I call the curse of non-fungibility, which, to be fair, is completely name I made up. Don't reuse it. But in general, and this is something that I'm sure everyone knows already, but rarer assets are harder for users to price. And the reason why I say this is the curse of non-fungibility, and it's very obvious for most people, is for the consequences that this will have on the user experience in the products that you're creating. And I'll get into this a bit later, but this is really, keep in mind, the rarer the assets are, the harder they are for users to price. And for example, here's a really good example of, imagine you're brand new users, you jump into CryptoKitties. All of these CryptoKitties look totally unique. You can't tell which one is more unique to the other. They all look as if they were rare, right? All of these are non-fungible. How do you get the users to jump into this and decide right at the moment, I want to buy CryptoKitty, right? They have to start doing research. They have to start looking, okay, which one is my favorite? What characteristics am I looking for? And then they have to look at the price. And if they see the price, they have to somehow know, is this the right price for this to pay, right? And this is what I mean by the rarer an asset is, the more expensive it becomes. Is that here it's not so much that some of these are rarer, is that they are perceived to be as rarer than others, right? Some of these characteristics looks very unique compared to the others. I compared to cats that look very different. For the users that is not an expert yet in CryptoKitties, it's very difficult to establish which asset is actually rare, right? And this brings me to the point that the more options requires better expert. The more options you have in a product where users have to participate financially, the better you're expecting them to be as experts. The more options, the entry level for your users is much higher the more options you have to purchase. And this is not only true in NFTs, it's a common knowledge in most of product development and the traditional industries. But one exception that I think is not an exception, but a way that a product that I think got away with this really, really well is NBA Top Shot. And for a few reasons I'll get back to, but one of the primary one I believe is that there's a lot of basketball fans in the world, right? Which means that almost all their brand new users, a lot of them were already expert at deciding, is this basketball player better than another, right? Which gives them a hedge in terms of, is this the right price to pay for an asset? Well, I compared this price of my favorite basketball player with a basketball player that is less known. Of course, my favorite one is going to be worth more expensive. That makes your players a lot easier to onboard in your product, to participate in the economy. And yeah, again, this is because there is already a pool of expert in the world that existed for this product, but it's not always true for a product that you might be creating at the moment. Which brings me to another point I want to make, is that superficial rarity is not worth it. And what I mean by this is that if we go back to the CryptoKitty example, there's a lot of beautiful NFT projects like CryptoPunks and Decentralands and Sandbox and many others that create rare assets and unique assets in their platforms that I think are very well done. But if you make your assets non-fungible just for increasing the rarity, just to create uniqueness in your assets, you really have to know what you're doing, because for various reasons, but impairing or the difficulty with price discovery of NFTs is a real user adoption friction. You're adding a lot of friction in your product if your users have to become experts before they can participate. And when I say they have to become expert, of course a user can come in, make a purchase without knowing much about the product. But if they make a purchase or a sell without being expert, it means that other experts are most likely profiting out of your new users, right? So your new users are getting cannibalized by your more experienced users, which is also a difficult problem. So what can we do about this, right? We're almost on the 15-20 minutes. What can we do about this? There's many things we can do about this while keeping the NFTs, right? How can we make it so that our users are not thrown into this long learning curve before being able to participate in our products? So the first thing is, the most obvious, is help your users with price discovery, right? Price discovery is the process of finding a price or establishing a price for an asset. You can help your users Top Shot do it. There's many ways of doing it. For example, the housing market does it very well. If you look at houses in your vicinity, you'll have suggestive price. There's apps that allow to help you evaluate the price of your house. Same thing you can do with NFTs. You can look at past existing NFTs that are similar to the NFT your user is about to purchase. Say, hey, this is a calculated price that we expect. Make sure you're not too far off of it. So there's a lot of tools that you can help to provide a suggested price to your users that can help with price discovery to eliminate that initial barrier. Another way of doing it is to wrap your NFTs into fungible tokens. So convert your NFTs into fungible assets. And then these fungible assets can have a lot more market data. And the more market data, the easier it is for an asset to find its price. So two examples that I personally know, NFTX and Fractional. NFTX allows you to build index funds for NFTs. Fractional allows you to create to fractionalize your NFTs into your CL20, and both of these will allow markets to help find the price of your NFTs, which is a good way also to help your users pay the right price. And lastly, an alternative idea that I would like to propose is, instead of starting with non-fungible asset as your prime asset, if your product is not live yet, I would invite you to start contemplating the idea of instead using fungible tokens as your base, as your assets, but with various rarities. So you could have fungible tokens that only have 5 that exist in the world, or 1 million that exist in the world, and make it clear that this is the case. Being fungible by default means that you can start using with automated market maker. There's going to be more trading volume, which will help again find the price of your assets. So that was 15 minutes. So just as a conclusion, the rare assets are harder to price. So make sure that if you add rarity in your products, it's not just superficial rarity, that the rarity is meaningful and is useful, because otherwise you're adding friction without much upside. A hard to price asset adds friction to your users, as I just said, and if you really want that non-fungibility and that uniqueness to your asset, make sure that you help your users with price discovery, for example, by wrapping your NFTs, or also if you're willing to forego some of the non-fungibility aspect, you can start with rare fungible asset, and in order to help with price discovery and liquidity. And that's it. You guys, if anyone is interested in following me on Twitter, I'm PhABCD, and happy to have questions there as well.
Thank you, Philip, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The curse of non-fungibility. I loved it. Thanks for being with us today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy
Appreciate
Tuesday.
It.
Happy 420.
Yeah, it is. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, next up, obviously there's so many people that we missed and should have on here, and they aren't on here, and we only have so much of a day, and it was chaos arranging everything. But the next guys and gals are from RareAF, and we called it RareAF Stories, but now I think it's turned into a 3-act story of RareAF 1, 2, and 3. And I think I was at RareAF 2, and I brought some of my own artwork on NFTs. But I'm excited to hear from this group. We've got James, Fanny, and Judy. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'll get out of here. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Happy RareAF. Happy 420.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. Good to see you. James, you're muted. All right, but so we have 15 minutes, so we were probably thinking of doing something a bit chronological for sake of the argument, going back to some RareAF stories. And who wants to start with RareAF 1? Judy?
Well, yes. I mean, that's kind of like the seminal event where we all got together for the first time. And by we all, I mean, the few platforms at the time in the beginning of 2018, which were identified actually by Joe Looney, who is, as we call him, the grandfather of crypto art, of the platforms that were doing NFTs, which at the time weren't even called NFTs yet. We were still discussing whether to call it crypto art or rare art or blockchain art. But this festival started with a tweet by Joe, who identified, he found the CryptoPunks, he found Dada, he found the Rare Art Labs guys, and he sent a tweet saying, we should have a festival, we should meet. And the Rare Art Labs guys actually took it upon themselves to organize this. And what I love about this, it was completely almost serendipitous. And in the space of a month, by January 13 of 2018, we had a festival. And it really was, I think, that where the community started and coalesced, at least here in New York. We actually didn't really know anyone very well. The only people we knew, that Beatrice and I, were John and Matt from CryptoPunks, because they had helped us with their smart contract and with their open source code. They were the inspiration for our Crips and Weirdos, just as the Rare Peppers were the inspiration also in terms of the aesthetic. And so we decided, well, we don't really know anyone. So we had a little cocktail party before the event so that we could all hang out before actually speaking on a panel and at least get to bond. And I think that was one of the greatest ideas I ever had, because we really got to know each other before we got to speak on a stage. And I think from there, a lot of things happened in terms of community. Like it was like this kind of feeling of we can help each other, we can champion each other, we can support each other, was there from the very beginning. And I think it still is around to this day. Awesome. Do I have any seconds left? Probably not, but take it away.
I don't know. I don't know. Were you, James, at RareAF 1? I was not. I went with.
I was there. I remember being blown away, just walking into a pack of people who were all just like fervent. It was like this energy of curiosity and so much opportunity. The crowd was wild. It was like packed to the brim, and I made some great friends that day. That's how I got into the art project, #ArtProject Telegram group. I hadn't really used Telegram prior to that experience and started using it more and more and learned a lot from that community. And that was crucial in sort of my experience learning about crypto art. I didn't know anything, but the journey has been everything.
And then you decided to organize RareAF too.
Well, we heard it couldn't happen as planned.
Mm-hmm.
So we repurposed a group which started to organize an NFT hackathon in conjunction with ETH New York. So that group kind of adopted the RareAF brand, and we did a logo design contest, which was impossible to decide the victor. But we ended up choosing Mattia Catini, who created this font and a logo for this event, and it's now enshrined with the NFT After Effects. So wanted to give that a shout out. And then, yeah, Cynthia Gayton made that.
I have it too, right here in front of me.
So I do actually want to share let's see, Chrome. I'll show my entire screen. I want to show you a few pictures from that RareAF too, because that's something I know personally. I was like, I was not at the first one, so we have to organize the next one. So we did organize it in Bushwick at the Bushwick generator in May 2019. And guys, like, chip in anytime something pops up on the picture. But I thought that was nice to see a few people. That's my daughter, who created the creative station upstairs, where there was a lot of artists who exhibited. A lot of, you can see the rare Pepe books, like different screens. There was Johnny Dollar. That was super rare corner, as you can see. The little thing with the Coldie work, Hakata, Xcopy and the likes. Same, that's our Theo right here being creative. That was Bea downstairs. So there was like a full day of panels. Matt and John were here. We had the Crypto Kaiju little people at the pizzeria. My daughter was making a lot of business that day. Like more panels upstairs, impromptu discussions. CryptoPunks with Sam's painted CryptoPunks. Again, the upstairs, you can see like Martin's cloud, augmented reality prints. And of course, Matt was there, and Judy and John. It's really where you see it's a small family. So it's.
I think this festival was really kind of a real community feeling, where everyone, like that. By that time, there were more platforms. There's Simona. There were, and the people from Baker's Place came from LA. We organized the art show upstairs, where we had platforms and individual artists who submitted art, and there was an auction. But it really was the community. It was really a very cool, lovely event. And there we are at the end. Everybody having dinner. So cool. Yeah.
I remember Jonathan's song of the day, which said, "The Ferris wheel is the proof of love." And I've been using the Ferris wheel emoji ever since, just thinking about how many friends and actually family that I gained that day, and the experience overall was just life-changing. But thanks for sharing that.
You were mostly like last year you organized it online, so maybe you can tell a bit more about that. I know I was driving, so in my phone I was like I could not find a picture of that online. But tell us.
Well, you can go learn more about what we did at VRAF.world. But as everyone knows, last year brought some challenges. We had plans to do an IRL event at a gallery in Manhattan provided by the Portion team, which was going to be cool, but we couldn't do it. So we had to pivot and organize a virtual event. But the community rallied again to get almost 80 speakers and nearly 100 virtual exhibits on this website. You can go check it out. And we did talks nonstop for about 3 or 4 days.
I remember you were exhausted.
Yes, it was a long, journey as well. Just like felt like months in a few days, but we learned a lot, and that was one of the first kind of like experiences I had with organizing a virtual event, and it was definitely eye-opening to new possibilities for the metaverse and kind of like what happens next. So I'm excited about this year. We're kind of thinking outside the box. We're doing a choose your own adventure style event. So there's going to be a low-key gathering in a park in New York City. Still deciding which park.
Oh, please tell us when. Don't
May
forget
15th,
to say when. Okay.
16th. Yeah, so it's coming up. Every year we're going to be doing RareAF in May. So if you have any ideas for a festival of your own or some kind of exhibit, or you want to talk, you want to share your creativity, then do it anytime. But just know we're going to be getting together every May, and I want to commit to that specifically. But this year I want to like emerge from the quarantine. I'll be vaccinated by then, so anyone who feels safe can join us in the park. And I want to show up in Central Park, maybe shout and decentralize the park, or we can do something a little bit more.
We try to not get arrested.
The Central Park, that would be cool.
Yeah, just an idea. But no, it's very loose. If you have ideas and you want to create and coordinate, you can find more on Twitter. Follow us, and there'll be some plans tweeted there. And we have a Telegram group. And obviously, you guys are doing awesome stuff. I want to hear more about what you're doing so people can join and get involved.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people in New York, so for those who are local, that's going to be good. I will route for Prospect Park in Brooklyn, but that's me. And no, I mean it's been a great continuity, so it's a good thing you took it over, and what I really like is that it's a community festival, so it's not like led by a corporation, a big name in the field. It's really a gathering, and every year it's like amazing ideas, new people you meet. Like it's very good use of any person involved in NFTs, and highly recommend, because it's going to be great again this year. So yeah.
No, it's exciting, and also I agree with Fanny that as we've seen, the NFTs are becoming a household word, and soon to be co-opted, or already co-opted by the mainstream and celebrities and God knows what. So it's important, I think, to keep the community spirit alive, and I think James is really your heart is in that place. So
it doesn't happen without everyone. So I really can't say that enough, because it's a challenge every year convincing people that I'm not in charge. So believe me.
but like now, I think with time, I think it'll be easier, and also the pandemic, I think, has helped to maybe like people organize in a different way. So now hopefully more people will be willing to, like you say, take responsibility for something and do it, and somehow work it out in a way that not everything falls on you, right?
I'm a little burnt out from virtual events in general, so I want to do this IRL experience, but I would love to see RareAFs plural happening all over, in cities around the world. I think that would be awesome. But of course, that takes a lot of work.
What's the date? May 15th?
May 15th and 16th.
But I love the idea of meeting in person, like in a park, even with mask, whatever. But I miss you so much, everyone, that I think it would be so nice to be there.
Yeah. I can't wait.
And we can stream it or film it for anyone who is outside of New York.
All right. Well, I think, look at us. We covered like 4 events in like 15 minutes. So.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think it's our time to go. So
thank you very much.
Thank you, Austin and Jonathan, for having us.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, folks. Awesome to hear from Judy and Fanny. And we're moving on to the next speaker, which is Matt Condon. He's been a cornerstone of the NFT ecosystem Since 2017, he hosted the Non-Fungible Summit in 2018 in San Francisco, back when people were still in San Francisco and could meet. And recently he launched a bunch of cool projects. He launched Use NFTs, which is a universal NFT metadata and rendering API, and Drop NFTs, which is ERC 1155 distribution. And as many of you might have seen, launched the Many Mats, which is an art experiment where he has a chip in that hand that he's holding up, where if you scan it, it sends you a scarce mat sticker. So a bit of a proof of personhood, little physical digital scarcity experiment. Super cool. And I am really proud to get to work with Matt on a bunch of stuff, including SoftSpot, a project we've been working together on for the last year, and a bunch of other random things. But he's talking about something that's close to our hearts, which is how digital things accrue and acquire meaning based on sort of the experience of translating the physical gallery experience to the digital gallery experience in SoftSpot. So with that, turn it over to you, Matt.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, it's sort of it's a well-known problem or issue or thing in the space is now you have this ability for an object to exist digitally. You can say that a digital thing has entityness, it has aura. And if you're from the art world, this concept of aura is very classic, a Walter Benjamin thing. It's the sense of like nounness, that now this thing can be an object. And it has a consistent set of identity, kind of like the ship of Theseus. And that's really, really interesting. But what occurs really quickly is we find that the meaningfulness of any object, both physical and digital, is derived almost entirely from the context that it lives in, the story that it lives in, the narrative that it lives in, and importantly, the space that it lives in and how that contributes to its meaningness as well. And so that's why I think this book from 1964, Notes on the Synthesis of Form from Christopher Alexander, is a seminal classic text from God knows how long ago, 80 years now. Is exactly like it's written like you're trying to build a website today. And it's all based on physical architecture and the design of physical space. But the more abstract form, the more abstract problem that Christopher Alexander is trying to solve or to describe is you have a problem, and it mostly involves how people interact, but you have a problem. How do you design a solution to fit it? And this is like very design thinking, which is nothing new to us today, but was kind of a big deal in the past. And so in the book, he goes on to describe like, hey, this is how I think about design. You have a problem, which he calls the context. And you have this definition of the problem is the context. And then you have a form, which is a solution that fits that context. And he speaks about design as the process of finding form and context fit. Really straightforward when you think about it. And I think that's useful for designing digital spaces because one of the premises in the book is in architecture, he was saying, here, I'll quote, the sort of two problem statements that he presents in the book for architecture is that, hey, the substrate, the base, this context of the world we live in is changing so rapidly that this generational iterative approach to adapting how we live, and he's speaking specifically to houses and architecture space, this generational iteration can no longer sufficiently adapt in time, right? The process of learning from those who came before you, changing something, waiting to see what happens, is too slow for this rapidly changing world. And then two is that the problems become so complex that no one person can fully understand the problem, the context. And he then goes on to provide this framework and this sort of process for breaking down problems into little modular problems and then solving those modular contexts, producing a form, and then recombining, sort of unwinding that stack to arrive at a shared or a compiled form. And this is all very abstract, and I'll get into like a very specific example, but I want to draw parallels to the medium shift of how humans are interacting in the physical space to how, especially the last year, humans had to interact in the digital space. And the similarity is that, hey, we're still human, we still want to interact, these base desires are the same, the medium by which we do that has suddenly shifted. And this shift was inevitable, right? We're becoming more digital by the day. COVID is just like this accelerant. And this was really prevalent the first few days or the first few weeks of quarantine when everything went digital. And it's like, hey, we have this concept, this physical experience. In our case, we were looking, pre-COVID, AJ and I were working on this problem of like the gallery experience. Like you go to an art gallery. What is the digital equivalent of that? And it's worth specifying the difference between this idea of transposition, this rebuilding brick by digital brick of an experience, and the translation, which is much more Christopher Alexander, where you break down this problem into its sort of constituent parts, into a modular problem, and then solve that in abstract, and then combine those abstract solutions into a concrete solution. And so we sort of applied this thinking to the space of digital gallery. And so let's go deep into that. Here I have a list, so I don't forget them all. And it's worth noting that in the book, the connection between a defined context of like, hey, we want humans to be able to feel the presence of other humans, and the form, what that solution is. Maybe it's avatars that are three-dimensionally next to each other, or maybe it's Figma cursors with a name around it, or maybe it's something even more digitally native, like a little blur over here when someone's near you or something like that. Those two things, when they are combined together, and the map between them, problem to solution, is called a pattern. And so if you want to get more into Christopher Alexander, go into like a pattern language there's a whole series. There's like 8 books in the series. But that's the idea, is that it's a diagram or a pattern that describes a solution to a context. And so, for example, in the gallery example, we have this idea of, okay, you have an art gallery. Instead of recreating that brick by digital brick, think three-dimensional walls with art on the wall, with avatars that you move with your keyboard, all very like skeuomorphic. And it works because it relies on things that we already understand, but it's not necessarily digitally native. It's not the most optimal solution. And to give weight to that claim is, for example, when iOS was first created, you have this like new medium of a touch screen. Nobody knows how to use it. And so the first thing they do as designers is rely on things we already know, which are this very physical nature of how to interact with something. So for example, the Notes app had scripty font and a page turning animation and a crumple sound as it went into a wastebasket, like all very physical metaphors. And those were required for people to understand how to use this new medium. But what we found is over the years, say 10 of them, we've approached a more ideal version of digital computing where the same problems are still being solved, right? You can still take a note and trash it. You can still like go from one note to another. But instead of relying on these physical metaphors, we found more digitally native ones, like, for example, using a sans serif font, which is easier on the eyes on a digital screen. You can still trash things, but instead of a crumple, it's sort of like a squeeze magic thing in the case. You like, instead of like very high shadows, you have still the concept of a Z index. Things can be on top of each other, but that's much more digitally native. Like there's a bit of a shadow because that's useful for us to cue in on Z indexes, but it's not the heaviness of like a physical paper texture over another thing. And so this sort of happens on any medium shift, I think. And that's one example. And so to reapply that learning here, I'm like, okay, we have a digital gallery. The obvious answer is to make it three-dimensional, give people an avatar, have them walk around, proximity, audio, whatever. And that works because it solves the same problem. Of course it works because, it worked in real life. You recreate real life, it still kind of works. But the more optimal solution is going to involve sort of designing from first principles. What are the aspects of going to an art gallery that are useful? And so we can kind of break those down. One is, I think, the curated narrative, this idea of following a storyline. However, one thing that's really cool about an art gallery is that you get to peel off and go do your own thing whenever you want. And so it's this sort of choice, this sort of like spontaneity of decision-making where it's like, hey, there's a curator, there's this way of doing this thing, but I can also just go do my own thing. And so that's like an interesting property. And you get that kind of for free with 3D space. But if you don't necessarily require the concept of 3D space, which I don't think you do, then you must solve this problem slightly differently. So how do you create spontaneity along a narrated path? So that's one sort of base context. Then you have other aspects of a gallery that are really interesting, like event tickets. Is it important that you pay to enter? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Is it important that you can take your ticket stub and keep it as a piece of memorabilia? Maybe, maybe not. What about entrance fees and attendance limits? Like, is an attendance limit a feature or a bug of physical space? And you kind of think about this problem. It's like, okay, cool. Well, now we have digital space. Nothing is scarce by default. Physical scarcity exists because there are walls around the building, fire codes, all of that. Time is scarce because you know, opening and closing hours, it's in a specific space. So if you're going to the Met, you have to be in New York. You can't go to the Met anywhere else. But now we have a digital medium where it's universally accessible any time of the year, any time of day, anywhere in the world. Is that a feature? Is that a bug? And if it's a feature, how do you lean into that? And if it's a bug, how do you reintroduce different aspects of the experience such that you get what you want? And so it's worth noting that all of these are, hyper specific to your context. It's like there's no one solution. Another aspect is this sense of magic space in like a gallery. How do you create this, social norm of quietude and introspection, or looking at a piece of art and caring about it? How do you do that online, right? You have this, it's the web. You can go anywhere, anytime. With a Command T, you're on a different planet, right? Like, how do you, is that a feature of a gallery? And if it is, how do you replicate that online without, there's no digital equivalent of that. So it's kind of hard to transpose. And so like one example is using the medium, okay, make this tab full screen. And then if you close it, you've sort of indicated that you're not focusing on this thing anymore. Now you have this digitally native sense of, okay, cool, this person's not interested, maybe kick them out of the gallery, let them go do something else, right? Like that kind of translation. You have this sort of social norm stuff where it's like, how do you craft a social norm? And then the social layer, of course, is like, I want to go to a gallery with my friends. I want to talk to my friends. And then also there's this idea of serendipity of like, I'm there for the public. I'm at an opening. I want to meet other people. How do you do that digitally, naturally and natively? And so I think the short-term solutions that we jump to, certainly work. And I guess to the point of digital event, what's that called? Burnout, that they were mentioning in the last panel. It's like these things work, but they don't work super well. And I feel like there's a more natural expression of these, a more natural expression to solve these problems. And it will be reliant on, we're humans, we're spatial creatures. We live in a three-dimensional world. We understand gravity. We understand all of these things, and it will be based off that. You can look at spatial software, for example, but it won't necessarily be tied. All of these assumptions we make around how the real world is can be cast away in digital space. And so there's this, almost too much freedom associated with this problem space. And so I think a really helpful way to design for that is to break down your context into subcontexts, this like first principles thinking, solve it abstractly. So like, what are the, I want to interact with other humans. How do I want to do that? There's chat, there's audio, there's proximity, there's video, there's poking people on Facebook. There's so many different mediums and forms by which you can solve that context. And you want to be able to combine those patterns into a sort of unique compiled form that solves your problem. And so, yeah, we kind of applied that to SoftSpot and the art gallery problem. I think I'm almost done with time. But yeah, and so my take is that we're in this new medium phase of bringing a lot of social interaction to the digital space. And the reason I think that's relevant here is because, again, digital objects require this context to be meaningful. A Fortnite skin without the game Fortnite doesn't make any sense. Narrative is everything, especially when it comes to this digital good that may not have any innate utility, right? If you think about value of a digital thing as external value, what someone else will pay for it, internal value, like what it means to me, and this like innate value of utility, a lot of digital things, especially in the case of art, won't necessarily have any utility. And so it really just highlights how important the narrative and the storytelling and the broader context that it lives in, how important that is. And so, yeah, I think this is just a call to action to think about these problems from first principles and design, novel solutions. And I think it would be cool if we had a sort of pattern language, to use Christopher Alexander's terms, of digital space, such that, hey, when we're trying to synthesize form, when we're trying to create an app, a digital world, just a website, a wallet, when we're trying to create that, what are the things we want to solve for, and what are the patterns we can use to solve it in ways that are translatory and translate meaning rather than transposing or copying. Yeah, so that is my manifesto, so to speak, of how to think about designing digital space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matt Condon. Man, back to your. I feel like I learned the word skeuomorphism from your talk at Build ETH in San Francisco.
I've been hitting it hard. Yeah.
I learned so much from you, though, man. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for giving us the knowledge. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, and likewise, I learn a lot from everyone here.
It's been a great crew. Yeah, it has. I don't know if we have any chats. I think we're ready to go. I think we're moving on. Thank you, Matt Condon. Next up is kind of the last panel. The last story is the kind of going comic booky. We're going ERC 721 origin story, bringing in kind of looking back at that, the GitHub chats when people are saying, should we have this or should we have that? What should the standard look like? We've got a ton of folks with us here. I don't even know if so let me do a small introduction, right? We got Deet, who probably CryptoKitties fame, right? No, I'm not even going to introduce. You guys introduce. Let me just, you guys go. I think Deet, you started this as, what if we go talk to Nick and some of those guys that were here in the early days that were thinking about this and say, did you think this would end up like this? Did you think NFTs were going to explode like this? I'll get out of the way. You guys go. Oh, Jaye is here, our moderator. Whew, I thought I was going to have to moderate. Thank you, Jaye, also for being here. I'm going to get out of the way and let you guys do introductions. Hearts, hearts, hearts. Origin story. ERC 721 origin story.
Hello. How's everyone doing today?
Doing great.
Good.
Oh.
Yeah, I just had a little problem on my end. Sorry for that. Yeah, we can get started pretty quick here. So I guess the best way to start is maybe we could all introduce ourselves, unless Austin already did that.
No, he hasn't done that yet.
Okay, perfect. Let's go. Yeah, let's just start off right off the bat. Let's go introduce ourselves, what we do now, where we were back in late 2017, how we got involved with NFTs, and is it nifty, nifties? How do you say it? How do you pronounce NFT? You have to. You can't stay neutral on this one.
Sure, I'll go first. Thanks so much for moderating, Jaye. Great to meet you in person, or at least live, I should say. I mean, I'm Dieter Shirley. I'm the CTO of Dapper Labs and the chief architect of the Flow blockchain. But of course, I'm here today because I was the creator of EIP 721 that became ERC 721. When Austin reached out to me to talk about the origins of the OG NFT, right, as a topic, I wanted to get these 5 other people talking because I feel like I owe them a lot of
I owe them a debt of gratitude, because before CryptoKitties launched, no one cared about NFTs, but these guys did, and they all jumped in, and they commented, and Doug actually created some precursor work, and so I just wanted to make sure that they were here to tell their part of the story of ERC 721, and as Austin intimated, sort of like what they thought in those early days, what this could all mean. And so I think I'll hand intros off to Doug, because he was actually, I think, the first person I reached out to after I posted EIP 721, because I'd seen his previous work with Auction House.
All right, yeah, thanks, Dee. Thanks, Jay, for hosting. I'm Doug Petkanics. What I do now is I'm the founder of a video infrastructure streaming protocol in Web3 called LivePeer. And even back when CryptoKitties launched in 2017, I was working on LivePeer at the time. But a year before that, and as Dee mentioned, why I'm here is because I kind of the first project that I built in the Ethereum space was this open protocol, this open application called Auction House, which was this on-chain auction protocol for non-fungible unique goods, or NFUGs, as I called them. And at the time, we knew that this was going to be something super interesting and exciting, and there was going to be a need to exchange these things on-chain that were unique, that were not fungible tokens. But there were no NFTs in existence yet. So what did we do? We created the simplest possible version of something that Nick had been working on forever with ENS and domain names. We created the world's prototype, simplest domain name registration to actually have some non-fungible unique goods that could be auctioned through the Auction House protocol. We opened up this prototype on, I think, the Morden testnet at the time, and put out a call for feedback, for input on how these things should work. And I'm so glad that everyone here kind of picked up that call to action, and a few months or a year later, we had 721 and the explosion of all the exciting stuff that came from it.
Awesome. I'm just going to remind everyone as we go through the introductions, let's kind of keep this a little more of a tweet length, because I want to get to the discussion.
I guess I'll go next, since I was name dropped. I'm Nick Johnson. I was, at the time of 721, the lead EIP editor, and also involved with ENS, the Ethereum name service, which made it doubly relevant to me. So I offered some feedback on 721, and also was one of the winners of the bug bounty when CryptoKitties launched, and got myself a very nice special CryptoKitty for that. And I think they're mostly called NFTs, but I've always had a soft spot for the word nifty.
There we go. We have one holdout for nifty.
Well, I guess I will go next. My name is Esteban, and at the time in 2017, I was drafting the land contract for the Decentraland, and it never occurred to me until Dieter showed up and said, "Hey, we should standardize this." It was very few of us at the time, and I was super happy to collaborate on that.
I can continue if you want. I'm Jordi Bailina. At that time, I was working a lot in the EIP 777. Was like an extension of the fungible token of the ERC20. But I was collaborating a lot in the EIPs, in the ERCs part. So we're talking a lot in the ENS, well, in the that word is retrospective. The one that the contract that defines what functions they have, and I don't remember the name. It was retrospective, introspective or something like that. Introspection and all that stuff. So I was collaborating on that side, and just trying to standardize at that point. And right now I'm just in Hermes, just doing scalability things and other not related to NFT things.
And do we want? Oh, go ahead.
I guess that we still need Will, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Will looks frozen. I'm not sure if he's managed to stay connected or not.
Will, if you're able to introduce yourself, do so when you come back on. Otherwise, we are going to move forward. And everyone's had a chance to introduce themselves then?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. I'm going to open up the discussion. Looking at the official spec, back when it was actually officially defined in EIP 721 for ERC 721, the official spec defines NFTs as A, physical property, houses unique artwork, etc. B, virtual collectibles, unique pictures, kittens, collectibles, cards. C, negative value assets, loans, burdens, and other responsibilities. Is it fair to say that the eventual use cases have differed from the implementation of the standard?
Very much so, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
There were a few things people had in mind, but I think some of them people definitely didn't predict, like going way out there, things like Uniswap v3 liquidity tokens, and some things were much less or more important than we thought. I haven't seen any negative value tokens, and I haven't seen many tokens that represent physical things, but NFT art, of course, has become huge.
Do you think we'll start to see those physicalities? I mean, it seems fairly hard to build those incentives.
Yeah, it's something I've played around with a little bit before, and the really big problem is keeping the physical object tied to the NFT so that whoever acquires the physical object can always claim the NFT. And there are ways around that are sort of akin to a hardware wallet that's sort of super glued into the object, but none of them are easy, and I don't think anyone's come up with a solution, which is a bit of a barrier. But also just digital collectibles and so on are much easier to create and distribute than physical objects.
Will, you're back. Did you want to give us a quick introduction of yourself if you're not frozen? And pick NFTs, NFTs, or how do you pronounce it?
I definitely lean towards NFTs. Yeah, sorry about the connection issue. Yeah, so I work on a project called 0x Protocol, and basically our vision, our kind of thesis is that all forms of value are going to end up represented as tokens on public blockchains, whether it's fiat currency, stocks, bonds, all the way to like digital goods like video game items, collectibles, airline miles, everything. And back in 2017, we had just launched the first version of the protocol, and we had started to see some interesting new projects emerging that were like CryptoPunks and stuff, where they were essentially trying to create NFTs, but there wasn't really a standard that existed. But we really wanted to support these types of items because it seemed like there were a lot of interesting use cases for them. And so that's how we got sucked into the EIP 721 conversation. And yeah, we're excitedly following along as the conversation progressed.
I guess jumping off that as a general question, early NFT designs were almost basically just ERC 20s that use the ID that you had to sort of find some sort of rareness. Was it intentional to divert from that way? Because with a mooncat, you have to wrap it. And I'm not sure how ethereal works, but those are all pre 721.
Yeah, I mean, this ERC20 was the impetus, right? Like, it was ICO season. Everybody and their dog was raising millions of dollars selling ERC20s, and so whenever we talk about internally, we talk about the CryptoKitties project that we were working on. Inevitably, the business people would ask if they were ERC20 compatible. And as an engineer, I got very frustrated by this. I would be like, I would rant about the difference between fungibility and non-fungibility, and how the whole point of these kitties was that each one is going to be unique, and ERC20 is like it makes it virtually impossible to keep track of that, et cetera, et cetera. And so one day I realized that was the impetus of creating 721 was it's just like, well, stop, leave me alone, right? here's a standard for non-fungible things.
And we'll get into a little bit more later, possibly for the differences of ERCs. But it is interesting because you could make a new spec, and there's new specs made all the time for tokens. But if they're not widely adopted, it kind of runs the risk of just being sort of siloed off in illiquidity, which is a huge risk for ERC 721 at the time.
Yeah, no, and it's one of the reasons why I was so grateful to these folks, right? Because we had no idea that CK was going to be successful, and so having somebody who was willing to help with that while it was still something new was really important. The funny coda from that is that because 100 people showed up to contribute to ERC 721 after CryptoKitties. Obviously, it ended up a much stronger standard because of it. But it also means that CryptoKitties is not actually properly ERC 721 compatible.
Okay, well, jumping on, just adding a little bit to that prehistory. So some of you were involved with some early projects, right? So we were just talking about a little bit of prehistory, but Decentraland before Ethereum, it was on a fork of Bitcoin called Namecoin. Did you want to talk a little bit about that?
Well, it was similar to Namecoin. I think that Namecoin was kind of like the first digital scarcity on a blockchain in the shape of an NFT. And with Decentraland before Ethereum, we did the same. We used the UTXOs to be to represent non-fungible tokens, but it was super early. I think that yeah, it's funny because we never at the time we didn't realize it was like a generalized thing that we could. Not even with ENS, right, Nick? You also didn't realize that ENS could make for really cool NFTs.
Yeah, I mean, in my defense, ENS was deployed before 721, but even as I was commenting on the 721 spec, it didn't really initially occur to me that, oh, hey, this thing I'm dedicating like basically all of my time to is also an NFT. That took a while longer.
Yeah, RareAF were at the time also the number one non-fungible thing. It was on another blockchain as well, I think. And you were involved with Ethereum, right? Back in the day?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, maybe I got that wrong.
If I was, I've forgotten.
Okay, cool.
On some more prehistory. So we're kind of talking about ENS, and the namespace was kind of happening in parallel to ERC 721. And Jordy was talking a little bit about his involvement with ERC 777. There was also Auction House, and even, and on another chain, there was RareAF. Was there any sort of highlights that anyone wants to sort of jump on and mention before we kind of move the conversation forward?
I think that RareAF were more like 1155. Oh, sorry. Go
ahead.
I was just going to mention that. No, that RareAF at the time were more like 1155. There were multiple issues of one RareAF, so it wasn't quite the same, like, I don't know, simplicity that I liked from 721. That's just.
And for those who don't know, ERC 1155 is another spec that is also well enough used. Some platforms support it. It kind of bridges the gap between ERC 20 and ERC 721. So it's sort of semi-non-fungible.
Yeah, the other point I was going to bring up just about kind of the prehistory phase was that everyone in the NFT community owes a bunch of people on this call a huge debt of gratitude for the standards work that went into kind of creating 721 and agreeing upon it. I mean, without that, in Auction House, for example, there was really just two functions that were applicable to NFTs. There was the owner function to identify who owned this asset, and the set owner function to change it And it really takes kind of the whole community and all these different use cases, be it CryptoKitties, Decentraland, ENS, all giving input on what's important to create the right safety mechanisms, the right events to make it a good developer experience, anticipating future use cases. So a lot of times the standards work goes really unheralded, but it really becomes a solid base that everyone can build on top of. And, I think that was a really important step that everyone took.
So then coming kind of back to now, how would, let's pick 3 people. How would you define NFTs to an engineer, business engineer, or someone new to the space? Tweet length. Who wants to take it? 1 tweet.
I'm a technical communicator, and I still don't want to do that in a tweet.
But what's funny is that I have such trouble with this question, and maybe we can go around and talk about why none of us want to do it. But the reason I have trouble with this question is because, like, what 721 was trying to do and what people call NFTs now, there's the 721 is broader, right? And you brought it up earlier, Jaye, and Will touched on it as well. This idea that we could use it as a deed to a real world good, and what the current mindset of NFT is very much in the digital collectible art, right? Obviously, NBA Top Shots. We, in a sense, right, we've taken a step back, right? CryptoKitties were one of the things that was interesting about CryptoKitties is that there was something you could do with them, right? The breeding game, and what we're seeing is that a lot of people, just that notion of fashion or art or self-expression that comes from just being like, hey, I can express myself by owning these things. That's actually enough to do a lot of stuff with. I hope that's not the end of NFTs, though. I hope we get to do a lot more of the interesting stuff that people have been talking about. I kind of want to hand it off to Will here because he was talking about the vision of like everything being on chain, and I'm curious how much you've thought about that in the problems of syncing up, as Nick was saying, syncing up physical ownership with NFT ownership, and what would hold precedence, and how that might work.
Sure. So yeah, just to make sure I'm understanding. So the question is, in a world where like physical items or assets are represented as, or ownership over those physical items is represented as like a non-fungible token or something on a public blockchain, how is that relationship enforced? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you see any moves towards that, right? Because I think it's easy to imagine that it should exist, but as engineers, it's easy for us to see like why it doesn't exist because it's so hard. And I'm wondering if you're seeing any movement in that direction, or if you have any ideas of how that might work.
Yeah, there are a few interesting projects in the past that have worked on more or less like providing a way to custody assets that exist outside of the blockchain world and represent them as tokens in the blockchain world. Not specifically items that are non-fungible, but for example, like what is now called like trust token. Their initial kind of idea was, how do we take assets, put them into a legal trust in an enforceable way, and then issue a digital representation of those assets that are sitting in a legal trust on a blockchain, and set it up in a way where, there's like a third-party custodian, and, they'll redeem these digital assets for the physical assets that are owned in that legal trust. And I think like their approach right now is they're doing this for like fiat currencies. And so similar to like USDC, for example. And there have also been some like attempts to tokenize like real estate. But I think like the early attempts to tokenize real estate it's been challenging for them to find usage because just because a token, like a real estate token, is on the blockchain, it doesn't mean like blockchain users are like experts in real estate. And so you have no idea if like buying a piece of this house makes any sense just because it's a token. Like, is it actually a good deal or not? Which is kind of ironic because people will put hundreds of thousands of dollars into like NFTs that yeah, have, arbitrary value. But yeah, definitely a lot of room for the space to progress.
I'll reluctantly have a go at the original question if that's still on the table.
Please, yes.
I think that ultimately NFTs represent ownership, and what that represents can depend on the particular project. And it's usually easier to explain with an example. Like in the physical world, I might buy a limited run print of 1 of 25 from an artist, and they number them in the corner, and I have fair assurance that it's limited because the artist's reputation's riding on that. And NFTs allow them to do something similar with digital art, which normally is unlimited. And then I can sell my limited print to someone else if I wish. I think that sort of thing encapsulates NFT ownership.
Okay, so I guess it would be fair to say that anything that needs to be defined more in, I guess, in finite, well, something that has to be finite. Well, then that is, ERC20 doesn't.
Well, digitality would be the 2-word version, I guess.
Yeah, because I mean, fungibility versus non-fungibility, I mean, it's generally yes, but not exclusively.
I'll take another stab at it. An NFT is a certificate of authenticity issued by the author of some virtual good that you want to keep scarce. Scarcity is the most important part because, in general, everything digital, GIFs or PNGs or whatever, they can be copied as many times as you like, and an NFT gives you some sort of link to the original owner that can prove that you have like some virtual asset. I don't know.
Yeah, I would like to just to point the similarity between fungible and non-fungible tokens, that at the end is the social contract. We accept fungible tokens because, or even we accept real money, just a piece of paper. Why we accept that this is $50 or whatever, and we accept that? Well, because there is a social contract. People really accept that. It can be the social contract forced by a law, or it can be just because we accept that. And NFTs is a little bit the same. NFTs, they have all the properties that registry and other things and can be transferred. It has a lot of very good technical properties, but at the end is the acceptance. The acceptance that why the people accept that the owner of this NFT is actually the real owner of the physical object. At the moment that there is more people that accept that a given NFT is matched with the physical object, when there is this social acceptance, then is when the NFT has the value. The interesting thing here is, because you mentioned the legal part, I agree. So probably the most innovative things about NFTs is the legality that's behind and that's trying to rise right now. But CryptoKitties, they were nothing legal there. It just people just accept, the community just accept that the owner of this piece of CryptoKitty just belonged to the person, and there was an acceptance, and you can show to your friends. And there was something that were beyond the legality. But it's just a proof that when there is a community that accepts the NFTs as the ownership, as the real ownership that's behind, is when, well, it starts having value and becomes having interest.
So we're lucky ultimately that the spec gained legitimacy within art enough for social pressures to maintain its definition.
Yeah, we need to see that. So people, if people accepts NFTs, then you get all the good things of NFTs. You can sell it, you can do auctions, you can work in NFTs. So, but and then is when it really becomes the value, and accepting. I think that people in general have an incentive to accept that because of the properties of the blockchain itself. So this is something that we will see more in the future, because there is an interest for people to accept that. So the social contract, something that's very difficult to understand at the beginning. Why I need to trust that the person, this is just a digital, it's just a number, it's a digital asset. But at the moment that you accept that, and the moment that there is a community, and there is a society that accepts that, then the value is when just exponentially grows.
I mean,
Well,
value is fundamentally a human construct, right? And nothing can have value unless we agree it. And I just think, the first thing that blockchains did, right, was they created a Schelling point for value. And obviously, with money-like things that came first. But the reality is that, there is no word in English for non-fungible, right? There's fungible and you can negate it, but that's because almost everything is non-fungible. And so just, I mean, it's funny, like, what is an NFT? It's a thing you can own, right? Like, that's literally the definition of an NFT. It's a thing you can own. And like, well, what can you do it? Well, you can stop owning it, right? You can give it to somebody else, but that's, in a sense, that's all it is. But when you think about what a token is, ERC20 or even Bitcoin, well, what is that? Well, it's just a thing you can own. And you can own part of it and you can own a bunch of them. But like, at the end of the day, the real importance of it comes from the importance that we as humans give it.
Yeah, I think that was really helpful. Those are a lot of things that I think a lot of people think about. And to your point, bringing it back to like, what is blockchain? Well, it is ultimately, as you said, it's a Schelling point for universal value. You just need to have, and it's really good at finding a mechanism to corral people around certain things. And these various sinks of value ultimately all kind of come down to ETH itself, and it really deconstructs our notions of what we think of as value, because we've been so far removed for what value is to what monetary value is. And so that's kind of one of the things that keeps bringing it back, that I think is always really interesting. Okay, so we were talking a little bit about the future. Let's kind of get back on that. So before the advent of marketplaces, there was stuff like Auction House, then OpenSea. Did anyone really have an idea of what an NFT exchange might look like? Something similar to D-Markets? And then on that, did anyone foresee the trend of fractionalization, like B20 indexes, indexes NFTX, and how does that change the value? So it's kind of a broader discussion point.
Well, back in the day, we all had to create our own marketplaces, right? Together with CryptoKitties, we did that with the Decentraland. Will had an early version of a general NFT marketplace, but also CryptoPunks, they also had to make their own marketplace. It was all very custom made back in the day.
Yeah, even Mooncats, like, they have their own little marketplace built in, because there wasn't enough legitimacy around any one particular marketplace. And now we're starting to see, marketplaces themselves start to fraction off into various other forms.
And I think the fact that that metadata was an optional part of 721 reflects people's expectations around that, this might be useful for some things, but the expectation was largely that, like, the sites interacting with the NFT would already know, how to fit, like, implementation specific details, and therefore that would be specific marketplaces and so on. And I'm sure no one would have ruled out things like OpenSea, but I think the expectation was more that, you build an NFT and you build a way to trade them as well.
One of the coolest features, so we built in support for just plain vanilla ERC 721 trades into 0x protocol, but my teammate Michael built probably one of the coolest things that I think we've ever built into the protocol, and it was the ability for someone to trade any arbitrary NFT that that had a specific set of properties. And so one of the issues with NFTs are that the lack of fungibility makes these markets extremely inefficient and not, it eliminates, it makes them not liquid. Fungibility is the equivalence of liquidity. And with some, if you think about like, oh, I want to buy like a house, there are so many different like properties associated with that house. How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, how much square footage, when was it built? Like all of these are different parameters that you have to that you can filter by. But what was really cool with this system that my teammate built into the third version of 0x is someone could say, I will buy any CryptoKitty that has these on-chain properties for this price. And what that does is it creates a very liquid market for different types of NFTs that have different sets of properties. And I thought, like, I still kind of think that that's like the future of NFT marketplaces, that like people will like reduce the number of dimensions that go into pricing an asset into like the most important ones. Like, yeah, for example, like how many parcels are on like a Decentraland? How many, like, what is the square footage of this Decentraland parcel, for example? Like,
it kind of feels like that's the order book equivalent of like an NFT index's liquidity pool. So it's a similar idea where you say this pool will accept anything that meets these requirements, and you can put one in and take one out, and so forth.
Yeah, I was really surprised by the. Sorry, go ahead, Jordy.
Go, please.
Well, I was just really surprised by how, and obviously it's because of exactly what Will said about liquidity and the friction involved in trying to find things. But I was really surprised at how quickly people went from like non-fungible to like, well, how do we make this fungible? How do we make this more fungible, right? One of my favorite projects that came out of the work that the community did on top of CryptoKitties is Wrapped Kitties. Which is literally just a smart contract, and anybody can put a kitty in there, and then you get a fungible token, and that's an ERC20 token that you can trade however you want, and you can then burn that token to get a random kitty out. And I think that's a really interesting idea. And I know the community, I don't know if it ever actually got built, but the community looked at the idea of creating like different tiers of those and saying like, well, what if we did wrapped Gen 0 kitties, or what if we did wrapped kitties with the a fast cooldown or something like that? And so you could have sort of different tiers. And I think it's very interesting. And I mean, part of what's fun about it is that you can slice it in all these different ways, and hopefully we can find a way for people to set up markets that let them sort of decide what's important to them.
Yeah, I think with everything in smart contract land, kind of the least inspiring, least interesting thing is starting by just mapping physical world or Web 2 world onto this. So like, how do we recreate eBay for NFTs, or how do we have this NFT represent a physical baseball card or something, is where it begins. But then when you recognize, well, these are actually digital goods, they're kind of native to the internet, if you will, you can talk about these, associating these kind of liquidity properties to them. You can talk about fractional ownership. You can talk about embedding economics on transfer. You can really think about how that changes things, and the type of experimentation that you just described that took place on early CryptoKitties is, again, just the beginning, and there's probably so much more to come.
Yeah, using NFTs as collateral for for borrowing platform, or another ERC20 generation, it's one option. Also the borrowing NFTs, just all these internet of the world of just lending objects and exploiting objects. No? They have an NFT that's an apartment, and then you get the rights. You can sell the rights of renting this apartment. You know, it's like you can do lots of things, insurance on top of that. It's like it's when you start thinking. At the end is when you put the objects in a smart contract platform, and you put the world in a smart contract platform is when, well, just a full set of contracts can rise, and imagination is free. It's like a lot of things you can do.
Yes, indeed. I remember back in the day there was a lot of discussion about like the gas fees and the. There were some people that wanted to do boxing and unboxing of NFTs, like NFTs that can own other NFTs, and I don't know. Like I think that we did some of that with the Central and with the States. It's kind of like an NFT that can own other NFTs, but the gas prices for managing a lot of land together were going to be super expensive. So we try to do that as soon as possible so that we will become the good citizens of Ethereum. But yeah, I think that also there was a tool by 0x to do that, like boxing a lot of NFTs together. It was. Yeah, because after CryptoKitties with the clogging of the network, it was super important for everyone to realize that, yeah, this gas stuff is going to be important.
So it looks like we have about a few minutes left. So I'm going to leave with the last question being, is there a concern for the file store for NFT assets? What does the present and future look like for decentralized storage of the underlying JPEG, for example? So quick answer, couple minutes. Is there a quick answer?
I think it's a valid criticism and concern. A lot of stuff is hosted on centralized services, and fortunately, though, the metadata system and so on permits something like automated archiving, and I would love to see a web.archive.org type project that just aims to archive all NFTs, because if you can do that, you can preserve them for all time and you can ensure they keep working.
I think that at the end, data availability is going to be a reality very soon in the blockchains. Ethereum 2.0 mainly is going to be a data availability platform. Filecoin is already a data availability platform. So, well, maybe now is problematic, but I think that in the mid-future, I don't know, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, putting a lot of data on chain, I don't know which chain, but putting a lot of data on chain is going to be a reality. This is part of the scaling strategy that is there. So you have the roll-ups stuff, that's one thing. But the other thing is the data availability, and that availability is in the way of being solved.
Yeah, and I think there's a distinction between data that it makes sense for smart contracts to have access to, right? So Will's point about being able to put a bid on a particular CryptoKitty with a particular gene, that's only possible because the genes are on chain. If we had stored the genetic information in a Filecoin like solution, then there would have been no way for the smart contract to do that. On the other hand, there's no reason for like something like a Top Shot that literally has a video. Putting that on chain, no one's going to write a smart contract that goes and tries to figure out whether the fifth frame of that video actually contains the player it claims to, right? And so I think that there's going to be, we need to have more data that is processable on chain, and then we need to have a robust and easy to use way for people to put the data in decentralized storage, because I know that I don't think anyone's opposed to it, right? Like NBA has even told us that they don't mind doing it. It's a lot of work right now, and it's traditionally not been a thing that has impacted the people's acceptance of the platform, and so it's something that we're definitely looking into and we want to move towards, but it's it's a matter of getting these tools to be mature, and then I think we'll get there.
On a final note, did we expect the CryptoKitties spam that spam the network end up being what it was now? I mean, it's a few years since then.
It wasn't spam.
I didn't think it was spam. I thought it was innovation.
We had 3 meetings, each of which the topic was, what do we do if not enough people use this? And we didn't have a single meeting about what if too many people use this. So certainly we didn't expect it.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for joining me. And I think Jonathan is going to jump on. Hey, Jonathan, man.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hey there.
Thanks so much. That was great. Thank you all for making it possible for us to even be having this conference today. Without you all, we literally would not be here. So this is the end of the day, and I have a song that I've prepared for everybody. It is my song of the day, and I want to share it with you. First, I just want to give a huge thanks. If you're watching this, just start clapping for Jonathan Palmer, who's been running this behind the scenes, Simona, Austin, everyone who's put this all together. It's been a really great conference, actually. I've been really enjoyed it. So, we're all here going, woo, yeah. Really quickly, I also just want to acknowledge this is very strange to be closing this thing out right while the Chauvin trial is finishing, and we're any minute going to get that verdict. So I just want to acknowledge that is happening on Twitter and in the world, and it's a very important thing. And to be here about to share this very silly song with you feels a little strange. So I just want to acknowledge that to make the strangeness maybe a little bit less. But anyway, so my song for today is song a day number 4,493. If you don't know me, I've been writing a song a day since January 1st of 2009. And I recently sold the first 365 of them on OpenSea. And that's a project that I've been working on since 2017. And to some of the points that they were talking about in the last thing, I wasn't able to do that until the marketplace, the OpenSea, was sort of mature enough for me able to use it, because I can't code or anything. It was hard to find Solidity devs. It was hard to put it together myself. So anyway, that's a whole other thing. So for today's song, Simona asked me to make a song about NFT history, which was fortuitous because I actually was already sort of planning on doing it. And the first thought I had was to make like a "We Didn't Start the Fire" style song, like going through from the very beginning. But it's a little too early for that, and it's difficult because the real thing is there's a lot of it's a very contentious question about like NFT history, even though it's all here on chain. If you ask people what the first NFT is, if you ask like 10 people, you might get 10 different answers. And so I especially took some inspiration from Joe Looney, who is dearly missed today, who created the RareAF wallet, and how angry he's been on Twitter. I mean, Joe Looney's, his part of his thing is being sort of angry, and that's why we love him. And on Twitter, though, he's been so upset that Christie's, when they announced Larva Labs' big upcoming auction for the CryptoPunks, like Christie's just basically wrote off everything that happened pre-punks in their description of Larva Labs. They're like, Larva Labs are the first ever. No one thought of this before Matt and John decided to do this. And Joe's just sitting there seething, right? So that's the impetus for this song. It's called "Who's the God of the Nifty Church?" (parentheses) NFT history in song. Thank you all so much for coming, and let's roll the tape. Here's how we're gonna go out.
Who's the first? Who's the first? Who's the God of the nifty church? Who said now let there be? Did Digital scarcity.
Was it punks because they're now by far the most valuable? Some cost more than a large house. Celebrities buy them to flex their wealth. Who's the first? Who's the first? Who's the god of the nifty church? Who said now let there be digital scarcity? Was it this little green frog? All the versions made by lots of folks on colored token blocks. Sold, traded, also bought. Who's the first? Who's the first? Who's the god of the nifty church? Who said now let there be digital scarcity? Was it these hexagons floating in space, the great beyond? Right when Ethereum was turned on, was this the nifty dawn? Who's the god of the nifty church? Who said now let there be digital scarcity? Was it ASCII, Bernanke? Colored coins, cryptographics, Kevin McCoy, a Neil Dash when they launched Monograph. Maybe you have got to go all the way back to Nakamoto, or this post from '93, which in great detail describes NFTs.
Who's the first? Who's the first? Who's the god of the nifty church? Who said now let there be digital scarcity?